Learn how to build a Threads clone. A Twitter clone. The focus of this course is not just building the application, but also understanding and implementing essential development tools like Next.js 13, Tailwind CSS, TypeScript, and Supabase. Key elements covered include designing the layout with Tailwind CSS, managing the backend with Supabase, incorporating robust authentication, handling server actions, fetching tweets, and developing engaging features like liking and replying to tweets. This course is an excellent resource for those wanting to understand the complete life cycle of developing a real-world application with the latest tools and technologies. Pranjal Soni is a full-stack developer and he teaches this course. Let's start learning.
Welcome to Full Stack Next.js Twitter clone. In this course, we are going to build a full stack Twitter application. It is a web application and the tech stack we are going to use is Next.js 13.4 version with latest server actions and server components. We are going to use Supabase for authentication and for our PostgreSQL database. We are going to use something called Drizzle ORM for our database ORM to make our life easier with fetching and inserting data in our database. Then we are going to use Redux UI components by SharedCN. It's a very great library. If you go to ui.sharedcn.com, you will find it's an awesome library and we will use this library to build our dialogues and build our application components. Other than that, we are going to use TypeScript. That is obvious part because TypeScript helps us to build our application faster and it helps us in a lot of auto-completion so that while developing the web application, our life is very, very easier. So if you are excited and if you want to join this course, follow along. This course is absolutely free. You can watch all the tutorials on my YouTube channel. You can watch the whole series and it will teach you a lot of concepts of Next.js. So thank you very much and I hope you enjoy watching this course. And the most important part, now I will play a demo on my side. You can see this is the demo of how we are going to build the application and how our application is gonna look after we have built it. So if you have watched the demo of our application and if you are excited to follow along, follow this course and learn Next.js 13.4. Thank you.
So now as you can see, I am using Mac operating system. So if you are using Windows, you can use your terminal, which is Git terminal. Okay, so you can install all the things. You can install Visual Studio Code. I have made all the videos related to installing, initializing in my past YouTube videos. So you can watch them. You can understand everything related to installing and setting up the environment. We will directly jump forward and we will start building our application. So I haven't prepared anything. So you will see what I do here. So for the CSS part, I have forgot to mention that we are going to use Tailwind CSS because I like Tailwind CSS a lot and it will increase our productivity at least by 10x. So that's why I love using Tailwind CSS and that's why we are going to use Tailwind CSS in this full stack Twitter clone project. So for installing, so first we will get into our folder. So now I am in my root. So I will go to desktop, I will go to YouTube and I will clear everything and I will now use pnpx command. So you can use yarn, you can use npm, you can use pnpm, but we are going to use pnpm because it is fast. So why it is faster? Because pnpm used a mechanism to hard link all the packages to the code we are working. For example, you are using Prisma ORM inside your one code folder or inside your one code repository and you try to install that into your another folder into your another project. So it will install at one place and then it will link that package to every project from a centered location. That's why it is faster and it will help us to save our disk space inside our machine. That's why I love using pnpm, but it may sometimes cause some errors. So you can always shift to yarn. That is better than npm. So I will go for pnpm now. I will say pnpx create next app because we are using Next.js. So it is a command to directly install the Next.js. So create next app @latest and we will say just enter. And now you can enter your project name. So I will say Twitter clone. So I will call it ultimate Twitter clone. Now it will ask us a few things. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Yes. Tailwind CSS? Absolutely yes. Yes. And now it will say, would you like to use experimental app directly? It is now experimental, but it is a great chance that when you are watching this, it is into the stable version. So we will move forward with server components. That's why it is the latest and greatest tutorial on the internet as of now. So we will use import alias so that we don't have to use relative imports. So it will make our life easier also. So as you can see, it has installed all the packages very fast because they already exist in my machine, and the PNPM just hard linking them to the center location where the packages exist to my project. Now we can go to our ultimate, and I have made a ultimate blog application Udemy course. So you can see that thing in my description, or you can visit the page. But as of now, this is a free tutorial, and this is going to be free always, and I'm making sure that it will be the greatest tutorial on my YouTube channel. So as you can see, we are into our folder, into our repository. Now we can open our Visual Studio Code, our code editor, where we will write some code. So code space dot and hit enter, and now it will open a window of Visual Studio Code. Open it, and now as you can see, everything is set up already for us. So inside the source directory, you have this API routes where you can define some API routes. You have your layout, you have your page. So now as you can see, our project is ready. Now we will install a few things which will help us to make our life easier. So now as you can see, we are using Next font, and here we are using Inter. So we will remove everything, and first we will run this application so that we can see what is happening there. So we will run pnpm run dev, because if you see in the package.json, here you can see to run the dev environment, you just have to run pnpm run dev, yarn run dev, or npm run dev. So as you can see, we are using app directory because we will use server components, the latest and greatest stuff in the React ecosystem. So this is my browser window. I will open it in another tab here, and I will go to localhost 3000, and you will be able to see how it looks. So this is our basic Next.js application running, as you can see. Now, as I said, we will use Supabase for everything in this project. Because why we are using Supabase? Because it is very easy to set up authentication, to set up database, to set up storage, because we will be uploading images, we will be uploading GIF also for our Twitter post, so that it will be very easy for us to use Supabase, and it will handle all the complex stuff for us. So we don't have to worry about anything. So as you can see, build and we can scale to millions. This video is not sponsored by Supabase. If they have sponsored it, I would be very grateful, but it is not. I am just recommending it because this is by far my go-to tech stack for building full stack web application, and I love using Supabase. So now as you can see, it is totally free, by the way. You can sign up for a free account, and now you can click on new project, and I will say ultimate Twitter clone. So this is a database password which you can also generate afterwards. And now I will choose a region which is near to me, free account, and create a new project. Now it will create a new project for us. And now let's see what are the features Supabase offers. So we will see all the features. So you can see we have database, we have storage, we have edge functions if we want to do some computation on our backend side. But I think for our project, we don't need any computation. But if you need something like sending emails to the user, running a cron job, or doing some expensive task like video processing, image processing, or some kind of stuff, then you can use edge functions. It is just like serverless functions, or it is just like using Wcislo API routes. But it is much more capable of doing anything, and it uses Dino as a framework of Node.js. And we also have real-time thing where we can fetch real-time data, we can get real-time updates. So let's assume you have some leaderboard inside your full stack application. Then you can use Supabase real-time database to connect to your database, and whenever you have some updates, it will automatically update your UI, and your users will be able to see all the results changing in real time. And we will use authentication, we will use database, we will use storage. These three things I think we are gonna need inside our project. So it will take some time to provision the project. Let's wait for some time. You can see. Okay, so our project will be deployed on its own instance. Okay, so let's wait for some time and we will see how it works. So you can also visit some documentation here. All the documentation is here. So number one thing, we can directly create our database tables here. Okay, so if you visit Twitter, so let me just get my Twitter account. So we are going to copy this whole thing. So as you can see, this is our Twitter and we are going to copy this whole thing. We are going to copy this whole thing. We are going to copy this model. We are going to copy this sidebar, this timeline, this trending section, and I think I am also going to build this feature, which is trending feature, who to follow and all of those things. So first thing first, what do we need? We need our database. So what does a Twitter contain? A Twitter contain tweets, number one thing, users, tweets and replies and all that kind of stuff. But for now, we will stick to our database. So we will think how should we approach. So let me open my Excalibur and here we will see what we will do. So how should we approach the whole thing? So here we can do something. So first we can build our layout, build our UI, build our layout. I think that's the best approach and that's what I do almost all the time. UI, build the whole UI. And then what you need to do? Now you have the UI, you know what the data you need. Then you can proceed and you can design your database. You can design your database. So design the database. Then afterwards, we will create our tables. So let me zoom it so you can see. Now we have our database and now we will create our tables, create tables and sync our database with our code. So let's assume we are going to use an ORM like Prisma to handle our database queries and mutations and handle all the migrations and all that kind of stuff. But we are not going to use Prisma here. We will just stick to plain Supabase and plain stuff here. With Supabase directly querying our database and directly mutating our database from our front end by using the Supabase.js library. And for our queries thing, we will use React query. And you will see what are the problems we are facing with plain Supabase with using custom hooks, or if you use a library such as React query to make our life easier with loading state and error states. So here we will create tables and sync our database with our code base. So now we have our database and also TypeScript configuration. So we need to do some things with TypeScript here and afterwards. So when we have did this thing, now we can build our functionality. So now we can build our functionality, build the functionality. So what are the functionalities we need mostly in our Twitter application? So mostly post tweet. A tweet includes text, image, video also, or GIF. So we are going to implement all of these things. Okay. So post tweet, a tweet includes text, images, video, GIF, or all of that combined. So we are going to implement this functionality. So this is the first thing. Now we have an infinite timeline, which is infinite scrolling feature. Okay, so this is the main feature where we can fetch the tweets. Another functionality we have is user page profile, where we have our users and users can like a post, users can bookmark, and bookmark. Two things we can, and reply to a tweet. So a reply is also a kind of tweet. A reply is also a kind of tweet. So we will see how to implement this thing, and that's all the functionalities which we need. So this is a lot of work and you will see how we approach these all things. And you will be amazed how easy is this to build this application and how easy is this to build this application using Next.js and Supabase and Tailwind CSS. So first, let's jump right into building the UI part. Cool. As you can see, this is our basic Next.js application starter code, which we have initialized everything in the last video. In this video, we will just going to build the layout section and the whole UI section of the home page. So we will remove everything here. RAFCE. If you don't have this extension, you can install this here. You can install the ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. This is a very useful extension which will give you a lot of auto completion. If you type RAFC, then you can see all the auto completion which it will give you. But we need RAFC even. So this is our home page, our Twitter home page, and now here we will design the thing. We can remove this. We don't need this thing. So if we go to Twitter, we can see how it looks. So this is how Twitter looks like. You can see this is our timeline, this is explore settings, but we can create a fake account for now. So I think if I refresh this, it will ask us for, I will sign up for a demo account for now. Yeah, so this is the Club of Coders account, as you can see, and now we will implement this thing. First of all, we will understand this layout. We will understand this layout, how it works. So first we will go to Escalator, and here we will design our whole UI. We will understand it. So this is our home page. As you can see, this is our home page, and now we have some fixed width. If we try to zoom out, you can see the whole Twitter page is taking some fixed width, some fixed maximum width, and it is not exceeding its fixed width, and it looks different on mobile. But we are only going to build this whole thing for the desktop. I'm not going to make this layout responsive. You can do that. So now this is our whole layout, and this is some fixed width. Let's assume this is our fixed width, and now here we can see this is the sidebar. So first we will make a division and we will give it fixed width. After that we will make 3 divisions inside it. Sidebar, this is the main layout, which you can see. This is the main timeline section, and this is our trending section. This third division. This is our third division, which is our right sidebar. Okay, and now what we will do? This all our icons. This is home. This is explore, notifications, all these things. So dash dash dash, and here we can write a tweet. We will not implement this for you and following. We will just stick to the basic one, this whole where we can write our tweet, which is here, home, just like it. And this is a section where we will write our tweet. We will compose our tweet, and now we have all our tweets here like this, dash dash dash, and here we have our trending section, what's happening. So this is our trending section, and this is who to follow section, just like that. So this is the whole UI we need. So this is just a game of flex box and grids, and this is very easy to implement. This is fixed, this is also fixed, only this is scrollable, and we will do all these things very easily by using Tailwind CSS, and you will see how much easy this to build this whole layout. And this is our Twitter logo. Okay, so let's start building this. First we will install the icons library because we need Twitter icon. So we will say npm install react icons. This is a great library which you can search also, react icons.github.io, this library, and here we can search Twitter, and here you can see this is the exact icon we are looking for. So as I said, first we will create this fixed width thing. So we can say class name is wfull, hfull, width, and we can say this is a whole flex box, justify center, item center. If you are not seeing the auto completion, you can install the Tailwind IntelliSense. So you can install this. So now we have width full, hfull, and it is item center, and we will now make a fixed width division inside it. So class name, maximum width is screen 1024 pixel. Okay, this is good. We can say width full, hfull. It is also a flex. We can make it flex because okay, so these are fixed. You can make it relative. It is also relative. You don't need to specify. It is by default relative, but it is not by default relative, I think. Yeah. So if you want to make a children absolute inside this division or inside this division, then you have to give it relative. So the absolute division will position itself absolutely according to its nearest parent. That's how it works. So now we have over this layout. The whole color is BG black, like that. Now we have 3 things here inside this. We have sidebar div into 3. So this is our sidebar, this is our home timeline, and this is our right section, like this. You can also do the section thing here. You can say this is main. To make it semantic HTML, you can make it section like this, and now we can do all the things. So first let's design the left sidebar. So it is class name. Now if you give it absolute width, it will position itself according to this division, but if you make it fixed width, it will position itself relative to the whole window's width and height. So what do you think, what should we give it? This thing, I think we can position itself with the whole window's height. So we can say fixed, and w is, we can give it some width. Let's find out what is the width of this. So now you can see this is the width of 275 into 836 to 275 pixel. Width is 275 pixel. So you can 275, which is near to 64, I think, and 70 2. Yeah, it's good. And it is a flex column because inside we will define all the navigation items. After we have designed the whole thing, then we will separate all the components into a different file, because we don't want our code to not be organized. We want our code to look nice and easy for anyone who looks at our code. So now we have a fixed sidebar, left sidebar. So we can say left sidebar for navigation, or we can say the header. It is a kind of header and it has the height of H screen. Inside it we have home, explore, notifications, message, bookmarks, profile and more. So what we can do here, we can define array, const navigation items is equal to, this is an array, and we can then map through them and we can define our sidebar. So here we have home, explore, notifications. So we can say that the title like this, the title is home and the icon is home icon, or the bird house. You can search any icon and you can choose whichever you like. So I will go with this one. Okay, this looks better. How about we search home? Yeah, this looks similar to the Twitter house icon. So here we can say bi home circle, and we will import this thing first. So import from react icons /bi like this. Now this is explore, and this is the explore icon, which is a hashtag. So we can search a hashtag, import from react icons /hi. Now we have notifications. Icon is kind of bell, so we can search bell, which looks similar to this bell icon, and I think this one looks much similar. Now we have what? Messages. We are not going to implement all of these things. We will stick to the basic functionalities. You can implement the other functionalities if you want. For the message, we have the envelope, so we can search envelope. Yeah, so whichever looks similar. Yeah, this is good. Import from react icons /hi2. Okay, so import it from bs. Now we have bookmarks and profile. We will skip the more. We will bookmarks, and we have profile. For the profile we have the user icon, and for the bookmark we have the bookmark. This one looks good, bs bookmark. For the profile we have the user icon. So AI outline user, PI user, whichever you like. So I think it looks good. You can import it from here. So now we have all our navigation item and we can render them. If you hover over this, you can see this has the title and icon, and we just need to render it over here. So we can say navigation items.map, and this is our item. And now we can say render a division which has a key of item.title, and we need to render two things here. So instead of division, we can render a link over here, and we can say href is also /item.title .to lowercase like this. And here we can give it some classes. I will give it bg white of 50, rounded of 3xl, padding I will give it padding of 4, and that's good. Here we will render two divisions. First for the icon. So here we can say item.icon, just like it. And here we can render another division, and inside this we can render the item.title. We can make it a flex. We can give it item center, justify center. We can give space of x of 2. And now save this, and let's have a look at the whole home page, what we have did till now. So now you can see this is what we have designed, and it is looking nicely. For the first look, we have forgot to render this Twitter icon here. So what we will do, first we will render the Twitter icon over here. So we can say this is link href is / and this is just a Twitter icon. So we can say ps Twitter. Now if we have a look, yeah, it is looking good. We can comment these two things for now. Yeah. Also what we need to do is we can give it some class names for now. My of margin of y. Y means on the vertical axis. So we can give it for my4. Okay, so it is not working. Why is that? Because I think we have to do something here. When we hover over it, then we have to show something, otherwise not. So we can say when you hover, and this is just 10, and we will make it transition. Duration is, let's give it 200, and p4 is a little bit too much, so p2 will work. Yeah, 30. Now you can see if you refresh this, it will work, and 30 is bit too much. Yeah, it is good. Now we just have to make it to the left, and we don't want to give it a whole width. What we can do here, Instead of justify center, we can say justify start, and W is fit. Now you can see the W is fit. So it is taking the whole content width. And what we have to do now, we have to make it a little bit bigger. So now it is smaller. So for that, here we can come and here we can say, not here, I think we can directly say, so it will, this class will also work on this item.icon. We can say text is Excel. So it will make it a little bit bigger. And I think it will 3XL, 2XL. Yeah, it's good. And we have to give it a little bit more of space. So we can give it 6, not on the X, on the Y also. So as you can see, this is flex column. So instead of giving this MY of 4, what we can do, we can say space of Y of 4 and margin of Y of 4. Yeah, now it's good. We should also give it P2 so it looks similar, and also text of 2XL. Now you can see we have a similar looking Twitter UI here. We just need to make it a little bit bigger, and the width is also bigger than we have defined here. So instead of LG, what we can do, XL. Yeah, it is exactly similar to the Twitter. And when we are on the page, we will render this icon as a bold, like you can see. We will fill this icon. For now, we can skip that part. For now, we are just designing the home UI. Now at the bottom, we have club of folders here at the bottom. So what we will do, also we have this tweet button. Also, if you see, the padding of X is a little bit bigger, and here we don't have that padding. So py is 2 and px is 4. Yeah, it is good now. I think it is more. So px of 6. Yes, it's good. But we have to give the same thing to this so that it looks exactly similar to, yeah, now it is good. Also we can give it this thing. Yeah, but I think we can define it over here instead of manually doing. So we can say title is Twitter and icon is PS Twitter. Like that. Now we can remove this thing, but here we don't need the Twitter thing. So what we can do, we can conditionally render this thing. So here we can say we don't need to render the title. When the item.title is equal to Twitter, don't render this. When the item.title is not equal to Twitter, then render this. Otherwise we can say that. Now you can see it is similar to the whole thing. It is looking beautiful, and we have the same effect as Twitter. Now we have a one thing more here. We have a tweet button. So what we can say, we have a button here which is tweet. We will design this button now. We can say W is full, rounded is 3XL, BG is blue. So we will copy which color is this, Twitter color. So we'll inspect this element. Yeah, so this is the color we have. So we will modify our utils because we need this color for a lot of things. You can see this is the same color which is this. So we will modify our Tailwind config. So this is where we will modify. So we'll extend our color. So we'll search how to do that. I don't know. So here we can say command plus K, hit command plus K and search Tailwind config, theme configuration. Now you can define the colors like that. So theme inside colors, and you can define the colors. So theme, extend inside the colors, we can define the colors. I will say the Twitter color, or we can say the primary color, which is this. Now it will work because I think we have modified the Tailwind config. We need to reload. Or let's see, BG of primary. Yeah, now it will work. Now you can see how I find a solution which I don't know, how I search into the documentation, and you should always do this. Okay, so if you don't know anything, you can always search into the documentation and look for the solution. So now we have our BG primary color. Now we need to give it some padding. So PX 6 PY4 would work, and the text is also bigger, so I would give it to Excel, and the text is also center. Save this. Yeah, it is looking good. But when we hover over it, the BG opacity, we can reduce some opacity. We can say 90, and we can also not 90, I would go for 70. Now what I can do, I can also give it transition, and the duration is 200 so that it looks smooth, and it is not 3XL, it is actually full. Yeah, now you can see this, and I think we have made it much bigger. So P4 would work, I think, because we have given it full width. That's why it is working. Yeah, it is bigger, so that we need to decrease this to 75 pixel. It's good, but I think we need to, let's give it margin 4 to decrease some width of the button. Now it is looking good. So you can see the messages is looking bold here. Okay, so we don't need this bold thing. We only need this when we are on the messages page. So instead of this HI envelope, we need a outline. So envelope, we need an outline envelope. So BS envelope will work for us. Yeah, it is good. And now we have designed this sidebar for the Twitter. Okay, so this thing is remaining, so let's also design this thing. So we have this section, the whole section. We can wrap this whole thing into a division, separate division. Why we are doing this, you will find now, because this is fixed width and the height of this is screen. We will make it items stretch, and now we can define a division here, and this is at the bottom. You can see now this is at the bottom. It should be at the bottom. No, it is not. W full. Let's give it W full so it doesn't look odd. Okay, so we have to give this whole thing here. This is a division. This is another division. What I want, let me go into Excalibur. So here we have a division. So what I'm saying is we are defining a division here, which is a flex column. So this is a flex, and now we will say make this both division justify between. So it will stretch those division to the whole height so that it will make this division to the bottom, but it is not doing that. So we will see why. Yeah, now you can see this is at the bottom, but the problem is because of my4 it is not at the bottom. Yeah, so we will see what is happening here. We will remove this my bottom. Yeah, now you can see this is at the bottom because we are using items stretch. Items stretch will stretch this division to the bottom. That's what we want. Here what we can do, we can my4. Now it will work. Yeah, we can only give it to the top. Here it's as a screen. Here we don't need to give it as a screen. We can just not give it anything. Here we don't need space Y. It's good. But now here we can give it edge full. So it will take the whole height here till here. And now here we are at the bottom. And now here we can define this thing. So this is a logo. This is the name. This is a username. And now this is a 3 button or whatever you say it. So this is similar to this, but some parts are different, which I will tell you. Inside the button, we have 2 divisions. Not actually 2, we have 3 divisions. This is the 3 dots. So BS 3 dots, I think. Yeah, we have the 3 dots. Here we have the logo, which we can just for now make it rounded full. This is basically avatar. We can make it busy slate 400. And what we can do here, yeah, it's good. We can give it W8, H8, height and width. This is already, I think, flex. No, this is not flex. So we will make it flex, and item center space X of 2. Inside we have 2 divisions. So this is a division. Inside we have 2 divisions. First one is the username. So this is the name of the user. So let's see for now Club of Coders, and here we have Club of Coders, my username, and now he can save this whole thing, and now we will see how it looks. Yeah, so it is looking a little bit odd because we have given this BG primary, but we don't need BG primary, we need BG transparent. And because of the text to Excel, this is too big, so we can make it text XX, so extra small. Now you can see this is looking good, and instead of giving it text XS, here we can give it text XS, and this is small, and we can make it text to the left. Yeah, and I think the smaller is looking bigger. It is not smaller. We can make it font semi bold, and these both are extra small text. Yeah, and when we hover over this whole thing, we can make it BG white, and the opacity of the BG white is 20. Now you can see 10 would work just like it. Yeah, but here you can see the 3 dots are not on the left, not on the right basically. So we want to make it the full, to make it to the full width. So what we can do here, we can give it full width, and we can wrap this whole thing into a separate division, and we can make it item center and justify between. So now the 3 dots are to the left, and here we can now define flex item center space of X of 2. Now you can see this is good, but here you can see the text is bigger, I think, so we can give it small. Yeah, so now we have designed the similar looking Twitter sidebar. We can make this thing, this avatar also bigger, 12 watt. Yeah, 10 would work. So you can see that the font is not similar to Twitter. You can find whatever font you like, and I would just stick to the simple one which we have now. And now you can see we have created the left sidebar for the Twitter layout. So as you can see, this is what we have currently. We need this thing. So this is centered first, and then we have this home, then we have this Twitter composer thing where we can write our tweet and we can tweet this thing, and then we have the border, the bottom border, and we have all the tweets rendered here. So let's put this left sidebar into its own section. So in the source directory, we will create another folder called components. Inside components, we have our left sidebar tsx rafce, and we will copy and paste the whole thing over here. We'll also need all these things here. Yeah, it's now good. And we will import the left sidebar in the main here, left sidebar, just like it. Save this thing, and now we have a separate component for our left sidebar. Close everything, and this is our main timeline. Save this, and we will see how it looks. So it is currently being rendered over here. Why? Because we have this left sidebar and it is fixed. So this container, which is a flex, doesn't know that we have this for now. That's why. So to make sure that it assumes that it has something over here, what we can do is we can define a invisible container here, or what we can do, we can make it like left. So we can give it margin of left. So class name margin of left of 275 pixel. Let's assume we have a lot of lorem ipsum here for the demo. And now if we scroll this, you can see we can scroll this and it is fixed. It is fixed, but we can scroll this thing. And that's what we need. So Control Z, and now it is good. Now what we can do, as you can see, this has left border, this has right border, and this has tweets inside it and the home. So we will save. This is flex. W is we will give it some width, which is how much width it is taking. So let's find out. So this has 598 into 53. So it is 598. So we can give it 600 pixel almost of the width, and the height is full obviously, and it is a flex column. That's all we need. And now here we have h1 and it is home, as we can see on the Twitter. And let's give it text 3XL, font bold. Save this, and we will see how it looks. Yeah, now we need to also give it border left, border right, border left and right, not top and bottom, only left and right. Border left and border right. And border color is gray, 400 I think. Yeah, it is 0.5 pixel I think, and the border is, it looks good. It is 1 pixel left and right border, and the height is full, as you can see here. The height is full, and the minimum height I think we can give it screen. So now you can see it is taking the whole screen for Twitter, and we have to give some padding to it. And 3XL is also a bit too much. We can give it some 2XL, and let's give some padding of 5, 6 would work. Yeah, it is good, but we need this to be 0.5 pixel. For that, what we can do, we can say 0.5 pixel, just like it. And the same thing here, it is looking better. Now we need some padding for it also. You can see the padding between these two. So let's go to, or we can give it some margin. We can give it the whole thing margin. So padding and margin of X is 2 of left. Yeah, so we have to give it some padding to it. So let's give it px of 4. How about 6? Now it is good. You can see this is our bottom whole thing, and this is a sidebar, and this is looking good. And the home is small a bit. So let's go into the page. Here we can say this is Excel. This is good. And now we will design this compose box. So for now, here we can come in here, we can say class name. This also has the border top and bottom. So instead of this, we can copy the whole thing. We can give it top and bottom. We are not giving left to right, but because if we did, then it will be 2 borders, because we have already given left and right border here. If we give it here, it will be 2 borders, and it will look like a little bit bolder. So top and bottom. So we have top and bottom for this box. And what we need now, we need some height. So how much height it is. So we can give it like h of 332. Let's try this for now. We will see what it is. And now it has a avatar, which is the user profile, and here it is the input, which is what's happening, the placeholder. And now here we can write the hell lot of things. So lorem ipsum, let's choose some words, not like this, generate paragraphs. Yeah, so now you can see Twitter character limit. So I think 144 is the character limit of Twitter character limit, 280 characters. Okay, so it has 280 character limit. Okay, so we can now give it relative also. And now inside this division, we have this avatar and avatar. So we can make 2 divisions inside it. First one is for avatar, which is a W10, H10, height and width is 10, and BG is slate 400, rounded is full, it is good. Here we have 2 things. We have this input box, then we have this border, then we have this tweet button. This image GIF this emoji picker, this poll. Okay, so we will also implement this thing also. This is a cool functionality and we will try to implement this. This is poll, this is scheduling. So if you want to schedule the tweet, you can do it. Yeah, so this is a kind of form. We can, for now, this is a division, this is a division. Inside it we have two divisions like this, so we can make it flex column. Flex column. Inside we have two divisions. This is an input box. Type of this input is text and placeholder is what's happening. This has border of bottom 0.5 pixel and the border color is gray. So as you can see, we have already given the border color here, so we don't need to give it again and again. Now we have this thing, so class name, and we can make it w full, justify between item center to make all the division, all the children division to center according to the y-axis, because this is a flex row. Okay, so you can give it flex row. Now we have div inside two divisions. This has all the things like image icon, GIF icon, emoji picker, all the things, but we don't need this thing now. We can just skip this for now, and here we can define a button or the button here, and we can say tweet, and it is a similar button to this thing, so we can copy this whole button for now. The classes, rounded is full, opacity is cool, everything is good. So now let's see how it looks. Yeah, so it is looking cool for now. Now what we need to do is this input field, it not looking good, so we have to give it some classes. W full, H is full, BG is transparent, and outline is none, border is also none. Save this. Now you can see this is cool. If we remove this, yeah, this border is, the color border is not working, so we have to, I think, give here also. Yeah, and what we need to do is we need to give some padding to it. So instead of giving this thing here, we can give it padding bottom of 4, or the whole padding is 4. We can remove this division. Rounded is full, we can remove this margin 4. This padding is 4 is also a bit weird. We can give px4, py of 2, w of full. Let's give it max width. 400 pixel would work, I think. Okay, it is a bit much. 40 pixel. And the text is bold. Font is bold basically. Text is 2XL, not 2XL. LG would work. Yeah, it is similar to the Twitter one. We have our button here. Cool. Now what is happening, and this is border is overflowing. Why is that? Because I think we have some mistake over here. So let's find out. This is a flex. This is also flex. What we can do is we are giving it border bottom and top. Yeah, so we can make it flex. This is flex. This whole container is flex, and items are center. Space between them is 2. And now we need to give it width full. Now it is similar to this, but here we need to do something. We have to give it flex none, so that the rounded full works by default perfectly. Items not center, items start. Yeah, items are start, but we have to, what about stretch? So it will take the whole y axis instead of not taking the advantage of full height. And now we can also give it some padding to y. 4 would work. So I think this is similar. Yeah, we need to also give some padding after below the home, so we can give it the margin to it. Yeah, but as you can see, we have given some padding to it, so this border is not taking the full width. So instead of that, what we can do here, we have another option. So where we have given py, okay, so here p6, so left and right border p6. If we remove p6, yeah, it is working. So what I think, we can give it py. If we remove the whole p6, we need some padding. We need to give some padding to it, so we can give it here. So we can give it px of 4. Now it is good. And we need to also give p6 to it, so we can give it p6. So it is now looking much similar to the Twitter. You can see this is a sidebar, this is our home, and this is looking good. But we need to make our placeholder look a bit much bigger. So we can design our placeholder by doing this placeholder colon, and now we can give placeholder classes. So placeholder is 2XL, and placeholder color is also a bit dark. So placeholder text gray 800. How about 600? Yeah, it's similar. Now it's good. You can type here, and instead of giving this whole thing, we can make it. Yeah, so now if you type something and you can tweet it. Good, cool. Now we have our p6, but we have given it a fixed height. That's why it is not working. So what if we remove the height? Yeah, it is good. So now as you can see, we have designed this tweet section. Now the time to create the Twitter timeline here, this whole timeline. So to design the Twitter timeline, we have to design the tweets and then we can render them. So let's design this whole tweet. So as you can see, first thing first, it has top and bottom border, and then it has some padding, avatar, name, username, date, when it is published, the tweet text, and the image and video or GIF or something. So what we can do, this is our division, this is home, and now here we will render our tweets. So class name flex column. Here we can say array. We can create a fake array.from. The length of, let's give it length of 5 for now. Dot map tweet. This will create a array of 5 length in which each item has undefined as its value. So now we can render a division as a tweet. So key is I, which is index. Now we can give it top and bottom border. We can give it padding. Good. Yeah. So you can see it has a icon here. So you can assume like this is a flex container, the whole container. Then we have this container. 2 containers are here. First one is this whole and second one is this. What I am saying is this is our tweet. Inside tweet we have 2 containers. First one is for the avatar. This division we have the avatar here, and another division is this. Inside this we have the name here, and then the username here, and then the text here, and then the image or all the things here. This is how it works. First thing first, we will define 2 divisions, first, second. Inside we have avatar. These are in the flex row direction. Inside we have in the column direction. First one is row, second one is text, and third one is image or any media file. So let's go. So we can say flex, we can give some space x of 4, and inside it we have 2 divisions. First division has avatar only. So here we can make another division. Class name w10 s10 bg slate 200, and that's all we need. Rounded full. Here we have 3 divisions, first, second, third. Div into 3. First division has 3 divisions. If you are using VS Code, this all will work auto completion, and you can how it is working. So I am typing div into 3, and then it is giving me auto completion. If I hit Control plus space on my Mac keyboard, Control plus space, and if I hit enter, this is emit abbreviation, and it will work like that. So it is a name, so we can say club of coders. This is my username, club of coders, and this is 1 hour ago, like this. As you can see, programmer humor, and this is also we have a dot here. So we have 4 divisions. Okay, so we have 4 divisions, and here we have a dot. So ps dot, just like it, and all these 4 things are in flex column, not flex column, flex row. So we can give it flex item center space of x of 2 of 1 will work. So this is our first one. The second one is text, so we can give it lorem of, let's assume 100. This is a bit much. The tweet can be this much longer, I think. Yeah. So this is our tweet text. It is text white, text small, and that would work. This is flex column, by the way. Flex column. Let's give some y space to every children, and it will work. Here we have all the media file. So for the media, as for now, I will just render a square thing. So I will say bg of slate of 400, aspect is square, w full, height I will give, let's give it 96 would be good, and that's all. Yeah, we can make it rounded. 2XL or XL would work. This is media, and now here we have all these things: comment, retweet, like, stats, and this share button. So 5 things we have here. So 5 division. First one is comment, second one is retweet. We will select each icon for that. Now we have like, now we have stats, and here we have share, and these all icons are in flex row direction, and we have item center. We will give space of x of 2. We can give it w full, and that's how we have designed the single tweet, and it should be rendering 5 tweet for us. And now let's go, and now you can see all the tweets are being rendered over here. Cool. But we have to tweak a few things for now. We have to give it the padding of y-axis. So here we are giving padding x. We also need to give padding of y. So now it is good. You can see this is our tweets. We need to also do something. We need to make it bold. This text should be bold. So here what we can do, we can make it bold. Font bold, and that's good. As you can see, these borders are not looking good. Why? Because we are giving each tweet top and bottom border, which is not needed. So to remove that, we only need to give it only top. Now you can see we are only giving the top border, not giving the bottom. And we can also give it bottom border. Yeah, now it works. It works, but the problem is, if let's remove this for now, and you will see what is happening here. So we have this border. That's why we are not giving border of top here. We will give border of bottom. So this tweet will contain a border of here, then here, and then here. So it will work. So save this and it is good. But we have to give it the exact color which we want. Save this and now it is looking good. It is good. Now what we need, when we try to scroll this home should be fixed to the top. For that, what we can do, we can give it blur. We can not blur, BG blur, backdrop blur, basically backdrop blur, and BG white of 10, and we need to make it fixed, or we can make it sticky to the top. Now you can see this is sticky and this is backdrop blur. You can see if we remove this, let's give it black 10. Now it's good. Yeah, now it is sticky. The home part is sticky to the top. Always remember to give a top, bottom, left, right, any position while using a sticky position. You need to give some position to it while using sticky. Otherwise, the sticky position will not work. Like this, you can see the space is a bit too much for now, so we can reduce the space. So what we can do here, the border bottom P4 space X is 4, which is good, but space Y of 4 is not needed. 2 will work. Now it is good. So now what I will do, I will select the icons for each of the thing, comment, like, and all the things. I will go to here and I will find all the icons. I am finding if some icon is looking similar to the Twitter one, but yeah, it is looking good. So I will go here. This is our comment icon. Let's import this. This is our retweet. Search. Yeah, we have a retweet icon. Import this from React icons /AI. This is our like, which is like. This will work. This is the share icon. No, this is the stats icon. So we can search stats. Let's import this, and the last icon we need is share icon, which is kind of like this. Import all of them and it is good to go. I think what we can do here, instead of item center space, we can make it justify around, so it will take the full width and stretch all over the width. You can see it is instead of this. What about justify around? What about evenly? You can try whichever looks good. I would go for justify start and space X of 8, more space X of 20, 24, 20 would work. Now I need to give it extra of my2. It will not work. Let's give everyone my2. Let's give my1, and it is also my1. Yeah, it is good. my3, how about my3? I need to give some space to it. It is not working. Why is that? Because we have given this space of y. Yeah, now it is good. So what we can do, we can give it the top instead of full my. We can give it also top 2. Yeah, it is actually good. And whenever we hover these icons, there should be a nice looking rounded full. Let's give it this parent rounded full, and the BG is black 10, 20. Let's go for 24 now. And only when we have hover this, otherwise don't make it look. So let's try this. Also make it like cursor is pointer, so it is not looking. How about 50? Yeah, we need to give some padding to it. Now if we hover, it is visible now. You can see this is looking good. So I would go for 30, 20, actually go for 10 as we did here. 15, 10 would work, and that's cool. We can make a transition and the duration is 200. Good. Now I think we don't need to queue the PMT. 2 will work. Cool. It's good, and we will copy these classes and we will paste to each of the division. Instead of doing this, we can define a component and we can render these icons, but for now we are just doing this. In the future we can fix our organization part. So as you can see, we have designed our timeline section for our Twitter. There is 3 dots which is not visible, and the text is also a bit larger. So instead of text SM, how about going with large? Yeah, this is actually good. Or just stick to the base. And this is the gray color. Username is text gray. this whole thing is gray basically. So we can remove this. Okay, paste this class here also and here also. Yeah, it is looking good. And now we have our tweet timeline section, but we also forget to make these 3 icons here. This thing, we also need this 3 dots. So we'll wrap the whole thing, cut it inside a division, and there is another division which is ps 3 dots. We need to give these classes to this. Space of x don't need it here, and it is good. We can make it full width. We can give it full width. Okay, so not this thing. Okay, so I think I have included it here. So this ps 3 dots should be outside this division here. Save this. Now you can see this is at the end. And now we can also give some padding to it. So to give it some padding, what we need to do is how much padding we are giving it. So let's see, p4. So we need to give some more padding to it. How about p8? No, py4 and px6. It is not working as expected. It's good, I think, because we have given it fixed width. That's why it is not working where it was. So as you can see, we have given it fixed width. So if you remove this whole thing, if you remove this, now you can see this is taking a hell lot of width. And what you can do here, we can make it full width, but you can define some maximum width. Let's go for 512 pixel or a bit more XL, a bit more. 2 XL would work. Yeah, now it's good. Because the image we have used, we have given it 384 pixel and this is 672 pixel, and now it is looking good. It is a bit bigger than the Twitter, but yeah, I think we have to follow the Twitter convention, which is 600 pixel, and we can make it smaller, 80. Now it is good. Cool. So it is looking perfect now. Now we need to design the right sidebar. So here, as you can see, this is what we have designed as for now. So we can cut this thing and we can make a new file which is main component, RAFCE, paste here. So these all are server components, because if you want to use client's components, you have to put use client here like this, because we are using Next.js 13 version. So if you are defining use client, then it is a client component. If you are not saying anything, then it is by default server component. So we will import everything. We will save this main component. We will import this here. Cool. Now we have to design our right section. So this is also a fixed width. So fixed. Now we need to give it something. It is also flex column, and space of y of, let's give it 4. Inside we have 3 sections. You can see this is our search bar, this is trending section, and this is who to follow section. So this has 3 divisions. First one is search bar. So we can say input text. So the type of this input is text, and the placeholder is search Twitter. Let's give some class names. It doesn't have any border, but it has this search icon. So to give this search icon, what we need to do is we need to wrap this whole thing inside another division, and we will give it relative class. W is full, height is full, and we also give it W of full, height of full, and we will give it rounded XL. And the other thing we need to give it is padding of, let's give it 4. And now we will define search icon here. We will find a search icon. So we can find a search icon. This PS search icon looks good to me. Yeah, it is looking good. So I will import this and I will make it absolute. And we need to also center this alongside the y-axis. So we will create another division. Inside we have this search icon, and it is taking, let's give it W5, H5. Text is gray of 400. Let's give it 500. Okay, so this is a relative and this is a absolute division. Absolute division. This is absolute with respect to this division, so that we can move it around anywhere. And we will now give it top 0, and we will make it height of full. We will make it flex. We can center it. That's how we are centering this thing to here. So as you can see, this is the icon. Let's go here. So I will make you understand what I'm doing here. So this is our relative parent container. So this is our relative parent container, and we are saying that we have a division which is absolute. So this is absolute division, and we are saying the position of this absolute division is top 0 and right 0. This means this absolute division, which means this is the absolute division. We have absolute division, and this absolute division has the position of top 0 and right 0, means top left, which means the position of this division is top left, and that's how it will take this whole height. And after it is taking the whole height, we are saying that everything inside it we want to center. So we will define an icon and we want to center it. That's why we are giving it flex and item center, and we will also give justify center to make it center, and that's how it will work. Cool. Now we have done this. We can also give it some padding, but as for now, let's proceed with it and let's see what is happening. We will also give outline is null, BG is also transparent, and border is also none. Save this and let's see how it is looking. So you can see this is our search. So this is right 0. We instead want left 0. So now you can see it is centered, but we also need to give some extra padding to x-axis. So we can say the PY is 4, good, but we want PX to be 6. Or let's go for 8. Now it's good. And what we can do, instead of division, we can make it label, and we can give it HTML4 search box, and we can give it ID of search box. So whenever someone clicks on this thing, it will focus on the input. So that's how we have designed this whole thing. So this is fixed, as you can see, and we will make it right 0 so that it will stick to the right. As you can see, we need to give similar kind of classes to this, because as you can see, we want it after this thing. For that, we will see what we are doing. We are giving it a fixed width. So that's what we have to do here. We can give it a fixed width to this section. Instead of right 0, we can give it fixed width. Okay, so and edge of screen. Now let's see. Let's copy all the things, because this is the similar thing we need. So the problem is we want this to be right. For that, I think we can give it margin of left auto. This has a width of 275 pixels. That's okay. But if we go for right 0, then it will stick to the far right, but we don't want that. For that, the other thing we can do is, this is relative, we can make it absolute. And now if we save this, you can see this is here. We can cut this thing, and if you see, this is relative, and if we make it border of let's say 4, and now you can see this is to the left here. But let's also make it something and remove this thing and give it border of 4. But we are missing something, and I want, let's give it this left sidebar also the absolute and left 0. Cool. And now give it this main component with full. Where is this maximum width? Let's give it with full. It will take the full width, instead of it will also take this width. Okay, so we need to make sure that it doesn't take more than this centered width. For that, we have to do some fixes here. Okay, so these are both absolute division. Okay, so there is one thing we can do. Yeah, there is one thing we can do. Remove everything related to the position. We can make it simple container, a relative container like this. W is 275 pixel left sidebar. This is already good. We can remove this part. Save this. Now we can also remove this whole thing. Now if you save this, you can see we have these 3 sections. First one is this division, second one is this division, and third one is this search bar. So now we need to make sure that this main component doesn't take more than 600 pixel. Max width can be 600 pixel. Now it's good. So it is taking more than width. So I think we have to decrease this. Instead of LG, yeah, I would go for LG, but it is not good. So LG is 1024 pixels. So I would go for 1100 pixel. Okay, max width 1100 pixel. Or how about 80 VW, which means 80 of the viewport. Let's go 70 of the viewport. It's good. Then what we need to do, we need to give according to the width, not with full, but we can give it like this is taking, let's assume this is 100%, then this is taking 30%, this is taking 30%, and the remaining is this 30, 30, 60, and this is 40. We can do that. So what we can do, we can say width is main component is 60%, and the left sidebar has the width of 30%, and the remaining section has the width of 30%. Yeah, it's good, but still it's not looking perfect. We have to decrease some of the left. High px of 6. We don't need the px6 here. Px of 4 would work, and let's go for 20%. Yeah, it's good. So this is 20%. This is also 20%. Now this should be 30. Yeah, it's good now. But the problem is with this. The problem we are facing, I am seeing that this is too much of padding here we are giving. So I don't think we should give it padding here. We don't want to give the padding here. Yeah, it's good. Now it is looking perfect. Okay, yeah, as you can see, it is looking good. This is good. This is good. But this is a bit of weird. So to fix this thing, we can fix this here. So what? Okay, so don't give margin 4. Yeah, it's fixed. Now you can see, because we are giving it margin, it was not looking good. So it is exactly like similar to Twitter as for now. I think the 30%, 25%, 25 and 25, and let's give it 50. Okay, 30 is a bit too much for this left side, but 20 is like perfect. How about 23? Yeah, it's good. 23% is good. 23% is good. And the main component should take the 50%. That's also good. And the remaining one is this with full. This is with full. Now it's good. Now it's perfect. Okay, so we have designed this whole thing. So now you can see this is not sticky. So to make this sticky, what we can do, instead of before we are giving the fixed, now we can give it sticky. So we can say this is sticky to the top. This is sticky, and we can say top 0, and the same thing we can do for the left sidebar. Not the main component is not sticky, the left sidebar is. So now you can see this is sticky for us. Okay, so this is also sticky. This is, we need to make sure that this is also sticky. Yeah, now the both sidebars are sticky. You can see this is also sticky, this is also sticky, and this is scrollable. So this is the similar behavior to our Twitter, as you can see here. Now we can remove the border which we have given to these divisions to debug our Tailwind CSS. Now it is good. Okay, so it is now looking absolutely dope. Now we need to give some gray to the border and for the icon. So where we were in the main component, close both the components, here we are. So we can give the background is not transparent, it is actually some grayish background, gray of 400. Okay, 400 is not good. It is grayish or neutral. I think it is neutral. Neutral 900 is, yeah, you can see this is much better, and 800 would work. Okay, so 900, and let's opacity is 990. Yeah, it is good. It is good. We will proceed with it. Now, as you can see, this is the search icon is looking a little bit weird. So to fix this, we can give it some padding. So this is our division, which is relative. So what we can do, we can give it some padding. Not here. This is absolute division. We can give it some padding, P4. It looks good now. But we also need to make sure that we fix the PX. So instead of PX, we can give it P left of 10. And the P right is 4 by default. Let's make it 14. And also, instead of top 0, I would say, yeah, it's good, but I will give some margin to top, P4. Yeah. And now you can make it 4. So it will be sticky. Yeah, you can see this is now good. Looking good. Okay, so now it works. 4 is a bit too much, so I would go for 2. Yeah, it works. So now, as you can see, we have designed our search. When we click on this input button, now it is focused and it is showing us a blue border. So we will also make this effect. So to do that, when it is active, or I think it is when it is focused, make the border, we need a border, and the border is primary. Focus border is, yeah. Now if we click this, the border doesn't look. Okay, so refresh this first. No, the border is not looking. So border is primary, and the border is, let's give it border. Okay, so we are giving border none. That's why it is not working. Yeah, now it will work. So when we click this, this is blue border. And when we focus this, border should be 2. Now you can see it looks good. Not 1. By default, the border will work. Okay, it looks better. Now we have our, also we can group this whole thing. What I am saying is we can group this whole thing, this whole division, we can group it by using this group class. And now we can change this color also, this search icon color also. So we can say group hover. When this is group hover, or not hover, when this is group focus, we can say the text of this icon is primary, and now it should work. Okay, it is not working because, yeah, so to make this work, we have to use some JavaScript. So we can skip this part, or we can use some peer classes. I think we can use some peer classes. There is something, I think, peer first, peer focus, and then text of primary. It may work. Okay, something is peer class Tailwind before and after. There is some class which I think we can make it work. You can see group hover thing works, but we want when the item which is nearby is focused to do something. Okay, so here it is. So we will define a peer class here. We will say this is our peer, and when it is focused, it is visible. You can say when it is invalid, visible this. Cool. So now I think it will work. Save this. Okay, so it is not looking how this works. So let's see here again. This is input which has peer class, and now we are using peer invalid visible. Won't work. Only previous sibling can mark as peer. Okay, so we have to make it like this. Only previous siblings, which means it won't work. It will work like now. This is our input and this is our, and you can see, okay, so this is our input and this is a p tag, which is when it is invalid, make it visible. Here it is saying that we have a span and this is our input. So if this is before this will not work. Now we have after this. Only previous siblings can be marked as peer. Okay, cool. Now it is not still working. Okay, so what's the problem? Let's try this for a simple other state. So we can say this is a p tag, class name, peer, focus, then make it visible, otherwise it is invisible. Hello world. Okay, you can see when we click this, it is visible, otherwise it is not. And we want the same behavior for our text part, which is this. But it is not working. Why is that? Let's see. Yeah, it is working now. Because the problem was we are giving it text gray and we are saying that text is primary. So it will not work because Tailwind CSS will mark this class as a priority. So this will be not our priority. That's why it was not working. Now if you remove this from here, now these classes will be applied to this thing. Save this and now you can see our thing is working without any JavaScript. This is directly using Tailwind CSS and it is so cool. Okay, so this was the part I didn't know before and I just learned this thing now with you. Okay, so this is so cool. Now we will design this what's happening part. Okay, so here is our trending section part. So it is also flex column. That's all. Say we have S3 and copy this thing over here, what's happening. And now here we can define all the things. Here we can define a division. Inside division we have array.from, another fake array we will create. Let's say we have 5 trending things for now and we will map through them item and we will say division key is, and here as you can see this item, it is by default undefined because it's a fake array. So we can get the index for now and we can say trending item first like this. Now we have to design. So this is a neutral color again. So here we will say border, not border, rounded is XL, BG is neutral, 900, and this is a bold text. Font is bold, text is 2XL, MY is 4. Now it's looking good. How about if we make it 800? No. How about 950? No. How about 50? I think 900 is good for now. We can give it some padding as well. Yeah. Also we can give it margin, MY of 4. Cool. And now we can design this section. Okay. So this is a hashtag and below we have number of divs. So we have 2 divisions, div into 2, hit enter, and here we can say trending item this. Instead of this we can say hashtag trending I+1, and here are the number of tweets this hashtag contains. So how is this visible? Okay, 35.8k. So let's go with this 35.8k. This has the color of grayish and this is bold. Class name, font bold, text large. This has text is small, text of gray. Save this and let's see how it is looking. Okay, so it is too much gray. It is also not gray, I think it is neutral, and we will make it 400. Yeah, it's good. 400 will do the work, and if we hover over everything there is some background, so we can also do that. Class name, hover, BG white of 10. Save this, and now if you hover over this is good, but the padding we don't want to give to the whole container. We only want to give it to this, and we can give the padding to it. Now you can see we are good to go. But here rounded XL, we also need to give this thing rounded XL to the last element. When this is last, rounded XL, rounded bottom, we can say rounded bottom, and we can say XL. Now when it is last item, it is rounded. You can see it's look good. It's good. And what's happening is 2XL is bit much. MY can be 2, P4 can be 2, PX can be 4. It is good. Okay, so now you can see this is our trending section and it's good. Okay, we only need this thing. Now it is good. We can give it some transition so that it looks smooth. Transition, and other thing we need to give it is duration. Now it is smooth a bit. Okay, so now we have designed this what's happening section. Now let's design this who to follow section. Make another division here, another fake array, 4.map, key is I, and this is who to follow. Same thing, so we can copy the S3 here. Okay, so we can copy the whole thing here. Basically we can copy the whole thing, not from here. Yeah, the full, because this is exactly, and with some modifications. This is not here. We were doing some wrong. Instead of what's happening, we can say who to. Let's copy this. Who to follow. Save this. And let's see. Now you can see the part is, we only need to make this part sticky, not the whole sidebar. So we can come here and we can say this only division is sticky. Otherwise, these both are scrollable. Now you can see this is sticky and the gone. They are gone. Or I think there is another hack. Let's make this sticky. Top 0. It is not working because the parent container is flex and it doesn't work like that. So I think if we keep it fixed, it will not work. It will take the whole width. That's why let's give it 25%. Now we can adjust the right. 40. Yeah, now it is good. But we are facing the same problem, which means we are not able to scroll this thing. So for that, we were doing perfectly before. So what I mean, W full, sticky, and top 2 is good. What we need to do is overflow scroll. We just need to give it overflow scroll, so it is also scrollable. It is fixed, but it is also scrollable. Now you can see we can also scroll this part and we can also scroll this part. Cool. Now we have to just define this. It is a avatar, this is a name, this is a username, and this is a follow and follow button. So we will do that thing. This is the same thing we need. We will give it flex, make item center, and here we have 3 divisions. First division is avatar, class name, W10, S10, BG, let's give it neutral, rounded is full, and that's all we need here. And this is a class name, flex column, and we have space Y of 2. This has 2 divisions. First one is name, which is other user, and this is the username of the user. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And now this is a follow and follow button. So we will design this button also. So this is basically a button. So we can wrap this button inside a button component or a button element. Class name rounded is full, px 6, py is 2, bg of white, text is neutral 950. Save this thing and let's see how it looks. Yeah, it is much similar to the Twitter one. Now we need to do some fixes here. We don't need this space. Okay, number one thing we have fixed. Now we need some space of x here. Now it's good, or let's give it 4. Now it's good, and we have to make it bolded and white. This thing, last name, font, bold, text white. We need to give text gray and text is small. It's better. Yeah, so I think it is good, but we need the follow this button to at the end. So what we can do, margin of left auto. This is a hack. Sometimes this works, and let's give it with full. No, it only works when margin of right. How about this? No, we can make it flex none. It's good, I think. Okay, so instead of doing this, what we can do, we can make them justify evenly or around. What do you think? Okay, so this is the P4 which is causing the problem. Now we can say justify around. No, this is good, I think, but we want to make this follow button to the left. So for that we can use that hack again. What is that hack? Wrap these divisions to another division. And where were we? This both. Save this first, so you can see these both divisions are into this division, and now we can say justify between, and it will work. Save this, and now we need to give it flex item center space x2. Okay, justify between, flex item center. Everything is looking good. Okay, the problem was you can remove this division. Yeah, now it is at the end. Now you can see this is also looking perfect. So now we have created the left sidebar, we have created the main section. This is our Twitter, and we have also created the trending section, the who to follow section, all these sticky fixed positions, all these things are working. So as you can see here, I am in the folder and the app is running. This is the database diagram I have designed. So first let's see how our app is looking. So you can see this is our Twitter clone, and it is looking absolutely dope. It is exactly similar to Twitter, and it is awesome. Now this is our Twitter database diagram. I'm using this dbdiagram website, and you can use it too. So as you can see, we are defining table. User has all the things related like username, email, all the things. So user can have multiple tweets. This means user to tweet is a relationship of one to many relationship, but a tweet can be only authored by one user. That's why author ID is string, which is this, And this is how we define reference, or we can say the relationship in this dbdiagram website. So don't worry about this thing. I will share this thing with you. You can just see that a user can have multiple tweets. As you can see, this is multiple, this is one. So one to many between user to tweet. A tweet can have multiple hashtags. A tweet can have multiple hashtags, and a hashtag can also have multiple tweets. So this is many to many relationship between tweet and hashtag. Now a tweet can be liked by multiple authors. So we can say a tweet can have multiple likes, and it also connected to user. A like has user ID and tweet ID. So this is how we are saying that a tweet can have multiple likes, and a tweet can also have multiple bookmarks, and a user can also have multiple bookmarks. So this is how it is working. So this is our bookmark table, and bookmark table also have ID, user ID, Twitter, tweet ID created. If you are having hard time understanding this, don't worry. When we start coding this part, you will understand it better, and that's how it works. And now this is our reply. A reply is just a like of tweet. So when a user reply to a tweet, we will save some text with the tweet ID. Because why we are saving the tweet ID in the reply row? Because we want to know where this reply is related. This reply is related to which tweet. That's why we need a tweet ID. So we can fetch all replies of a tweet by saying that give me database, give me all the replies of this tweet ID. Then we will have all the replies of a tweet. But if a user is replying to a reply, that's why we are saving a reply ID also. So here when we will define this, it can be null. So you can visit the db diagram. You can see db diagram syntax, and you can find out how I have written this whole thing. Reply ID and tweet ID both are optional. So here this is a dbml language basically. So this is the whole syntax of dbml language. You can see how we are defining many to one relationship between these, and how we are doing all this stuff. You can also share the node or save the node like this. If you write this, and if you look at the reply, you will find that store user. This is the node. We just need to understand what we are storing in the database. So first thing first, this is a text we are storing, the username, when this tweet is created, who is posted this tweet, and the likes and bookmarks and all the things. And here you can see not null. If this is the username is like this, if the username is we want to be not null, then we can justify it like that, not null and unique. So we can copy this thing, and we can say in the users table here, we can say it is not null and unique. We can also define the default like 10 now and all the things. You can read this, which is on the dbdiagram.io/docs/dbml, and you can click this link to see all the syntax to write this database design. Okay, so now we have understood what is our data. Now we will use ChatGPT to build a query for us, because I don't want to manually create all the data inside our database. So what I am saying is, if we go to Supabase, if I sign in, now I can see this is ultimate Twitter clone, and here I have, this is a SQL editor, and here this is how you define tables. We can also go to this database and we can insert table like this, but we have to do this all this stuff manually, and we want our productivity to be highest. So for that we have to leverage the ChatGPT. You can see all the things are given here. This is for storage, this is for edge functions. Supabase is awesome, I think, and we will use this now. So let's visit ChatGPT and build the query. So I will now open my another Chrome. So now I will open my another Chrome tab here. So this is ChatGPT, and I will tell it that give me the query, and I have already designed the DB, so you can follow me just. So I'm using GPT 3.5, the default. So here is my database. I will copy this, and I will tell it give me post to create all tables and the dbml for those, and use this dbml for the context like this, and we will give it. And now it will you can see this has given us all the tables like this. This is how much easier to use ChatGPT for us to write SQL. Now you can see ID, UUID, username, email. This is good, and I think it is nice. All the primary keys foreign, yeah, it's good. Also, I have renamed the like table with quotes like. Okay, so what we can do, we can use likes instead of this. And if you visit this, the database SQL editor create table, you can see this is how it works. ID begin generated by default as identity primary key, set date timestamp with time zone default UTC. not null. We will copy something from it and we will modify according to our. So let's copy all this and we will modify according to our need. So user, for the user, I think in the here I think we have something. User management starter profiles. Yeah, this is what I want. So this will reference to authored users table and it will delete a user from our database when this is deleted from Supabase auth table. This is for the row level policies. This is handle new user. When a new user sign up for a new account on our website, then this function will be automatically triggered and this will save a username into our table. This is setting up all the, yeah. So we just need this thing, this one, and this one. These three things we need for now. Let's copy in the SQL editor here. So instead of this user, I will say user ID, UUID, primary key. Yeah. So we need username, text unique. We can use text inside Postgres. Varchar 255 is required for SQL. So here, yeah, the ID, we need ID, updated username, full name. Okay, full name is stored in authored users table also, I think. If we use Google sign in, then it is not required. Also, this is not required. Constraint username length. This is good. We just need one thing here, username. And it should be unique, and that's all we need for our profiles, we can say, or users. Now this is a function which will create a trigger and it will automatically insert a username. No, we don't need avatar. So it will values new.id, new.ray, row user metadata is username. So it will insert id and username into our table like this. Insert into this table, values are this, and return new. It will be automatically triggered and we will pass the metadata from our front end when the user signs up for a new account. Cool. This is profile. Now, yeah, the UUID, cool. Updated it timestamp with time zone. And we can utilize this here. Yeah. So it will be default to now. Now we can remove this because we have utilized this whole thing. These are row level security policies. We will see all the securities at the last. First we will design or we will build our whole application or whole web application. Then we will see if anything wrong with the security part and we will improve our security for our web application. Okay. So trigger on auth user created, it will be triggered, each row execute processor public dot, yeah. Now we have a tweet UUID, it is a primary key, so for that, yeah, it is also primary key reference. So I think it's good. Tweet is ID varchar. Instead of varchar, I think we can directly use string or not string, text. Author ID is text, created a timestamp. Now we need to do one thing over here. This thing default, not null. This whole thing, copy this. For the timestamp part, we will do this. Yeah, this is hashtag. Okay. Tweet ID, UUID. Okay. This is also good. You can use capitalize or small case. Both will work. That's not a problem. Here, primary key is good. Foreign key. Yeah. So this is for reference. Tweet hashtag. So this is another table, which means a tweet can have multiple hashtag and a hashtag can have multiple tweets. So it will store tweet ID and hashtag ID, and the primary key is both tweet ID and hashtag ID, and it will reference to the table in tweet and hashtag, the ID field. The reference is ID field, yeah. And the reply is also like that, user ID. This is good. Create table like. So now we can do one thing. Instead of saying like, we can do likes. We can say replies instead of tweets. Instead of tweet, we can say tweets. This is better. Not here. We can, where is tweet? Tweet hashtag is good. Tweets, hashtags. This is better programming practice to name your table like that. Tweets instead of tweet. This is hashtags table. This is tweet hashtags. Yeah, this is fine. Now replies. This is good. Here is tweets. So be careful while doing all these things. Tweet ID, user ID, reply ID. This is fine. Now we have likes. So likes is good. We don't need to use the double quotes, but it will be fine if you used or not used here. User ID, good. No. So instead of users, we are saying profiles. So here you can see. So instead of user, everywhere instead of user, we will say profiles ID. Profiles. Here also profiles instead of tweets. So we will have to, instead of bookmark, we will say bookmarks. The bookmark should be unique. That's why we are saying that constraint bookmark is unique user ID and tweet ID. It is good. Like should be also unique. A user, why this is unique? Because a user can like a post one time and a user can bookmark a post one time. That's why we will save only one record in our database, that a user is liked or bookmarked a post. We will not allow a user to like or bookmark multiple times, or in the other words, to save multiple rows inside our DB for one thing. So user ID, this is good. Okay, so let's check again one time. So we have profiles, this is looking good. We have this trigger function which will save a username into our database every time a new user is created. This is our tweets table. This is our hashtags tables. This is a table which will define a relationship between tweets and hashtags table. So this is tweets and this is hashtags, like this. Cool. Now we have replies, profiles, tweets, replies. Cool. Now we have likes. This is also instead of tweets we have tweets. Okay, so this is good. That's all the table we need. And now we can run this query, and overall functions or tables will be created. So click on run and it will be failed to run. Okay, so let's see what is the problem here. So it is saying that foreign key constraint replies user ID foreign key cannot be implemented. So in the replies, so where it is here, so ID is primary key, text is text. Okay, so here we will say that it can be null. Okay, so for that it is null or not null. So if it can't be null, then we have to define, or we have to say not null, otherwise we can just skip null part. Yeah, so now here we can say not null, like this. This is also not null. A tweet must contain text. Here also this should be not null. Okay, tweet hashtag, tweet ID hashtag, this is good. Not null, not null, good. Here also we will say not null. Here user ID can't be null, but tweet ID or reply ID both can be null. So we will ask here ChatGPT that. Okay, so let's first run again it, and then we will see what is happening. So this is, this is also not null. This is also not null. Here is timestamps. We will use this whole thing here again. Yeah, let's run it again and we will see what is happening. So we will ask this error to ChatGPT so that it will fix this for us. Now it is updated over. So I will give it my new, this whole query. I am saying that find any problem with this. Okay, so it will say your modified query looks mostly correct, but there is a couple of issues that I spotted. In the replies table, the foreign key constraint tweet ID reference to tweets table instead of tweets table's ID column. Oh, that's the problem. So you can see how we can utilize this to increase our productivity. Okay, so what's the problem? In the bookmark table, okay, you should change this to foreign key tweet ID. So it is a foreign key. Okay, so we are saying it is a foreign key. Let's copy this thing. If we can see the difference between the thing ChatGPT given us. Okay, so this is UUID. Cool. User ID, tweet ID. Now let's remove this and we will run it again. Replies user ID foreign key cannot be implemented. So I think it is mostly because of this line, because replies UUID. Okay, user ID not null. Okay, now how about it? Likes. Okay, now it is working. So what we have did is likes user ID foreign key. So this is likes. These both are UUID. We are saying that these are text. That's why it is showing us the problem. Author ID, cool. A tweet, a profile, or we can say a tweet can have multiple users. A tweet, no, a tweet can't have multiple users. A user can have, or we can say a profile can have multiple tweets. Fix the DB according to this and also fix any error. Now it will create a foreign key like that. Author ID and profile ID. That's we need. Previously we don't have any foreign key or relation between tweet and user. Now we have a foreign key, author ID and profile ID. Yeah, but we don't need author and profile, two things. It can be just only one. So profile ID, remove this author thing here. Now it's good. Now we will run this and we will see if it is working or not. Let's try invalid SQL. Okay, so we have did some mistake here. What can be the mistake? Okay, success. Now it is successfully run and we will see if it works as we want. So first of all, we will go to home. In the tables, now we have 7 tables. Bookmarks, let's see that. Bookmark have ID, user ID, tweet ID created it. That's what we want. First of all, we will see profiles. Profile says ID, updated username, full name. Okay, good. Replies, this is good. Reply ID, tweet ID, user ID, everything looking good. And now we should also have a trigger. If you click on a trigger, these are our tables, and if you click on a trigger here, you can see when the user is created, we have a handle new user trigger, which will insert a username to our profiles tables. This one, we can do all these things, webhooks, functions, and we will utilize this according to our need. You just saw how we have used ChatGPT to create SQL query for us and to fix the error and all these things. Okay, and if you want this code, let me just create a note here. This one, I will copy this whole thing and I will create a GitHub gist. So this is dbdesign.sql for ultimate Twitter clone. Just like it, I will create a public gist and that's all. And I will share it with you. I will put this into my readme file database. I will save this. For now, I haven't committed or pushed to GitHub. Let me push that. So okay, so you can follow along and you can find all the code. Let me also create a GitHub repository. Now the code is live on my profile. You can visit Sony Pranjal on GitHub and you will find the repository here. It is public repository and you can find it. You can follow along, and here is the code which we have used for our Supabase. So now we have also accomplished our database part. Now what we will do, I will put this whole section into another component, which is the right section. So in the components, new file, right section, RAFCE, I will paste the whole thing here and save this, and I will import this here. Good to go. Now if you visit localhost 3000, you can see this is our application and it is running on port 3000, and this is all the code. You can find all the code in the description. There is a link to GitHub, and we are going to use this library called ui.shadcn.com. It is a great library. It has a lot of components and we can use these components instead of building that on our own to increase our productivity and to not reinvent the wheel again and again. So as you can see, currently we only have the Tailwind CSS installed. So to install this UI library, we just have to follow all the things. So if you want to create a directly repository, or you can say a fully fledged Next.js product with this UI library, you can directly use this command. But we have already installed all the things, so we have to manually install this library. So first of all, we will install this npm packages. So we are using pnpm. So I will open a new terminal and I will install all of these things. So this is for icons. Tailwind merge is used for merging the Tailwind classes, and I will explain you what it is later. CLSX is also for merging classes, and it's kind of like if you want to use logical classes, or if you want to like assume if you are doing something and if something went wrong or the error occurs and you want to render a button color to red based upon a logic, then you have to use some JavaScript for your Tailwind classes. So instead of using JavaScript, so instead of doing curly braces and these brackets and all these things, you can directly use CLSX and you can define logical class names for your Tailwind CSS. Here we have class variance authority. It is for defining variants for your components. Like if you have a button which is primary button, danger button, or info button, etc. And Tailwind Animate is just a plugin. Now we will see how to proceed. We have already defined this path. So now if you open tsconfig.json, you can see we have defined our paths here. So we can, instead of relatively importing, we can directly import using this. So our imports will not look ugly. So now we will config our Tailwind CSS here. Yeah. So we will copy everything inside the Tailwind config. So where it is here, we will use this. So Ctrl+A, Ctrl+V. So you can see container center. These all the things are defined for us already, and these all the colors. You can see the radius, the border radius, and the primary color, secondary color, all the things. Cool. And now here you can define all the colors. So if you want to change any color or theming in the future, you can do that. So inside the styles/global CSS, Ctrl+A, Ctrl+V, and these all the colors are being used here. You can see variable, primary foreground, and these all the colors. So we are good to go for now. But as you can see, we have defined a color which is primary color, which is our blue color. So we will use that color here. What I am saying is, if you Ctrl+Z here a few times, this is the color. This is the Twitter color we have used. So copy this color, Ctrl+Shift+Z. Now if we save this, we need this color everywhere. So for the Here you can see how to customize theme according to you. So here is our theming section and we will see how to use this. So given the following, this is primary and this is primary foreground. Okay, so here background is good, card primary. So primary color is this. This is the color we are going to use, primary color. And primary foreground is black. So we will just use #000 and it will work. Okay, and we will see if it won't work, we can change it anytime later. So now we have defined all the things. Now we have to do one thing more. We have to define this helper. This will combine the CLSX and the Tailwind merge both these into one, and we will use this. So copy this into a source directory, create a new folder called library. Inside the library, create a folder called what? We can say it utils.ts. And save this. Now it is good to go. So in this library we are using the Lucid icon library, so you can use any you want, but we will use both. And basically we have created our layout, so probably we don't need anything for now. So now in the components we have to create a new folder called UI. In the UI we can now copy and paste a lot of components from here. So first of all we need a dialog, or we can say a model, so that we can utilize our authentication for that. So if you have previously used Twitter, so if you are not logged in, then it won't allow us to view anything and it asks us to first authenticate ourselves. So that's how we are going to make this application flow. First the user have to authenticate themselves, then they can proceed. And now as we can see, everything is good. But for now, let's Control plus close the terminal and restart everything. So it will work. npm run dev. Now visit your application, refresh this. You can see the Tailwind, all the classes are gone. Why is that? Let's see. Maybe because if we delete the next folder here, and that's the problem. Restart the server, refresh the page. Sometime this hack works, but okay, so this is not working. So something is not defined correctly. Okay, so this is the problem. We have a source directory. So instead of directly saying, you can say source/ go into the app directory and find all the TS and TSX files, find all the Tailwind class names and use those for classes. So instead of this, we can directly say, go into the source directory and find all the folders and do all the things. Save this thing. Now it should work. Yeah. Now you can see this is working, but something is weird. Why is that? Because we have configured our Tailwind CSS and the font is also looking a bit weird. So first of all, we will improve our color and our font. Yeah, so this font is looking ugly. So these are the colors, this border radius, font families, font sans. Okay, so I don't want it. I want, okay, so default should be sans and it is good. Now it is, the font is looking good. The first thing we have fixed, the text color should be, so if we go into here, we can say text should be white always. Now it is good. Text is white and this tweet button is not looking good. So we have to make it look good. So in the left sidebar, where is our button? Here is our button. Okay, so we are not giving, okay, so the primary color is not defined. That's the problem. So here, instead of doing this, here colors, ring, foreground, primary. Yeah, it should work. So let's see the problem. BG, primary, foreground. Yeah, so the BG primary color is not working, which is this color, which is this variable, the primary variable. So we will find this variable where it is and we will fix this thing. This variable doesn't need this RGB. This variable needs HSL format. So we can search RGB to HSL. So we will 29 155 240, 29 155 240. Yeah, that's good. This is the hex and this is the HSL. So I want a easy converter. Where it is? Color converter. Yeah, this is good. So I will copy this thing and now I will copy the HSL format. I don't know, but this is a less. I don't like this thing. This background also is not. So we have to change this from. Yeah, now it should work. You can see this is working. So the problem was we were using HSL format here to convert these variables into a HSL format. Then we are using this. That's why we have to define this. I don't like this approach. I would go for directly the color approach, the hex color, that always works. But for now we can skip the part because we have done all the things. Our background is working. Okay, and the thing is, if we go here, the BG is black. Cool. But why it is not showing any color here? Yeah, it is showing. It is showing now. So if we remove this text white, let's see. So the text is not by default white. So for that we have to again modify something here. Into the colors, input color, all these things we have to modify. Border, input, ring. Okay, so what we can do, we can ask ChatGPT to give us all the colors for Twitter, because the ChatGPT already knows the GitHub colors. So I think it should work, because it is too much hard work to define every color, and I don't want you to get into that for now. So we can ask ChatGPT to use Twitter colors and modify this file, this code accordingly. So now it is given us the Twitter code to use Twitter colors. Yeah, it's good. I have replaced HSL values with respective codes for Twitter. Note that use HSL, don't include HSL. Nice. So as you can see, and it should work, I think. And let's see. So now this is the color for Twitter, and yeah, so now everything is changed. You can see, but the text color is blue by default, and we don't want the text color to be blue. For that, we can ask it to again modify this thing. Change the text color to white, and the only color which needs to be Twitter blue is button background and borders or accent colors. Okay, the only color which needs to be Twitter blue is accent color. Okay, so we have changed this thing. Body, apply, BG background, text foreground. Text is foreground. Let's copy this file again. So it haven't given us the HSL values. Change it to HSL values without HSL keyword. So this means it forgot. Now I think it will work. Yeah. Now let's see. Okay, so it haven't changed, but here we can do apply BG background and text should be white. Now it is good. So now you can see the border is good. If we type, the color is good. Yeah. So you can also use the ChatGPT like that. Otherwise, if I had to do this all alone, like finding the colors and doing this would take me like an hour or so. So to save my time here, I would go for this approach. As you can see, now everything is good to go. We just have to do something here. So now first thing first, we need a dialog, or we can say the model. So for that, we just have to do, first of all, we need to add a button, or we can just add a dialog, and I think it should add all the things related to dialog. So now we can copy and paste this command here and hit enter, and it should add a dialog button. Where would you like to install the components? So in the /src/components/UI. So we will copy this thing. Maybe in the future, if you want to install any other component, then we will just paste this. So now it will install the component in the dialog. Here you can see this component is here. So basically it has copied and pasted all the things. Okay, now we need to also install the button, because the button thing we need always. So here is the OR button. Copy this. Now we have also button. You can see all the variants of the button. That's why we have installed this class variants authority for our buttons. Now this is good to go. Now we need authentication for our application. Okay, so for that we have to define something. So first of all, we'll find the documentation related to Supabase authentication, Next.js 13. So this is our authentication. First we have to install these libraries. So we'll open a new terminal. This terminal is only for the UI part. This is server. This is for installing all the other dependencies. So we can say pnpm install Supabase auth helpers Next.js. We also have to install this React auth helper, so we can use all the hooks that are provided. Next.js 13 is stable. However, the new app directory and server components are in beta. Check out our experimental guide. Yeah, so we are using this app directory. That's why we need to follow this documentation, and you can find this link here. I will paste this link in my readme authentication setup. So you can follow along the video if you want, and you can also follow this article to integrate authentication for your application. So first of all, we will copy this environment variable. We will create an environment file .env here. .env, not for now. First we will check if we are using .env here. No. So we have to ignore .env file here first. .env. Now we can define a .env.local just like it, so that it doesn't get tracked by our GitHub. These are not secret. Next public means these keys can be public. What can't be public are Supabase secret keys. So we will see what are they in the future. So yeah, now it is good. So your Supabase URL and your Supabase NN key We will find this key by going to Supabase project. So supabase.com, sign in the ultimate clone, and in the project settings, in the API, where is the, let's see, API. Yeah, here is our project URL. Copy this, next public, this is our project URL, and this is our NN public key. See, this is secret key, and this key has ability to bypass row level security. Never share it publicly. So don't share this key publicly anytime. You can use this NN key always. So now let's paste this thing here. So now we have my NN key. Now we have my Supabase URL. That's good to go. Okay. So for the authentication, allow new users to sign up. You can enable this. We can enable also custom SMTP settings. That means we can use our own email provider credentials. Now here we will define a configure middleware. So we are using TypeScript. You can toggle this thing here. So we have to use a middleware that will be called every time we request a page, and this page will contain the cookies and all the things that will be handled by this thing, and it will provide us the Supabase session. That's how we know who is accessing our application, or we can say we can know the user details when the page is rendered. So copy this thing. TypeScript types can be generated with Supabase CLI. So we will also generate all the types. So for that, we have to use these things. Supabase start. First of all, we will do Supabase init. Now you can see the Supabase inside our application. This is seed.sql if you want to seed any data. For seeding your data, you can also use ChatGPT to write some queries for you. You can use ChatGPT. Always use ChatGPT, I would say, to increase your productivity. So now we will say Supabase start. I think it will start the local instance, which we don't need for now. We will just use this thing. If it works or not, let's see. It will generate our types in the library and database type.ts. Okay, you can use CLI to generate types, but the point is I'm not using. So first of all, we have to install the Supabase here. We still haven't installed the Supabase. If we go to package.json, we have installed the auth helpers, but we haven't installed the Supabase JS library. So npm install Supabase JS. This is how we create a client, and now we can fetch the data. So where should we generate the types? So I think we can generate the types in supabase/database.types/ts. So it is asking us to install or to run the Docker, and then we have to run the Supabase local instance to generate the keys. But what I want here, I want the remote database to generate the tables for us. So okay, so what you can do here, if you don't have Docker, first install the Docker for your machine. So if you visit this, you can download for your machine, install this, and make sure the Docker is running fine. And now I will open the Docker so that we can run Supabase inside our local machine. Now if you visit the Supabase dashboard, we are using the remote version, but for development we want a local version. That's why, because we need to generate the types, and it is asking us to generate the types. Now it is good. Or we can ask it to, I don't want you to get into the Docker and stuff. That's why I want the remote support. So Supabase generate types remote database. Okay, so first login, then we can use this command to generate the types. Cool. So let's log in npx Supabase login. So we have to generate the access token here. So I will generate a access token. So paste this thing and generate a token, local machine. So I have this token. I will not show you this token, and you should keep this hidden because this is a secret. Okay, now I can close this thing. Now we have generated our custom token. Now we can generate the types here. So instead of using the project ID, so we can now delete this Supabase. We don't need it. Okay, what I'm saying is, first I will write steps you need to follow before authentication. Generate the types for your tables. For the tables, for the database we have created in the last video. So for that, npx Supabase login, and then you have to do is this command, project ID, and insert your project ID here. I will insert mine. So I will go to my Supabase dashboard. This is my ID. I will copy this, and I will copy here in the public. Yeah, I will hit enter. Types Supabase to, let's create a file, or you can say a folder. Types. Now it should work. It is generating the types, and it has generated the types. You can see we have all the bookmarks, we have hashtags, we have likes. You can see row, insert, update, everything is here. These four things: likes, profiles, replies, hashtag, tweets. Okay, and these are the views, functions, enums, all the other things. but these are our tables, which are 7 tables. This is a profile. The row is full name, ID, updated username. Okay, so the username can't be null. Why it is saying this can be null? Okay, I'm not sure about that. Maybe we have did some mistake. This is also row. ID, reply ID can be null. Tweet ID can be null. Yes, these profiles. In the profiles, we have full name. So the problem is when we first run the query, it has created a row which has null, and then we have run another query, then it doesn't override it again. That's why the username can be null, but we don't want the username to be null, so we'll modify our database. So in the profiles, the username can't be null, so I will say allow nullable. So I will not allow this to be nullable and is unique. Yeah, save this thing. Now we have updated our username table. This is a must thing we have to do because we don't want any user to sign up without a username. And if we now again generate the types by using the same command, you will see that the username is now string and not null. In the profiles, here username is string. No, it can't be null. So this is the important thing we have to do. We have to remember. So here you have to use your project ID. Good. I will clear everything. Now we are good to go. So where we were creating this thing, middleware.ts in the root of your project and populate with the following. So this is a middleware which we are going to use. So let's see how it is being used. So this is a client component. In the client's component, we can always use the Supabase client and we can fetch the data like this. This is simple. But in the server components, we have to use like this, create server component Supabase client, which comes from here, and then we can fetch the data like this. And this all data will be fetched on the server. So you can follow this repo for the whole example. Okay, so this is a middleware.ts which we need to create in the root of our directory. So middleware.ts, go up, copy this thing, iterate database.types. What we can do instead of here, we can paste this thing here, or what we can inside the library supabase.types. Now it works. Remove this folder. These are our types. Cool. So it is a middleware which will handle, it is a database which is this. It will create our Supabase instance and it will provide us the authentication and it will provide us the session of the user. Close everything. Now in the app directory, create a Supabase provider which will provide the whole application and it will work like a context. So Supabase provider.tsx, copy everything, and this is a client. That's why we are using instead of supabase.types. Yeah, if we call it database.types, it will be fine. But yeah, if we can call it Supabase client database, we are defining the types. This is a context. Supabase provider, we will provide the whole application, or we can say we will wrap our application inside this provider, and it will run the use effect hook, which will check every time if we are authenticated or not, and export cons use Supabase. Supabase must be inside Supabase provider. And now we can use this use Supabase inside our application, so we don't have to define again and again, and it will be only one instance of Supabase inside our whole application. Save this thing. Now we have to wrap our whole application inside this Supabase provider here like this in the layout.tsx like this. So inside the body, we will say this is Supabase provider, import this from Supabase provider, save this thing, and it will work. Now any of our client components base hook, use Supabase hook to ensure they are using the same instance of Supabase client, or we can say they will not be creating more than one instance. Okay, so now inside our client components we can use this, inside our server components we can use this. That's okay, that's good. So first of all we will try this thing inside our server component. So in our page, this is a server component, we can see. Now we'll import this, create server components, import the database and the headers and cookies. Do not cache this page where we get our headers and cookies. Okay, let me see that. We have to import this from next header. Okay. Now if we try to log in, log this console.log supabase. All the things, auth.user get user. It will give us, let's await for it. Let's make this function async and we will log in the user here. We will see if the user is logged in or not. Save this thing, and now you can see the data is user.data.user. So instead of doing this, we can see the data and the error, and we can log both things. Now we have the user is null and error is missing subclaim, or which means we are not authorized. The status is 401. Now we will try to authenticate the user. So what should we use? Which method should we use? I will use the Google login because this is the easiest one to create. So I will go to Google Docs. So to create the Google authentication, you have to follow these steps. You have to get the oath, and now you have to do all the things here. We can use a password method, username password method, but I'm not going to this. Add login code to your client application, sign it with Google. So only email providers is enabled for now. Okay, so I think we can use the email. If you want any other provider, you can see their docs. Their docs are very user friendly, very easy to follow. We will use the magic link login for now. Simple login. The user will receive a login. They sign in with OTP, and that's all. This simple thing. We just have to provide the email and everything will work. So let's copy this thing, and that's all we need. We have to enable magic link authenticator to your application. So here in the email, I think this is already enabled. So what we will do, first we will create a model, or we can say a dialog. We can create it here. So we can see if the error dot status is equal to 401, which means the user is not authenticated, then don't allow user to see the whole thing. Or we can say here, if the error dot status is 401, what we need to do is we need to show the user the model. So if this 401 means the user is not authorized or the user is not authenticated. So now we will import the dialog here, which we have created in the components. So remember to import this from UI/dialog. So in the dialog, we have dialog content like this. And now here we can also use the input. Okay, so we can say, so to use input, we can also use this thing, input. This will provide us a beautiful input field. Now, if you go into the UI, you can see the input. So import the input from components. This is a client component, and you will see why is that. We have to define this as a client component inside another component. So first of all, let's save this thing and see how it looks. Where is our application? Localhost 3000. You can see this is not visible now. So we can say if the error dot status is 401, we have to open this. So is open, default open. We can say if the error dot status is 401, then open this thing. Refresh this. Now you can see we have this model and we can't see, but we have got a few errors. Doesn't match. Expected server HTML to contain matching div. The hydration error. Refresh this. It will not work. Okay, so what we need to do, we have to cut this whole thing. We have to create another component. Auth model, we can say. Not a folder, it is a file. Auth model.tsx. Here what we can do, RAFCE. This is a client component, and to use a client component, we can say use client. Why we can't use this as a server component is because at any point we have to type something. We have to send some data to our server. So we have to interact to our UI, and for interactivity, we need to use client side components. And if you are not sure why I am using a use client here, you can watch my Next.js app directory tutorial, which was a to-do list tutorial I have published a few days ago, in which you will learn to build a to-do list application. And inside that application, you will see why we are using here use client, and you will understand for sure. Okay, now you can follow along. Here I will copy this thing. Dialog is good. Close this. Here we will use a use state, and these hooks can be only used in client component. That's why is open, false. Import the state here, and we can say open is open, and on open change is set is open. So now we can control this model to open and not open. Import the input also. This is good. Now what we can do here is open. So we can directly fetch the detail here. Okay, so what we can do here, so this whole thing can be used inside our provider, where we have used Supabase provider, which is a client component here. Here we are providing the whole thing. Here we can find the details. Okay, so I think here we can do all the stuff instead of creating a new component. By the way, we can import the dialog from components, copy the state, import everything, dialog and dialog content here. Import the dialog from components, Save this thing. So now we have a dialog and we are rendering the children, and it is open by default if the user is not authenticated, and we can do it by doing it here. So we can say subscription dot, not like that, we can say supabase dot auth dot get session dot then result. If result dot error dot status is equal to 401, then what we need to do is we need to open the model. Otherwise everything is good to go. Otherwise we don't need to do anything. So just save this thing, and that's all. We don't need this auth model anymore. We have created all the logic we need for our authentication inside our Supabase provider. So now this is good to go. We can remove these components because they are not used here. Go here. Now you can see if we refresh this, okay, it is not working. Let's see the result here. First of all, log the result. Okay, where is our localhost? 3000. Now you can see we got two things. We got session and we got error. Okay, so if the session is null, which means we are not authenticated. So what we can do, if the res.data.session is not true, if this is not true, or which means the user is not authenticated, then open the model, otherwise don't. Now you can see the model is open and we should not be able to close this. Okay, now it is good to go. This is our dialog overlay, background 80, BG background. We can change all the things here if you want. You can see dialog trigger, dialog content, header, footer, title, description. Cool. So if we refresh this, you can see we are not logged in and we are seeing that we need to do something here. So here we can do all the magic. First of all, we will make this whole look like Twitter. So BG Blake, give some padding to it. Cool. Now this is a form and we need an input field for now. So input, we have already used that thing. The type is text. The placeholder is email, and here we can say div or s3. Please sign in to continue. Give some classes to it. Text lg my4. Save this and let's see how it looks. Now it's look good. my4 is a bit much. It's good. Now we need to make a button also. Button, import the button from UI, send login, and we can include a short here. A paragraph here. You will receive a login magic link here. We can give it some classes. Text sm, text is white, or we can make it gray somewhat, 200. That's good. Or we can also give it margin white too. Yeah. And what I need is bright auto. The color is not looking good to me. This is Twitter color, but this is not looking good to me. So I will say bg white and text is black. I want it to be end. So for that, what we can do here is I can wrap this whole thing inside a division and I can make it flex. I can give it w full and I can say justify to the end. So now the button will at the end. Text should be white. When hover, text should be white, and when hover, the border should also be white. Okay, so what you need to do is to make this application beautiful, you have to give some time here. You have to select all the colors without using ChatGPT, because we always want to make sure that our app looks good. Inside Tailwind CSS, Tailwind config, inside the styles.css, where it is, inside the globals.css. Here you should carefully define all the colors, and that's how it will work nicely. Otherwise you can see it is working odd and you will face the problem like this. So for that, I will use the default colors provided by here. Theming, for now I will use a default color. In the future I can go for different color, but for now I am going with default. Now you can see, refresh this page, it's good. Now I can remove this button already looks good. You can see this button already looks good, and the border, the hover properties, everything seems perfect. Instead of text gray, I would go for 900. Okay, so and for our home page, what we can do here, so for our home page we can give it text white here, so it will work good. Now our text is white. Instead of this tweet, wherever we use the primary -primary, like here bg primary, so here we can use the tweet color. So go here. So what we can do, we can insert a new color, Twitter color. We can say it Twitter, and we can use the Twitter color hex, Twitter color hex code, this code here. Now if you go to here, instead of bg primary, you can replace it with bg Twitter color, and it will work. It will work as default. Instead of compromising with the default UI classes, modify all the, yeah. So now it should work. So now if you visit our application, you can see our tweet, everything is looking good. If you refresh, yeah, this is good. And now we have to log in the user. So for that, first of all, when the user on submit, it receives an event. So we have to prevent the default to prevent the page to reload again. And now we have to submit the user email. So for that, we can use a state again. Use state snippet email. First of all, it is empty. Set email to whenever this state is changed. So on change, it receives event, and set email event.target.value. Okay, so why this login button is looking blue? Because we have changed the button color also. So if we go to here, instead of this, we have changed this thing also. So we have to use the primary here also. Now it is good. Save this. Let's go into here. If we hit the login button, it will work. This function will run and it will call the Supabase function, which is supabase.auth.login. Okay, so we have to find the documentation where it is. Login with magic link. Sign in with OTP. Sign in with OTP. So here we can provide the email and we can say email.trim, and we can also check if the email is correct or not. For that, we can choose the email field here. Type email and it will by default check it if the email is correct or not. Then we will trim and we will send this. And options are should create user data, and we also need a username, so that we will define another field which is text placeholder username, and we will use another state. Use state is username. It is by default empty. Set username, and we can say minimum length, or we can say the minimum should be 3 characters long. Now if we parse the username. In the future, we will also check if the username is exist or not. First check if the username exists or not. Okay, so we also need to show some toast to users. For that, we will install a new library called Sonar. It's a great library. You can visit the Sonar npm. You can see this library render a toast. This is a beautiful toast, and this is the same toast I am using for my website, Club of Coders. If you search Club of Coders, so I am using this for my website and I can recommend it. It's a great and awesome library to render the toast. So we have installed this. First of all, if we go to app in the layout, here we can define the toaster. In the Supabase provider, I think here we can define the toaster also from Sonar. Import this from Sonar. We only need one toaster, and now we can use toast dot like this. Toast dot success like this. Error like this. Username already exists. Please use another one. We have to check this. So for checking, we can say Supabase await Supabase dot from profiles dot, and make this function as a async function. Dot, we can fetch, we can select, we can do everything. Select dot. Now we can say select where the username is. Let's find the Supabase docs so we don't miss anything. So in the fetching data, we can select the data, and here are the filters we can use like this. Select dot. Now we can say is equal to, it accepts two things. Column is username, which is also a string, and the value is which we have used, username dot. Let's trim it if the user has typed any white space. We can find it. It provides us data and error if data exists. And let's console.log the data first of all. And we can say username already exists, please use another, and we can return it from. That's how we are checking if the username is already exist or not. And we are sending sign in with OTP. Now we are good to go. We can await this also. We can await this, and when everything is successful, we can close this model. Or let's don't do anything. And let's see for now what is happening. So go here in our application, refresh everything. So we are making sure that everything is good. Extra attributes from server, cjet shortcut listen. Okay, I will use my email, which is clubofcoders@gmail.com, clubofcoders.com@gmail.com, and I will type my username also, Club of Coders, and let's click on the login. We should also show some loading state. For that, we can use another state here. Use state. You can see how many states we have to use here. Button, or we can say, we can say is loading. Initially it is false. Set loading is true, and here set loading is false. And when it is loading, make the button is disabled. Simple, disabled. Save this thing. Now if we type clubofcoders.com@gmail.com, I will type my username also. You can see we have to give some space here. Let's click on the login. Username already exists, please use another. So in the data, you can see we have selected and we got nothing. So the array is empty. So if we can see the data dot length is equal to 0, or we can say is greater than 0, then show this. Otherwise, don't. Data and data dot length is greater than 0, then show this and return from there. Otherwise, login the user with email. Now here we can remove everything. Let's also give some space to this input. Class name my2. Now you can see it's good. clubofcoders.com@gmail.com, Club of Coders. Hit enter. Now you can see it is sending us an OTP. So now it first find that if the username is exist, and it found that username doesn't exist. Now it has sent the request with the data of username and this user. Now the user should be in our database. So if we go to our tables, and this authentication and this sign in with OTP also should create a trigger to create a username which we have passed as data. So we should see a username inside our profiles. Let's see. Yeah, so you can see we have a Club of Coders username inside our profile, and now we are signed in inside our application. Okay, so if you hit a button again, you will receive that username already exists, and it will find this full name and this user. Okay, that's how it works. And we are now signed in to our application, and you can see this is the current user. This is the user which we have faced. Now you can remove this. We can remove this. We have successfully created this sign functionality. Close this thing, close everything. We should be able to see the data here. Okay, so it will not sign us up because we have to verify us. So I should have received a magic link for signing in. You can see confirm your sign up. So if I click this link here, now I am signing. Yeah, so now I have signed up for the application, and you can see the data here. ID is this, role is this, my email is this, and everything is here. Okay, so now I'm signed in and I didn't see anything, so we can remove this. We can also remove this. Basically, we don't need anything because we are handling all the what we say the authentication logic inside our Supabase provider. Here we have created a dialog, we have created a form, and we are using this authentication here. So now we are signed in and we are good to go to build the functionalities, the tweet functionalities, the live functionalities, the bookmark functionalities.
So first of all, what we need to do is we need to enable row level security policies for all the tables. Currently, all the tables are public, which means anybody can access our data and modify it and can fetch it. So we don't want that. So we will go to the Supabase dashboard, home, and go to the database part, and in the tables, and here I think we have policies. So table editor, go here, hashtags, you can see all the tables, and the tables have row level. You are allowing anonymous access to your table. So we have to enable all row level securities. So to do that, go to authentication, and in the policies, clear the search box, and you will find all the tables here, and enable the policies for all the tables. So you can enable the policies. You can also enable all the policies by running a SQL query, but we are doing it manually because we don't have many tables and we can do this manually. It is easy. We have enabled the row level security policies, which means nobody can access our tables now. But if we try to access from our database URL or database connection string, the database connection string have privilege to access all the tables and all the data. So that's why we are going to use server components, and inside server components we will fetch the data so that we don't have to compromise our security, our row level security policies, and everything we are going to do is in the server side. Okay, so you will see what I'm saying. So first of all, this is our project, and I will start this project by running. So we are using here pnpm, and we will say pnpm run dev, and we will take a demo of first what we have built till now. So we have env.local and everything is looking good now. So this is our app directory because we are using the latest Next.js features. That's why. So let's go to localhost 3000 and we will see how it is looking. You can see this is not looking good because I have enabled the zoom. So let me, so 150%, it's good, looking good. So currently we are signed in or not, how get that? So if you click on the profile, the page doesn't exist. If you click onto it, nothing exists for now. The training part, the home to follow part. So what we have to do now, we have to check if we are authenticated or not. We will make this responsive in the later videos. So if you go to Supabase provider, so here we are providing everything. Okay. And if we try to tweet something, hello world, we try to tweet, it doesn't work. So we are getting the profiles and we are saying that it doesn't exist. Yeah. So this is our provider. This is dialog. Set is open. Yeah. So we are logged in basically. So to check if we are logged in or not, console.log. We will log the current Supabase user. So here we will console.log. supabase.auth.user.getUser, and that's all. Let's log this thing. Okay, so it is, let's see, we want the current user who is logged in. So there are a lot of things, get user, get session. Let's see the get session thing. Okay, this is also returning the promise. So what we can do, we can log here. We'll check the result here. It will refresh, and here we are. So you can see we are logged in. This is our user, this is my email, and everything is looking good. But for the authentication, I think we can use something called server context or server session to see if we are logged in or not. So now we will implement the tweet functionality. If I tweet something here, or let's say I copy some paragraphs. So this is the raycast extension. You can also install this. It is pretty handy. You can install this. It's great. You can directly copy ORM FSM. You can also do the confetti thing. It is pretty good. You can see. So yeah, you can install this. So this is our text. And if you try to tweet, it doesn't work now. So we will implement this functionality. So in the main component, this is our home. This is our input text. And this is our tweet button. So tweet composer, we will create another component. So recently, when I have created or when I have started building this tweet clone, Next.js released a few more features like Next.js server actions. So we can utilize these server actions to mutate the data inside our database so that we don't have to do all the API stuff. So let me show you what is Next.js server actions. You can see this is how we will create a form, and we will declare this as a server code, and we can directly, you can see save to DB, and this is all running on server. This is not running on client, this is running on server. So this is very easy to do, and we will do this now. So first of all, what we will do inside the components, let's close it. In the source directory, in the components, these are the components. These are server components by default. So we will create another component. So I think we can create a folder called server components so that we can differentiate what is server component and what is not. So we can also do it like this. This is nothing bad in naming like this, and we can say compose tweet, and this is a server component. Okay. And what we will do, RAFCE compose tweet. Okay, so we have renamed wrong, compose tweet. So this is our compose tweet, and what we will do, we will just use the latest Next.js server actions. So as you can see, we can fetch the data like that, and we are doing that in the Supabase provider. Here you can see this is a client component. You can see this is a client component. So, okay, so we are not fetching any data as for now. So we will use this technique to fetch our data directly. You can see, you can directly fetch the data. We can cache the data using the get static props, and we will see how to do that also. So this will speed up our page reload. And then we can also revalidate the data like this when we are using the get static props. And this is how we can mutate the data directly using the server components. So now let's do this. So this is our function, and we will use this thing. So copy this thing. So this is a function which we will say compose tweet like this, or submit tweet. You can do is submit tweet also, or save tweet in DB, whatever you want to name it. Save, submit tweet. This will take a tweet text tweet, and it is a string, simple, and it is a use server. You can see this is a use server, but I think we have to update our Next.js version because I haven't updated anything after I left building this in the past 2 months. So this is the version we are using, 13.3. And what is the latest version of Next.js? Next.js, let's go. Okay, so I think we have to go to the GitHub. So the latest version is 13.4.7. So I think we can update it. Close the server first. npm update next. It will update over. Let's see. Okay. Already up to date. I think what we can do, this is remove this thing, and we can install this again, so it will update. Find the next, not here. Okay, so it is uninstalled. We have to do it again because I haven't saved that thing. Yeah, now you can see Next.js 13.4.7. So if you are watching this tutorial, please update this thing, otherwise the server actions may not work. I don't know. So you can see we have removed the 13.3 version, and we are upgraded to Next.js 13.4.7. Clear everything, npm run dev again. It may create some problems. Let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so it is working. So inside the compose tweet, now we can use this thing. So let's comment it out first. So this is our server thing, and we can get the data like this. We'll see how to work with that thing. So first save this thing. Let's see if your application is still working or something is broken with the updated version. Yeah, so it's working. It's working fine, you can see. So now we will integrate our server actions. Action and the add item. And then, okay, so we have to enable the server actions from our next config. So this is also you should remember. So go to the next config and we have to enable the server actions like that. Inside the component that uses server components and in the separate files. Cool. I just want to know how we are getting the data. So this is the data and we are doing add item and it is getting the data from cookies, but we want to know an action is similar to HTML primitive action. Okay, so it is same as HTML action. Okay, so I think we can get the data from the form action. Let's see, custom invocation using start transition. You can also invoke server actions without using action or form action. You can achieve this by using start transition provided by use transition hook, which can be useful if you want to use server actions outside of the form button or inputs. Okay, so we can actually use server actions without using a form component. This is what this means. Cool. Like this is a like button. So when we will implement our like functionality or bookmark functionality, we will use this thing. And you can see this is saying that use Wcislo KB, which is a new feature, or we can say the new integration in Wcislo, which is a KB, or we can say the Redis database. Inside under the hood, it is using something called Upstage. This is a serverless data for Redis. You can have a look at it if you want. Yeah, this is how this is working. This is a client component. This is what we were doing when we were handling things in React, basic simple React. But now time has changed and we will do things differently. So first, let's see how we are getting the data. So this is how we are getting the data, form data, just like it. And we will see how it is working. So this is our form data and we will console.log this. And it will console.log in our server here, not in the client in the browser. This will log the data inside here in the terminal. So first, let's copy everything from our main component, which is this. Okay, so this is our main component and let's cut this thing, paste it here, and we can say this is a form. We can remove this thing, save this. Now here we can say action and here we can define submit to it. It is saying that, yeah, so let's see how this works. Action, and this is action, form data and form data. Good. Why it is complaining? So import the compose like this. It will, okay, so I think we have to do something with our responsiveness. This is looking ugly. Okay, so what we will do, we will hide it when this is smaller. So in the sidebar, right sidebar, I think we can hide both of the sidebar when the screen is smaller. So here what we can do, here we can use hidden and only be visible when the screen is greater than large screen. We can do the same for right sidebar. Here we can say this is hidden by default and only be shown after the screen is larger. This is how. So now if we refresh this, you can see this is hidden. So what we can do, we can do it after Excel. So if the screen size is extra large, hide both of those things. Now it's good. But you can see this is also breaking this thing and this is overflowing from the container. So which is where, so we have to fix some styling in our home. So if you go to the main component, okay, so let's comment this out. This is whole thing. So let's remove this thing and yeah, now it is taking the full width. We can also do only after the Excel, the width is 50%, otherwise the width is like this. So now it is good. You can see it is looking good, but still when the screen is too small, this is overflowing. So we need to fix this thing, this tweet list. So for the inside the here, so let's give it width full. We are giving it border, that's good. Overflow hidden. So now the overflow is hidden, but we don't want the overflow to be hidden. We want this to be contained inside the flow. So why we are facing this problem? Let's see. Okay, this is same problem after. So we have to remove the whole thing. We don't want overflow to be hidden. We want it to be contained inside this. So it is not contained. It may because we are giving some fixed width to something. Okay, so this is width, height and 10. This looks good to me, but let's wait for some fix here. Yeah, it's still broken. So we want to make the height or the font is smaller. So for that, we can say after the Excel, the fonts, I don't know what is causing the problem. So I will comment it out and I will see it is the image which is causing the problem, this thing. So if we comment it out, not this image, where is our full image? Yeah, this thing. So we are giving it height of 80 and we are not giving it width full. So this is the thing which is causing the problem. So if we comment it out, no, it is still causing the problem. We want it to be contained. Okay, so this is not the problem. I'm showing you how I'm fixing this problem. So you will also get the intuition behind everything. How about commenting this out? Border rate 500, border 2. So this is our container and it is Yeah, it is good, but this is not containing this inside. This is bad. The resource URL was preloaded using link preload, but not used within a few seconds from the Windows. Okay, so we will fix this error also. Extra attribute from server. So let's focus on building the feature now. We will see how to fix this thing later. Or I believe we can fix this by making it grid. Sometime that helps grid. Last try. Otherwise, if we don't give it anything, what will happen? Okay, something is broken now. And that's the reason it is broken. The reason this thing is broken is this. We are defining a maximum width and we are trying to squeeze this and it is taking that width. So that's the reason of this is not working. So you can see this is getting out of hand. So here, if we remove this, you can see now it is contained inside this. That is good part. So here what we can do, only give this max width when this is greater than XL. Otherwise, width full is good. So if we try to increase this, you can see now it is responsive. If we squeeze it, yeah, you can see this is responsive and looking good. Cool. Now we can work on this thing. So if we try to, yeah, it's good. So if we try to submit something, hello world, and we should be able to see something here, form data. So for that, we need to define something on submit, or I think action, which is submit tweet. And this is taking the form data. Yeah, so this is the text and the form data. We don't know what is this, but we will see. If we tweet something, let's see okay, so we are not getting anything. So let's see the documentation, how it works. Okay, so we haven't given this button, the submit. Type is submit. And this is inside the form, you can see. So now if we try to submit this, there is still nothing. Type is text, action, form data. Okay, this is a client component. Here we need server Why it is complaining? It is saying it is not async. Okay, any. Let's go for any as for now. So this action text, action.js, use server. So the problem we are facing was, if you remove this, this will complain and TypeScript is not happy. So to avoid that, you can use as any. This is a just temporary fix. I hope Next.js will fix this issue as soon as they can. But now, because this server, or we can say this function or this functionality is still in alpha phase, which you can read over here. You can go to log. You can read that this server actions is still in alpha phase. So you can see this is good, but we have to be careful to use this in production. This tutorial is just for beginners, or we can say for learning purpose. So we can use this thing, but do not use this thing in production because this thing is still not in production phase. So let's just build our application by using this temporary fix. So we can say temporary fix. Okay. So now if you go to your application, which is our application, and hello world server actions like that. And if you hit tweet, you can see we are getting our data over here. I have also put the name attribute over here and the type attribute over here. So now it is working. You can see hello world server actions and we are getting our data inside our server, and we can directly mutate our database from here. So what we can do, yeah, you can get the tweet over here just like that. If you see in the console, we have a name and we have a value. So we can say form data dot get tweet. So it will give us the value of the tweet. So you can also confirm it by console.log tweet. Save this thing, and if you click on tweet, you can see we are getting the tweet value. Now you can verify this, or you can check if this value is truthy, or you can say this value is good to put in our database. If you can check, if no tweet, then simply return. And if this tweet is exist, we can directly insert this into our Supabase table. So we can say const data and const error, we can say Supabase. Import the Supabase client, but here we need our server Supabase client. So for that, where we can get our Supabase server client. So inside the app directory, layout, this is our Supabase provider. Let's see if we have any Supabase server client. So first, I think we need to create a server client. So using Supabase with Next.js app router. So this is what we can say. This is the blog article which we have followed to build our Supabase authentication. You can see we have also created a middleware called something. This is a create middleware Supabase client, and yeah. So this is how we are getting the Supabase client. We are using TypeScript over here. This is authentication, and this is what we were doing previously. Yeah, so this is, they have given the example of a server action here. You can see directly without using anything like client component. create server action client, and we will pass the cookies, and now we will have our client. Everything is looking good. So this is how we can create our server action client. So we will create our server client, import this first, import from Supabase, import the database. Okay, so it is being imported from auth helper Next.js. Create server Supabase client. This is what we need. Create server Supabase clients and import the cookies from here. I think we don't need this thing, and it will ask us to something. Okay, so create server Supabase client. How about this? So I think they have also changed the documentation, and this is not exported from auth helpers Next.js. A lot of things have changed. Create server action client. What are the create browser, create middleware, create route handler, create server component Supabase client. So this is what we need. Create server component Supabase client, and inside this we can pass our cookies from like this. What else it needs? It needs headers. Also import the headers from there. So now it is working. So Supabase dot from. So the table we have named is, we can also, so you can see all our tables because we are using this database types here. So we have bookmarks table, hashtags, likes, profiles, tweets. So inside the tweets we need to insert a row. So tweets dot insert, and here we can specify our values just like that, and it is, you can see this is auto completion is given to us by TypeScript, and it is pretty good. So profile ID. So here we will give the profile ID, which we will get from Supabase dot auth dot. So first we need to get the user. So here we will get the user const. So await Supabase dot auth dot get session or get user, I think. So it will return us the user which has data and error. So in the user data, we can say this is the user data. It is user error. If the user error exists, return. And if the user data exists, then log this thing. So we will log this and we will see how it is working. First we will go here, we will tweet, and you can see we are getting the user data. So this is the user ID we are getting, and everything is looking good. So first of all, we will go to the authentication. In the profiles, we will see if we have the same ID inside our profile ID as well. So you can see this is the ID we have. Copy this, and this is the same ID. Yeah, this is the same ID which we need here. Okay, so we will insert this into our tweet. So if you go to the tweets tables, here we have mapped this profile ID to user ID. If you edit the column, you can see this is mapped to the profile ID, and which is the same ID which is here we are getting. So now we can see await Supabase dot from, and we can say tweets dot insert. Okay, I want to disable this Copilot extension. I don't like this. I will disable this thing. Insert, and now we can insert our things here. ID will be created automatically. So profile ID is user data dot user dot ID, like that. Other thing we need is text. So the text is tweet. Next thing we need is ID. Okay, so it is saying that we need ID. So we can generate a ID, not a big thing. So this is a UUID, and we can generate it by UUID from the crypto. And it is saying that form data entry value is not assignable to type string. So tweet dot, we can convert this to a string, and now it is looking good. So this is how we are directly mutating our data without compromising our security inside server components using the server actions, and it is pretty simple. You can see we can do one thing here. We can directly pass the ID, the user ID from the form, but that is another approach, but this is far more secure because we know that user is logged in or not, and this is pretty sweet. Save this thing, and then we need to reload the page. We will refetch all our tweets. So if you go to the main components, here we are getting the tweets. So this is also a server component. So what we will do, we will create a const get tweets. This is a server components, and we will fetch all the tweets from our Supabase client. So the same thing, I think we can export this from a utils folder, something like that. The whole thing, we can export it here. Import cookies and import the headers as well, and Supabase server client, just like that. Save this thing. We will see if this is working or not. Remove this, Control T, import this from utils. Let's check this thing is working or not. Okay, so you can see this is not working because we are also importing this TW merge here. So instead, what I will do, I will create a new library called Supabase here, supabase.ts. I will import everything inside this. because it is conflicting with the client package, which is this Tailwind merge and the CLX package. So now it is not conflicting, and here we can import this again from our Supabase server client, and now it will not conflict. Yeah, you can see hello world. This is a new tweet. We will tweet this. So it is saying error, something went wrong. Okay, why it went wrong? Because of this extraction we have did. But I want to use it everywhere, but we can't use this because the cookies and headers are different. I don't know. Yeah, this is the same error which we are getting. I think we can't do this. Why we can't do this? Let's see. Yeah. So we have to initialize this again and again for every component. This is not good. I want to use the Supabase server everywhere without getting worried. So I think we can create a client hook also, and we can use this, remove this, and Supabase client, import this thing. We are using the database, and here it will need Supabase client, new Supabase client. It will need the Supabase URL, which is env import. Can say the process.env dot. It needs first argument is Supabase URL. So we can say Supabase URL, and the second one is process.env dot the Supabase key. Here we will use the secret key, Supabase secret key, which is a key that has privileged access to all the rows, and it can bypass the security of row level securities we have. So it is the like admin key or something. So it is saying that it can be undefined. So we can say as a string. We can fix this. This is a temporary fix. This is not a good idea. I will tell you how to improve your managing your environment variables, just like we do in the T3 stack. So now we can remove these things. We will try this thing first. So I will now go to env. Here we have next public Supabase URL. This is the same thing which we will use here. And this is the next public NN key. So this is the public key and it doesn't have any access. So we want the secret key, which is a server key, Supabase secret key. And I will go now to Supabase dashboard and I will copy that key here. So in the API, so this is service rows. This is what I'm talking about. And I will reveal this. I will copy this, and I'm hiding this because this is a secret key. And you should also keep this secure. So now we have Supabase secret key and we have Supabase public key, and we will use this client here. So instead of using this, yeah, let's see if now this will work or not. Refresh the whole thing. Try this. We are just trying and we will see if it is working or not. Supabase key is required. Okay, so we have the Supabase key here. Let's log this thing out so we can see what is happening here. Process.env.next. I think separating it out, it doesn't work. Yeah, okay. So let's remove this thing. We have to use it again and again. We have to create this again and again. So Control Z. Now this is good. So we have to use this. We have to use this const Supabase. We have to create this again and again. We can't use this only once. So we have tried it and we have tested, and it is not working like that. So as you can see here, we have our main timeline, and as of now, we are not showing anything, but we can submit now any tweet, we can create a tweet, we can tweet basically. So this is a tweet, and if we hit enter, it is being done. You can see. Okay, so yeah. So now we have some tweets inside our database. So if we go to our dashboard in the Twitter, in the tables, in the tweets, here we can see all the tweets. Okay, so there is no tweet because if we go to the main component, in the main component we have a main form, a compose tweet. Here we are submitting the tweet just like that. It is saying that auth user, yeah, miss. So let's see if it is working or not. So as of for now, you can see this is not working. We will see what is happening here. Const, it gives us data and error. Console.log, we will log the data and the error both, and we will see if this is working or not this time. This is a tweet. Let's tweet this. Yeah, new row. Okay, so it is saying that we are violating the row level security policies. So it's good. We are getting some details over here, but I want to show this message or this error message on the front end. So can we do that? Can we do that? But I think we can't do this in the server actions. So if we showing error on client in server actions, Next.js, how to handle the errors. So we will see how to handle the errors. Okay, so we can submit the error and we can do like this. Cool. You can return anything. We can return the data and error from here. So what we can do, we return data and error just like that. And here we can do this thing. Action async form data, await action form data, and this is how it is suggested here. So this is a tweet. We can see what it is saying. If it doesn't break the UI, we don't consider it an error. Yeah, that's true, because we are doing all in server, so it is not breaking the UI. It's just the data you return from an action, so put it into the state. When create rules, if error, set error. There would also be built in the justice pattern auto. So now let's try to return this and we will see if this is working or not. The data we are getting here, we can make it async, and here we can make this action, the data, and let's give it any or now, and it should give us some data or the response, and we will print out the response. I'm not sure it will work or not, but yeah, it is saying form action function. Functions cannot be passed directly to client components unless this is not a client component. Let's see if it is breaking the UI. Yeah, so form action function cannot be passed, but why it is saying here the same thing? We are doing the same here. Action async data, the form data, and okay, so what I found out is we can't handle the errors just like we handle in the client component. If we want to do this, we need to create a client component and then call the server action like this. This is a client component. We need to create a client component inside the server component, and then we can call this as a props.server action and form data like this. It's possible with a client component, you can pass the server action as a prop to the client component. So this is how we can handle the errors. That's why I believe that TRPC is still ahead of time. If you use TRPC, your life will be so much easier. But don't worry, we can do that now. So let's create a client component for now. So in the server component, create a form client component. Let's try this out if this is working or not. So first we will say use client, and we will receive the props in here like this. We are typing it, and we will say we will receive a form client component just like here. So we can, I think, remove this thing. We can just follow this pattern over here, the whole thing, the error, everything. Let's install the package first. npm install sonar. This is a package which will help us to show some toast messages and nice toast messages. So you can see the toast messages, these are very good, and we can also, you can see this is rich colors and looking good. This is our server. This is our server action, and we will cut this thing and we will paste it here. And instead of doing everything here, we will say props.submit tweet. So if you hover over it, you can see this is a promise of data and error. So promise of something, form data. So what you can do, we will pass the whole thing here. Let's rename this form, capitalize this. We will import and we will pass our props here. So we will pass this submit tweet action, or we can directly say the action thing, submit tweet. And here we can declare the type action, and the type of it is this thing. So let's copy this and paste here. Simple, directly. I'm showing you how I am doing this. And this is our thing, and here we have our action. So now when this is action is being done, we can say it is dot, here is our data, and action dot, this is our action, and we will pass the data inside it, submit to it. And to remove this error, what we can do, we can declare this in another function, handle submit, just like something const handle submit tweet async, and this is our action. Or let's rename it to server action, so it will be more server action, more descriptive. So we will face some errors like this because we are coding the latest pattern or the latest thing in the Next.js. So we may face more such a problems in the future. Okay, so it's a functions. So yeah. Now we will paste it here, and we can say as any. We will see if this is working or not, but there is a chance that it will not work. Functions cannot be passed directly to client components unless you explicitly expose it by marking it with use server. So as you can see, it is still not working, and we are not getting what we want. This is already a server function, so basically it's not working. So we can't handle the errors properly in here. You can't get the return value of a server action in a server component yet. Okay, so we can't get the return value. The action must be called from a client component to do this. We are waiting for something like use action state. the action must be called from a client component. So we are calling that, but it is still not working. Okay, so what I'm saying is if we remove this thing, let's refresh this, and now it's good, it's happy. And if we do this, it's happy, yeah. And let's try to submit something. Hello world. Okay, so something, so are we getting anything from here or not? Basically, this is working. We can pass the server action as a submit to it, and here we are calling this thing, but I am not sure if we are hello world server actions. Yeah, we are getting this console.log res. Okay, we got this. Yeah, we got this. So this is working. We are getting the error here, so we can see if the res.error is there, then toast.error, and we can say res.error.message. That's what we want to do. That's our whole goal. And if this is not true or the error is not here, then we can show a success message, which means toast.success tweet sent successfully. Okay, we need to configure our toaster. For that, to configure our toaster, we have to install this, and we have to use this toaster in the top level component. So let's go to the context, main component, not in the main component, in the layout, go to app, in the layout, this is our server component. Remember, in the Supabase provider, this is our client component. So in the client component, we are already showing a toast here, you can see. So now here we can show a toast and it will work. So let's go. If we try to tweet, okay, we are not able to see any error. Why is that? Let's close this. This is not working. Hit enter. Okay, we are not seeing anything. Why is that? We can create a client component inside a server component. So you can see this is composed tweet. This is our server component, and we are passing this server action into a client component, and we are calling this from here. So this is just like an API which is working. Yeah, I got this. This is just an API. So you still have to do this things here. So toast.error is not working. So let's console.log. Let's see what is happening here. Res.error. And if we try to hit, it is being logged, but I think it is being logged from here. Okay, so maybe we have to refresh this whole thing. Something new. We are getting this, but we are not. Number one thing, we are not able to see this thing. Number second, where is this console.log? I'm not sure how this is. We are able to see the console.log, but let's see what is happening now. Let's run our server again. We will see what is happening, because we are not logging any data and it is still showing. So that's what I am trying to figure out. Oh, okay. So that's the wrong thing we have did. So we are reporting it wrong. Got it. Now it will work. It will work now. Yeah, something happened this time. Something happened. Good. Let's try it again. We can wrap this thing into try catch, the whole thing. If we hit the tweet, yeah, now we are able to see our error. We are getting this error from our server component, and this is true. This is awesome. So now something is working. So we have to restart our server and we need to import our files correctly. We were doing it wrong. That's why we were facing the problem. So now we can remove this, and now we are getting everything from here. So it's not a cleaner approach. It's good. We can say this is our form. Directly we are calling from here, and this is our function, which is a server function. So this is all good, but I would say TRPC handles it very beautifully. Okay. So if you visit the TRPC mutation, you will find that it is very good. It's my opinion. You can have yours. So now this is saying that it violates the policy. Why is that? Because we are creating a component server Supabase client, and this uses the API key, which is NN key and which is public key. So that's why we are not able to access our tables. So to access our tables, we need a secret key, a top level key, which we will use only in server, because this is a confidential key and we must not reveal it to the public, to the client. So that's why if you go to the Supabase provider, and I think in the Supabase context, somewhere we were using in the library, in the middleware, yeah, it's good. So I think we are missing something. We need to create a server client which will handle all this stuff. So Supabase client, this is not what we want. So from the JS library, what I am saying is from Supabase JS, here we have Supabase client, and we need to create a server client. This Supabase doesn't have access to our tables. That's what I'm saying. And this is a confidential or a server code. and this is not a public code. So we can remove this thing. We don't need this here. What we need is, we need a Supabase client, Supabase server client, you can say, which is confidential and which will use a secret key. So Supabase client, you can say this is a new Supabase client, and it will accept, first one is Supabase URL. So it is in the process.env.supabase URL. And the another thing is Supabase secret key. So process.env.supabase secret key, like that. And it will say that it may be undefined. So what we can do, if this is defined, so we can say Supabase URL is equal to const Supabase secret key. This is a secret key which I have shown you already in your Supabase table editor, in the project setting, in the API. This is what is secret. This key has the ability to bypass row level security. So it is secure and you can use this thing, process.env.supabase secret key, like that. And if this doesn't exist, or if this doesn't exist, then we can return the error, and in the error we can return a message, Supabase credentials not provided, like that, because this is what we are sending here. So we want to send the same schema so that we can show this clear message. So here what we can do, here we can use this, and here we can use this. So it will not complain now. So it will not complain. Now we have our Supabase server client, and here instead of Supabase server client, we will use the Supabase server. So to insert into our table, we will use Supabase server from tweets, like this. And to get the current user, we need to use the previous Supabase thing. What I'm saying is const Supabase is equal to the previous thing which we have removed. Create server component client. This thing, it accepts cookies and it accepts headers. So this is our client component. These variables know that we have logged in or not. So Supabase client, here we will say Supabase client.auth.get user. So it will get the current user, and it will help us to insert in our tables, just like that. Now you can save this and it will work nicely. This is complaining. Postgres error. So what we can do here is Postgres error. It is complaining that now we have two things, data and error. Error has message, but here error is said to be Postgres error, but here we are sending the error indifferently. So as any, does it work? So a TypeScript may be pain sometime, but you can fix this error. So what you can do, you can copy this whole thing and you can paste it over here. Now this will not complain. So now we are getting the error in the message type, and we are getting the data like this. So the two things we have, but still the error can be Postgres error, or the error can be the error object which has message. So now let's try this, and this should work this time. Hello world, if you create a tweet, Supabase credentials not provided. Credentials are not provided. Why is that? Because maybe we don't have, or this variable is named next public, because this is a public thing and we are also exposing it to the client. Okay. So if you go to the context, where is this? In the Supabase provider, I think here. Okay. So this should work now. Click on it. Supabase credentials are not provided. So this means we don't have one of them two variables. So if you go to the env local, you can see we have our secret key, and secret key named wrongly. It is secret. It is a confidential key and you should not show this to public. I am saying it again. It is a very confidential and it has all the access to your database and your everything. So this is Supabase secret key and this is next public Supabase URL, and that's what we need. Okay, so remember to name them correctly. So now if you try to submit, it will work. Tweet sent successfully. Now our tweet is working. If you go to the database in the tweets, you should able to see the tweet here. You can see everything is looking good and nice. And this is the username which have submitted this tweet. So that's how we have, where is this? In the compose tweet, we have created a server component. We have created a client component. We learned how to handle errors in server component and do all things. As you can see, we are now able to successfully submit a tweet. Let's do it again. Copy some lorem ipsum, a long paragraph maybe. So you can see this is a long paragraph. If we tweet this tweet is sent successfully. And in the network tab, you can see all the requests. So these all are the requests which is working on in the backend. You can see this is the tweet and this is how it is being sent, and we are getting some data from our server as well. This is a server action. Okay, so now let's close this thing. I just want to show you that it is basically sending an API request, nothing much. And here we are able to see our tweets. We just now have to fetch them and show to the main component. In the main component, here we are fetching all the tweets. So here we will define our getTweets function. First, we will create our Supabase server client, just how we have created in our server component. So this is how we will create our thing. So what I want is, I want this to be used on the same place. So I can create a, so we have Supabase URL, everything is good. And here we have our Supabase client. So this is a JS library. I think it may not work. So we can try this at least. There is no worry in trying. We can try this. Okay, so this is an async function. And here we have our Supabase server client. If Supabase didn't do anything, basically simple. We will figure out how to handle this stuff much smoothly or much nicely in a very much organized way. This looks ugly as for now, but yeah, we can handle this for now. So now we have our Supabase server. We just need to fetch all the tweets. For that, I can show you the example how the data is being fetched. So in the fetching, you can see get data. Here we are fetching the data. If this is okay, we are returning the data. And this is how we will get the data. So what we can do, const Supabase gives us two things, data and error. You can await, we can say Supabase server, not secret key, server dot from tweets, and we can select all the records. You can see we have all the records, but we also want to select the profile with the tweets because we want to show something here. We want to show the username. We want to show the user profile also. Okay, so we want to join this table as well. So you can see username and full name. So we will join this table, the username, the name, and the tweet. Later on, we will also join the likes, bookmarks, and all the other tables. For now, let's join the user table. So if you go to API docs, here you will find how to join this. So in the tweets, you can see, you can read the foreign table like that. Select some column, other table, and here you can select. So what we can do, here we can select all the rows from the current table and the other table, which is profiles table. We can select everything from profiles as well. Can we show everything from profiles on the client? Let's see if profile doesn't have any secret or confidential thing. So it is ID, updated at username, profile. So we can select the username and full name basically for now. So we can say here full name, and we can say we need the username, and we can, as for now, let's console.log the data so we can see what is going on here. Okay, so the data is not typed, full name and username. So if you go here and if you hit the refresh, now we should be able to see something here. Okay, so we have to call this thing over here. So const data is equal to get tweets, and we have to await this, and to await this we have to make this function asynchronous. Now this will work. You can see we are getting some data. This is hello world, username is club of folders, and the name is null. You can see the full name is null, and we are getting the table as well. So you can see we are getting the profiles and we are getting the main data as well. Dot. So here we can say what it returns. So it will be type safe. So what it returns. So here if you hover over it, you can see overrides the type of return data. So how to do this? Let's see if the Supabase docs has anything related to returning the Supabase returns type from table, TypeScript, TS with Supabase. Yeah, so here you can see export async. So this is how we are returning the movies, ID and titles, and here we can say type of get movies. But it will show us the title, but we want to show the correct response here. I think there must be docs related to returns. So here, as you can see, we can override the data by defining here. So if we define a string over here, so you can see this is string or null. This data is string or null. So we can type the data over here. So to type the data, we have the database types here, all the types we have generated previously in our previous video. So we just need to join two tables. So for here, we can say the database, import the data. First of all, we need to import this thing. Okay, so we are not getting the imported thing here. So we can import. So in the database, we have some types in the public, in the tables, instead of doing the tables. Yeah, in the tables, we have tweets. We are getting the tweets here, all the tweets, and we are getting the profiles as well. So if you go over here where this, no, you just need to copy this thing. You can profiles, and here you can see profiles. So now if you hover over the data, you can see we are getting something, but in the tweets, you can suggest what do you need. It is a row and it is also a row. Now you hover over it, you can see we are getting some data, which is a created ID profile. This is okay. But here we are getting only full name and username. So we can select, we can modify the type, and you will see how we will do that also. So profiles is a row and which is a array like that. So now if you hover over it, you can see the profiles is now an array, not an array. It is just a single. So we can remove this. Now it is good. So now if you click data dot, okay, so it is, so we are returning the array of this whole thing. So now this is an array. So if we go to the 0th element and we go to profiles, and now here we can print the full name, and but we only want to select something. So we can pick from our types. So we want to pick full name and we want to pick the username only. Two things we want here. So you can search the pick TypeScript in the documentation. So here you can pick the desired columns like that. So now if we have full name and profile like that. So now if you go here on the application, if you refresh this, now you will see club of orders and null, which is the first element of our thing. So we are getting all the things we need, and now we can return this whole data, and this will be nice and easy. So you can return it directly, and here we have our data. If we get any error, so we can show the error. Okay, so this is something wrong with this. So here what we can do, if we have data dot error, we can show an error here, tweets not available. Okay, tweets, or we can show server, something wrong with server, something wrong with the Supabase, or we can say the server. And here we want to show the data if it is available. So if we can say data dot data is here, so instead of data, we can say the return the data or the response dot data is available, then res.data dot map directly. And here we have our tweet, and inside our tweet, now we have our tweet ID. You can see everything is type safe now. Here we can say tweet dot profiles dot, what is this? This is full name, and if it doesn't exist, don't show anything. And here we can show the username. Here we will show the time when this is created, so we can use the day.js library for it and the relative time plugin. So if you search day.js, we will use this thing. So go to new terminal, install npm install day.js, and if you search, if you go to the documentation, display and time from now. So it requires relative time plugin to work. So if you search, we just need to also import this thing. So what I'm saying is import day.js from day.js, import relative time plugin, and you can, what you can do here, you can day.js.extend, and you can extend the plugin like this. So import relative time from this, and now you can extend this thing, and now we can use this format here from now. So here we are. What we can do, day.js, here we can give it the tweet when this is created, and we can say from now. Now it will show us the relative time. And this is our tweet text. Here we can show tweet.text. This is everything else we will do after the like. We have implemented the like functionality and the other functionalities. So for now, let's save this thing and see if this is working or showing some error. So now you can see we have two tweets and it is showing nice and good. We can submit a tweet. Let's copy some another lorem ipsum now. Tweet this, tweet sent successfully, but now this is not refreshed. So we have to refresh this, and then it should be available. Okay, so it is not available. Why is this? So let's log this thing. We should have 3 tweets for now. More than 3 tweets, right? We have 3. So here we should also have 3 tweets. But it is not showing us 3 tweets. Why is that? Console.log. We can always use console.log to get what we want. Refresh this. You can see we are only getting the 2 tweets as for now. Okay, it may be because of the caching. You can say this, we are hitting the cache. So we don't want any caching enabled for now. So what we can do, we can disable the caching. If you go over here, it is enabled the caching for now. We don't want it. Background revalidates the data at a specific time interval on demand. Revalidate data based on the event such as an update. Yeah, so it is fetching and next it will revalidate. Yeah, so we can do something like this. So in the next cache we have something. So in the revalidate tag here we should have something. Console.log revalidate tag. Okay, so this is the API route. I am talking about that's why it is very fast. You can see this is like very quick, 78 millisecond, because we are hitting the cache, not hitting the default. So when we have created the tweet, we want to revalidate the data. So to revalidate the data, we can directly do this. We can set this to 0, I think. So it will revalidate again and again. Let's try this. No, this is not working. Let's see this. In the server actions, it is saying that when we have submitted a product to the card, we can revalidate the path. This is a use client component. You can see increment client. Here we are using a server component. This is what we have did now. Custom invocations without star tradition. Yeah. I want to see the documentation, not this thing. Dynamic data fetches are fetch requests that specifically opt out for caching behavior by setting the cache option to no store or revalidate to 0. That's what we are doing. We are revalidating this to 0. So instead of here, this is our main component. So inside of defining the revalidation, the tag here, we have to do this here. And it is saying that main component cannot be used as CSS. We can also separate this whole thing out into the separate file for now. Yeah, now you can see we are getting all the 3 tweets because we have disabled our caching. If we try to submit again, we are not seeing, we have to refresh this thing. We are able to see 2 hello words now. Yeah, so this is hello word. We are seeing 2 hello words. This is hello word. Second tweet set successfully. We should see 3 hello word now. If you hit refresh, hello word, hello word, hello word 2. Yeah, it's working. So we have disabled the caching for now. You can see the cache is missed and it is taking some more time. Now, what is our main concern is when we submit any tweet, we want to revalidate the whole thing. Okay, so revalidate the path, not path, we want to revalidate. Or there is something called mutation, success mutation in the compose state. Let's go to here, Supabase server. From insert, when this is successfully done, we want to refresh the page. So router, we can use a router from next router, latest const. So let's go to the documentation. Here we have something called router. There is something which I have used in my previous tutorial and the documentation is not nice, I would say. Previously there was good documentation which was a development version of the documentation of latest Next.js features. Use router. Yeah, this is a thing I'm saying. Invalidating the cache. Server actions can be used to revalidate the data on demand by path or by cache tag. What is this revalidate tag here? So if we are using the Next.js API routes, then we can revalidate tag like this. But we want to do inside our server actions. That's why I think we need revalidate path. So I think here we can revalidate our path. Revalidate. Okay, what it is saying, revalidate. No, this is not revalidate the path and it will accept the path as a home page. So now if we submit anything, yeah, you can see that we haven't refreshed and this is automatically getting populated. Auto revalidate tweet. You can see we are auto revalidating this thing. So this is working nicely. Now we can remove our console.log, which is here in the page in the main component. We can remove this thing. We can also put this thing into the separate component or the functions. So in the app or in the library, create a Supabase, create a new folder, I think Supabase. In the create a new file, get tweets.ts, export const get tweets, and here we can use this thing over here, as simple as it is. Save this and we will just import here. So this is how we are extracting the logic out of here. It will be much better. Import the database also. Yeah, it's looking good. Let's see if this is working or not. Yeah, this is working. And one thing more is remaining. When we compose the tweet in the form client, I want to reset the whole form. So how should we reset the form? Okay, so to reset the form, there is something reset form HTML. Cool. So there is something called a type reset, which will reset everything. You can see this is action.php, the page. If we try to do submit this, email is this. Yeah, everything is good, but I want to reset form, which we can basically, this is a client component you can see. So we can just do it directly. What I mean is we can have a button, type is reset, and we can give the reference to this button and we can programmatically call this. So reset ref is equal to use ref. It is a button, HTML button element. Initially it is null. We can pass the reference to this. I haven't used this approach, but I think this can work. We can give class name as a invisible. So it is invisible, and when we have successfully sent the tweet, we can click this button like this. So it will, this is a tweet with auto reset. If we hit enter, you can see it automatically reset our form, which is good. I don't know this is a correct approach, but yeah, this is a one approach which you can use to reset your form. So that's how we have submitted our tweet, and everything is looking good for now. This is maybe hard for you because I know Next.js, this is the latest things which we are doing. So as you can see, here is our timeline, and this is looking good as for now. This is all being rendered server side. So if you hit refresh, then you will see all the tweets rendered instantly, or like it is not being rendered on client. That's why we don't have any loading indicators at all. So it will be fetched directly. Now what we need to do, we need to implement our like feature and our bookmark feature. So in the new Twitter, we can also bookmark tweet directly from here. So we can implement the feature. We can implement a save button here, and then we'll see how to do the bookmark feature. Implementing bookmark and like feature, the both logic is similar, very similar, and you will see how we get that. So this is our application. Inside the main component, we are rendering all our tweets. So first of all, I will separate this component out into a new component. So let's create a new component. And also the other thing is, you can see here we are using Pascal case, and here we are using some another case. So I will change the case to a smaller case. So here I will say left sidebar like that. We will also auto update the imports as well. So here you can see this is looking good, so that we have consistent naming in our whole application. Here we will say main component. Yes, let's change this. Here we have our right section, or yeah, let's name it right section. Yes, it is complaining and it is saying main component cannot be used as JSX component. Its return type is not a valid JSX element. Let's see that. Okay, so we have to, if we remove this, this is not working. Okay, so maybe we need to do use server here, then it will work. And we can also have a look at, okay, this can't be here. We'll search and we will see how this works. So in the app router, we have file convention, error loading page.js. This is the export default function. And what we need to do is we need to find the server components, functions, Next.js server components. So this is our client component. As you can see, we have some hooks inside here, but we need a server component. So this is our page. Here we are getting all the data, and here we are fetching all the data. So why it is not working is it is saying that promise element is missing. Okay, so we need to mark it as a React.server context. No. Let's see if Next.js has some type for it. Server, no. Okay, so to use async server component with TypeScript, ensure you are using TypeScript 5.1.3 or higher end types React. Okay, so that's why we are facing the problem. So we need to update our TypeScript as well. If we go to package.json, So if we go to our package.json, and here we can find out the TypeScript version we are using. So you can see 5.0.1 and it is not updated. That's why we are facing that problem. Let's update the TypeScript as well. We don't need TypeScript as a dependency. We can use it as a dev dependency, and types React is 18.2.8. This is also not updated. So we can put all these things inside dev dependencies. So open a new terminal, because the project I am building it for like 2 months and I haven't touched anything for 2 months. Now I am doing all the things now. That's why we are facing some problems with versions. So now what we will do, npm add as save dev, and we will update all these things inside our dev dependencies. Also the TypeScript. Let's remove all these 3 things and it will work just like fine. Save this, hit enter. So now we have all the latest version, 5.1.3, and 18.2.8. It is higher. So now it will work nice. Save this, and now if we hit the refresh, let's npm run dev again, and if we reload our window, now our error should be gone. Okay, it is still here. Let's search on Google and see if this works or not. So it is showing that it is async server component. Okay, so we TypeScript. Let's see, restart the TS server. We can do a lot of things here. We can also enable this typed route feature. That's good. So this is our error to use and ensure you are using. If you are using old, you may update the latest version, and types should resolve this issue. Okay, but we are still facing the issue. Or maybe we are not using the version which we have upgraded to. So here we can select our TypeScript version to use workspace version 5.1.3, which is this. Okay, so you can see the error is gone. That's why we were also facing the problem when we are trying to submit something inside our server component. So if we go to our form, so here you can see we have defined as any. So let's remove this as well. Now you can see we are not seeing any error. It is fixed. So updating your TypeScript version and configuring it from here, select TypeScript version and use the 5.1.3 version, and it will be fixed. Or you can use the workspace version as well. Also update your React types both. So inside package.json, this version and this version, this both needs to be updated. Okay, so now we are good. So let's also update this. So this is a client component. We are using this inside server components. So I will create another component which is client components, and I will put this into client components because this is a client component, so we can differentiate it better. Yes, I will also rename this server component to as components, and I will update this. Now things should be good. So now the naming is consistent. As you can see, we have also defined our functions separately over here. Here we are getting the tweets. It is for our timeline, and things are now good to go. So now we can create our further things. We can create our features like feature and bookmark feature. First of all, we need to also add a button of bookmark. Let's remove this and see what is going on. We refresh this. It's good. Some errors we are getting from npm. Updating to yarn works as well, but for now we can proceed. You can see this is being rendered. So in the client component, we can create a new form, but before that, in the main component, here we are rendering everything. So first of all, we will create a new client component, which is tweet.tsx. We can also update this form client component. So we can say compose tweet form, and then we need to also update all the namings. I'm fixing the naming, compose tweet form, like that. Now we can also update this props. It's cool. And in the client component, compose tweet form, and here we are importing not this compose tweet form. So it is correct, and now it is good to go. We have fixed over naming. We have fixed a few things here and there. So now we need to go inside main component. So here is our tweet, RAFCE, capital letter first, and in the main component here we can cut this whole thing, and here we can put this thing. We can import the tweet from client components, and here we can pass over ID as well. So we can say key is tweet.id, and other than that we can pass the whole tweet as a props. So tweet is equal to tweet, and here we can say we are accepting tweet, and this is tweet props. So type tweet props is equal to tweet, and here we will define our tweet class. So let's hover over this tweet and we can copy this whole thing. Or what we can do, go to get tweets and here we are returning. So this is our type. So copy this and this thing. Import the database from library Supabase types and here we have our tweet just like this. Or we can define a type and we can use this everywhere. So what I'm saying is type tweet type. So we are sure that we are using the same thing here and there. Save the thing tweet type and we can export from here. Export type tweet type and we will use this over here. So instead of doing this, we can do tweet type. Import the other things as well. These icons, Control X, and that's how. Import the JS as well and the relative time plugin. This is how it will work. So now we have created a separate component for tweet and we are using the same type here and there and it is good. Now it is much more organized and looking beautiful. So if we go to our application, it is running and everything is good. Now we will go to the tweet component here and we will create our like button. Let's create the like and we will see how to implement the bookmark feature as well. So the like feature is nothing. We just need to insert a row inside our likes table. So if we go to Supabase, our project dashboard, and here is our tweet clone in the table editor. Here you can see we have our likes table. Here we need to insert a row, insert some data. We will say who the user. So who is the user who has liked which tweet. So we will specify user ID and tweet ID and we will save both of these so that we can know who is this user who has liked this tweet. Then we can also fetch all the users from a single tweet. We just need to get all the data from this table. We will just say, give me all the users who have liked this post. So we will say, select all the users from likes table where the tweet ID is this simple. So now what we will do here, we will create another server action. So this time we are not using the form element. We will use something called start transition or a new thing in the Next.js server. If you search server actions, so this is how we are submitting our tweet, but this is how we can also use this for a button. Where is this? So this is this thing, use transition hook. So this is basically a client component. So we need to import use transition from here, from React. And this is a client component. We can specify this with use client. A server component can have client component inside, but a client component can't have server component inside it. So it will work just like as it was working. And we just need to do this transition. We will say is tweet pending. So it gives two things. Allows component to avoid undesirable loading state by waiting for content to load before transitioning to next stream. So it's good. We can take a reference to this. What is this? It gives us two things, is pending and use transition. Let's to update the state without blocking the UI. Okay, this is cool thing. So you can see the demo of this. So currently we are now at the about tab. If we click on the post, we now have post. If we click on about and contact, it is fast, but this is slow. Okay, why is that? Start transitioning and set tab to next tab. Cool, just a method to use this. Okay, now let's see how we can use this with our server actions. Is like pending and start transition. It gives boolean and start transition function. So we can name whatever we want. So we will just name it start transition. And when this is clicked, we will add a row. So this is hard button. And when this is clicked, we can name it button as well. So this is much better. So when this is clicked, we can copy the whole thing. We will implement a function called like tweet. And we will pass the tweet ID to the function like that. So now we need to implement our like tweet feature, or we can set the like tweet function. So inside the actions, we are importing add item from our server actions. Okay, so this is how we can import it from. So in the server component, we can create new thing, or in the Supabase, here we can declare use server as well like this. And here we can export the like tweet feature or like tweet function as well is equal to async. It will accept the tweet ID, which is a string. And then we just need to do the same thing here. Not same. Basically, we need this thing. If we have Supabase URL and Supabase secret key, then we need to await Supabase server dot from, we have likes table dot insert, and it will ask us to insert something. Okay, so here we are not defining the database. That's why it is not giving us auto completion. Now we should have our auto completion. Yeah, we have auto completion. So here we can say random UUID, the tweet ID is which is passed as tweet ID. Here we have the user ID. We can find our user. We can also pass the user ID over here. That's the good thing. User ID, which is string, and here we should have the user ID. So for that, we can use a hook called use user. This is a auth helper which is given to us by React. It gives us two things. I think it gives us user, which can be user or null. Okay. So here we can also make it condition. If the user exists, then only like this tweet, otherwise don't like this. If the user exists, user and user dot ID exist, which is by the way exist. If user exists, then like this tweet, otherwise toast dot info, or we can say toast dot error. Error would be not good. Simply we can show a message. We can say please log in to like a tweet, just like that. Here we can pass two things. So instead of passing the parameters as different variables, we will make it a object. So it will be much more easier for us to pass it down here. So what I'm saying is we need a tweet ID and we need a user ID, and these both are string. We can say we have tweet ID which is string, we have user ID which is also string, and here we can pass over user ID as well. That's the thing we need, and it will create a row inside our likes table, and then we can revalidate or we can update our UI that it is liked. That's how it is simple. So here we can import and we can pass down things here. Tweet ID is tweet.id and user ID is user.id, like that. And let's see if this is working or not. So here we are, and also log this out. We can see if this something went wrong, data and error. We can log console.log data and error, and we can also log this, so it will be more descriptive. So here is our application. If we click on the like button, so we are liking our tweet ourselves. So it is saying please log in to like a tweet, which means the user is not defined. So we can log the user as well here. We can see what is going on. So if we try to, the user is null. Why is that? When we have signed in, why is user not logged in? If we can tweet, which means we are logged in, then why it is not showing? If we go to application, localhost, so there is not the other place where we have used this. So if we go to our context, our main context where we have defined all the logic for authentication, which is in the app directory, we have components, we have library in the app directory. We have Supabase provider. Here we are using everything. The router.refresh is a thing which we can use to refresh our router. Supabase.auth. So I think we can use this also. We have to use this. Use state, create browser Supabase client. And then here we can call this whole thing. We can say supabase.auth.getUser.then. It will give us the result. Inside the result, we can do all the stuff basically. So instead of console.logging it, remove this. And here we have the response, which is user response. If res.data, which is data is user, then we can say res.user data.user.id. Otherwise, we can say the user is not logged in. Okay, so it is also possibly undefined or the null. So here we can say if the result or data exists and this exists, then do this. Okay, so what it is saying is having some problems with that. Const user is equal to res.data.user, and here we have our user. We can say user.id, like that. And we can show a loading indicator when this is being fetched, but we will see what it is. You can also show if this failed. So we can say cache the error and show a toast message, authentication failed. And instead of doing it inline, we can create a new function as well. But for now, let's proceed with it and see what is happening. So if we click on this like, okay, something worked this time. And here we can see our like. That's what I'm talking about. If you go here and user ID, and we can reference this to ourselves because we have liked this tweet, and you can see we are able to see. And if we go to reference this, which tweet is this, we can see select a record. Okay, so this is a tweet ID, and we can find out which tweet is this. We can filter our table with the tweet ID. So you can see hello world, we have liked hello world, and let's like this time, this whole text. If we click on this, a new like row will be inserted into our table, which you can see, and this tweet is the long text, you can see. So this is how we have created our main logic for implementing like. Now what we can do here, we also have is like pending. So when it is pending, we can show 3 dots or something. We can disable the button if it's pending, and we can change it to a red heart if the user has liked it or not. So as you can see, this is our project and here is our app. If you refresh this, all of our tweets are being rendered nicely. But here you can see some white background is here. So we want to remove this white background. So for that, I will go to in the layout, and here in the HTML, what I will do, I will make the whole background black. So now I think this is still not black. So let's inspect the element and see what is this. So we can then debug this thing. So if we try to make it hidden, so we can say, what is the property? It's hidden, sticky, and then after Excel, it is flexed. Yeah, so it's good, but I think the hidden property, Tailwind. So I use Tailwind so much that I forgot what is the visible property. So it is not visible. I am more into, okay, so let's give it visibility. Let's make it hidden. So now you can see there is no white background, but this is the problem of this container. If we remove this, you can see there is some white background at the bottom. So I think we can give it the class name of, let's give it background color of black. No, it's not working. Or let's give it overflow of hidden. Yeah. This is working. So what we need to do is remove this thing, go to the right section, and here what we need to do, we are giving it height of screen. So let's cut this part. Now it is not sticky because we should give it some fixed height to make it sticky. Okay. So instead of giving H screen, we can give it 90 of the viewport. Yeah. Now it's sticky and it's good. 90 viewport. But I'm worried about this white thing, and it is because of the overflow X property. So what we can do, we can give it overflow hidden, and only the X overflow is hidden. So now you can see this is gone, but it's scrollable. It is so instead of overflow Y overflow scroll, we can say overflow Y auto. So when this is bigger, so the white will be there. Otherwise, now this is good. So when we try to make it large, so now it is scrollable and it's good. But when the screen is bigger and the content is inside the container, so every content, so now it is working. So now it's looking good. So where we were, we want to implement our like functionality. We want to show all the likes. So there are some different approaches how we can show the likes on our timeline. So the first approach is fetch all the likes with the post. So let's assume this is our post and count all the likes and show here. So how many likes this tweet has. So we will fetch the likes count with the post when we are fetching the post from our database. The other method is fetch all the likes on each separate post. But what I'm worried about, if you fetch for each post, you have to send a lot of API requests to your database, and which is not a good idea. So we will reduce our API request number and we will fetch the likes count with our post. So what I'm saying is let's implement that. So if you go to the main component, this is our server component, and here we are getting the tweets. And the other thing we want to improve is this is Supabase and this is get tweets. Instead of get tweets, we can rename this to functions or queries, or 2 different things. So we can make 2 different things. So this is for queries, yes. And then what we can do, we can cut this thing because this is a mutation. This is a database mutation. So inside Supabase, create a new field called mutation. So we are separating out queries and mutation. Now this is good. Okay. And the other thing is, if you go to the queries, this is also use server and this is also use server. That's okay. But I am worried that we can export this also. We can, in the utils, not in the utils, we can create a index.ts and we can export our Supabase server. For that, we also need these things. In the index.ts, we can import, and then we can import the Supabase client as well. And for the fix, we can do as string and as string Supabase server client. So this is a Supabase server library. Okay, so let's name this Supabase server. This is good. So now we can use this thing over here. So we can remove all of these. We can import like this Supabase server from here, and we can import the random UUID from crypto. Save this thing. This is good. And we need to do that here also. So we'll remove the unused code and we will import everything what we need. So now it's much cleaner approach. You can save this. Now we have queries and we have mutations. So if you want to fetch something, we will define here. And if you want to insert some data or update some data, we will define here all the functions. So now if you go here, if we refresh, everything is working as it was working previously. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to fetch the likes count with all the tweets we are fetching. Now what we can do, we are saying that give me all the profiles as well, but we want to join the likes table as well. So if we go to our Supabase dashboards, so let's go to Supabase project, let's go to Twitter clone, and here is over all the tables. So we want to join the likes table as well. So here we are saying that give me the profiles which is related to the tweets. So here are our tweets, and we are saying that, okay, so remove this filter. We are saying that this is the profile ID and give me this profile ID, or give me the profile of the user who has made or who has submitted this tweet. We want to also attach like who is liking our tweet. Okay, so we want to query the count also. So for that, we have to look for the documentation. So inside API docs, here we can see how to get that. We can also paginate. We will do this at the end of our course. What we will do, we will fetch only a few tweets for once, and then when the user scrolls down, we will fetch more tweets. So read a specific column, some column, other table, foreign key. Good. But other table is tweets, and we want to with filtering. Okay, so we can, this is how we can filter. Also insert a row, insert menu, update, subscribe to changes, read foreign tables. So this is what we want to do. Let's assume we have a likes table, then we can fetch who has liked this tweet or which tweet is this. So we can fetch the detail, but we want to do from another direction. So let's try this, comma, and we will say likes table, and in the likes table, let's go here, and the foreign key is, I think, the ID. Okay, so let's do it like that, and we will see what it is giving to us or what we are getting. So const, if we are getting any error or something, I think this will not work, but let's try. If we were using Prisma or some ORM, that's another thing, but let's see what it gives to us. Data and error, return data. Yeah, column tweets.likes does not exist. Yeah, we know that's good, because the problem is we have tweets. So let me make you understand. So we have tweets. Inside tweets, we have a foreign key user ID. So we can fetch the user details or the author of the tweet. Fetch the author details who tweeted this tweet. On the other hand, we have our likes table. Inside we have two foreign keys. We have user ID and we have tweet ID. So from this side we can fetch the tweet detail and as well as the user detail. I want to do it in one query, so we can make two queries, but I don't want to make two queries. Let's see how to achieve that. So here is the thing. We can't directly fetch the count of the tweets which is related to directly tweets. So here we can't say that give me all the likes of this tweet or give me all the count like that. We can't do that because we are not using an ORM. This is something which Supabase offers us to fetch all the things. So what we can do now, we have to fetch the tweet count for every single tweet. So here we can define a single function, get likes count. This is how, and we can define it will accept a single tweet ID. So tweet ID, which is a string, and it will return the count of the likes for this tweet. So we can say return await Supabase server dot from, and which is the likes table. Give me all the count of the tables where we can say the equal, we can say the tweet ID is equal to the tweet ID. So now it will return. So first let's console.log, or we can directly log this thing. Yeah, so const result, we can console.log result, and we can return this as well. So this thing we will use inside our get likes count. So if you go to the tweet component, this is our tweet, and this is a client use client. So this is a client function, or you can say that client component. This is complaining that, okay, because this is the query and we have to import it from mutation. So now we have mutation. So inside the client component, you can't define a server components. That's the thing. That's one thing we have to remember. But inside a server component, we can have a client component. So now we have here a new problem, which is this. This is our server component. You can see this is our server thing. This is a server function. We can't fetch directly using this function on the client. So that's why we need to define some more components. So instead of doing this a use client, we will do this is a use server component. That's why we can't define a use state here. So we have to remove the use state and we will cut this thing. We will define another component which is like button.tsx, and this is a client component. Finally, this is the final client component we need, and it is a like button. Simple. So we will cut this whole thing. We will paste here because we can define use state inside our client component. Import the use browser Supabase client as well. Cool. And then we can cut the whole thing from here and we can paste it here. This thing also we can cut from here, paste here, import the like tweet, import the toast, import this, and that's good. Tweet.id, so it will accept some props. So we can say like button props, and we will define the props type, which is tweet ID, which is string, and here we will say this is our tweet ID. And instead of doing tweet ID and tweet ID, we can simply do this tweet ID. Save the whole thing. Here we will import our like button and we will pass down the tweet ID, which is tweet.id, like that. Save this thing, remove these functions, also this one, we don't need this. And now this is a server component and we can fetch all the details of the tweet here. So if we go to our application, you can refresh this and it should work as expected. Like this tweet and it should work. So in the likes table, we have 3 likes now. Good. So here we will fetch the tweets. So we can say const get tweet likes count is equal to get likes count. And here we will pass the tweet.id like that. And now it will give us the like count. So we can console.log and we can find out what is this. So if we go here, if we refresh this, we will get a lot of things. Okay, so here you can search for a foreign key relation between likes and count in the schema, but no matches were found. Okay. So we did some mistake. So it is assuming that it is a count table and give me all the, okay, this is not we want. So instead of this, so we can find out how to count rows, Supabase client, how to get count star. Okay, so we can pass down the count exec. We can say give me all the rows and we can define things here. We can define count and which is true. Now if we, what it is, okay, no, it doesn't accept true, it accepts estimate exact plant. So we can say exact. So it will return us the exact count of a single tweet. So you can see count is 1. We can remove this thing. We don't need any data. We need only count. Okay, so we need something. So instead of that, we can just say we need only ID. So now we are getting something. So this tweet has 1. This tweet has 0 count. This tweet has 1. This tweet has, yeah. So we are getting the tweet count now and we can show the tweet count over there. So here we can define the returns type as well. We can say what we are getting. We are getting the ID and we are getting the count. So, okay, so let's not define the type here. We can directly render over count, get tweet likes count here, because we don't need to worry about the ID. This is just for the purpose of like we need something. That's why we are getting that. And where is our like button? So here we can pass the count, likes count as well. Likes count is equal to get likes count dot. So it is a promise basically. We have to await this. That's why we are getting a lot of things there. So now this is good. Dot get likes, get tweet likes count. This is what we need. So it is dot. You can see we have count. So we can pass down the count. And if we go here, we can see this is a number and we can show the likes count here near to the button like this. Likes count. Here we have our likes count. Okay, so it is saying it can be null as well. So we will say in the likes, it can be null as well. So if this is null, if the count, likes count is null, then it shows 0. Save this thing. If we go to our application and now we can see 1 like and 0 like, 0 like, 1 like. That's cool. And it is sending too much request to the server. But this is okay because this is the only choice we have if we use Supabase client.js library. If you are using an ORM, then it will be much easier task for you. You can directly join the tables and you can do a lot of things. Now in the like count here, we want to define it in 1 line, or what I'm saying is flex item center like this, and we can give it some space x2, and we can, yeah, this is looking much like Twitter. So if we go to Twitter, so you can see we have the tweet likes after this, so this is what we need. We can make it bigger a little bit. Class name is W5, H5. Yeah, that's good. That's looking good. And now we need to do one more thing. We need to find out that if the user who is currently logged in is liked or not. If the user who is logged in, if liked the tweet, then we will show the red heart. So in the queries, Here we are getting the likes count. So here we can also get export const get is liked. If the tweet is liked or not async, and we can get the tweet ID, and we just need to find out that if this row exists or not in the database. If this row exists with the tweet ID this and the user ID is this, then we will show the red heart. Otherwise we will not show the red heart. This is tweet ID, it is string, and user ID, it is also a string. Then here we can return. We just need to do the same thing here, copy it, paste here. From likes, select ID, count exactly. We don't need the count, we need only if this is liked or not. We can remove the count. You can say tweet ID is this, and dot equal, we can say the user ID is user ID. So now it will find the tweet, or if it will find a row which satisfy these both parameters, tweet ID and user ID. Save this thing, and we can fetch this detail here. Const is liked. So if user is liked, so is liked, and import from library, and here we will pass down the tweet ID as well, tweet.id, and here we will pass down the user ID. So now we don't have the user ID. So what we need to do, we need to find out the user ID. Then we can only know that if this is liked or not, right? So for that, we need to create a server thing, const Supabase server is equal to Supabase, not this thing, Supabase auth client, create server Supabase client. This thing we need, the exact thing which we have used to compose our tweet. So if you go to the compose tweet server component, here you can find out we have used this thing. So that's the thing we need. Copy this, paste here, Supabase client, Supabase server component, Supabase client. Import this, import cookies and headers so that we know who is logged in currently. Import this from next headers because it's a server component. Now we have Supabase client and it has the user details. Auth dot, so this is how user data, Supabase client, auth, get user. So these two things we need here. So it will find out the user and we will see. Or the other thing what we can do, go to because it will fetch the details of the user each time a tweet is rendered. Instead of doing this, we can get the user details here only one time, and we can pass down the whole thing over here. Cut this whole thing, paste it here. So we only getting the user details one time, or we are sending the API request only one time. This is what it means. So yeah, so now we can pass down to Twitter. Now we can pass down the user ID. So this is our tweet. User data is equal to, or you can say the user ID is equal to user data dot user dot ID, like this. And if we go into the tweet, here we can accept the user ID as string. We can say current user ID. So it is much clearer. What is this? Can pass down the current user ID like that. Current user ID. So it is saying that it can be undefined. So we will do this. We can make a question mark here and here, but now we have problem. This is saying that it can be undefined or it can be null. So if we will go to is liked and we will define some custom logic here. We will say user ID can be undefined. So we will say if user ID is not available, then just return this whole thing, just like this. So now it is good. Save this whole thing, save this also if user has liked. So now we will console.log what it is giving to us. Console.log is user has liked, and in the queries, instead of directly returning, we can return that user hasn't liked this. Otherwise, we can find out if this is exist or not, and we can return a true here. So const data error, not this error. We can also say that single. The user can only like single time. Nice. And we can say if data dot ID exists, then return. We can directly return if use data dot ID exists. We can say boolean data dot ID. So if this exists, then this is the tweet is liked by the current user. Otherwise, it doesn't liked by the current user. So now if you can see, this is a boolean, and we will get if the user is liked or not. So now here you can see false, true, false, false, false. Yeah, this is the whole thing. So true means we have liked this tweet. False means we don't have liked this tweet. Cool. So now we just need to show this over here. We will pass down this thing is user has liked, and in the like button we will get this detail over here, which is a boolean. And if this is liked, then show the red heart. Or we can import the CN library over here. So do this, import the CN helper, which will merge all the Tailwind classes. We can say if is user has liked, then show the color of red. So we can say text rows. Yeah, now let's see. No, it is. So we need to find out a good component. So we can show here SVG element. So React icons. So heart icon. Where is this? Yeah. So AI fill heart, whichever you want, you can use. So what I'm saying is AI fill heart. If user has liked, then show this fill heart. Otherwise, show this thing. This is simple, and we can remove this thing. We can use the same here, and we can say text is red 600. Let's try this. Refresh this whole thing. Okay, now we are not able to see if it is. We can use the fill property. I think fill from the color. Let's give it black for some time, because we have already liked this. This should show a like here, but it is not showing. Why is this? Console.log. Let's see. So it is giving us undefined. Why is that? If user has liked. Okay, we haven't saved this. Save this. Now refresh this. Okay, so refresh this again. Now you can see we have some black or true or false here. Good. Now it is working. Remove this fill. Yeah. So now it is red and we have liked this tweet. You can see this is good. If you hit refresh, it will show that we have liked this tweet and this is good. But we want to remove this like. Okay, so what I'm saying is we also want to implement the unlike feature. So in the queries, in the mutation, so like tweet, here we can do the same thing, unlike tweet. Unlike tweet, the same thing, which will just delete the tweet from the database. Supabase server from likes.delete .equal. Don't forget to use this equal, otherwise it will delete the whole table. You should be careful doing this. And we can say the like, which is the like row. So we can say the ID is like ID. We don't need these two things. We just need like ID. Like ID, which is a string. So now it will delete from likes table. It will delete a single like from our database. We can remove this. We can also remove this. Or we can, yeah, if we have got any error, we will get any error in the future, then we want to debug that also. That's why we are console.logging everything. So now unlike tweet, we just need to do one thing here. So when this button is clicked, when we get this user, then we just need to do one thing. If the user has liked, so we can say if user has liked, then unlike, otherwise like. Import this, it will accept like ID, and the like ID is, so we should also get the like ID from our table, or otherwise we can do one thing. We can do one thing instead of deleting it from using the like ID. What we can do the same thing. The tweet ID is tweet ID, and like this, the user ID is user ID, like this, same as this. So now we have user ID and tweet ID, and we are using this here. So delete this row where tweet ID is this and user ID is this. Simple. So we can pass down the same thing as here. Good. Now it is good. Also here we are getting the user, but we don't need it. We can pass down into the component. But yeah, if you don't want to pass down as a props, so what I'm saying, if you go to the tweet component, here we are getting the current user ID. So we can pass down this current user ID into the like button, and here we can use it directly instead of getting the user again. But that's totally up to you. We can remove that thing. And when this tweet is liked, we want to refresh. We want to refresh the like count. So what we need to do is we can revalidate this thing. So we can revalidate this tweet component. So how we can do that? So we will find out. So refresh this for now. If you go to the likes table, you can see we have 3 likes, 1, 2, and 3. If we click here, the like is removed. Now you can see the like is removed, but here the like is not updated. We have to refresh the page, find out, okay, so this is updated. If we click here, not updated, but here you can see this is gone, and here this will also go on. But because we are changing our window, that's why it is being refreshed. But if we do it here again, if we click the like button, this is created a row, but it is not refreshed. So we want to refresh this. For that, what should we do? So I think we have something. Yeah, it is liked, but we want to refresh it instantly. So now for the simplification purpose, you can devalidate the whole page, but this is not recommended. The another way is just update the UI, optimistic update. So user click on the like button, and you know this will be updated the row inside your database. So update the UI, that's all. So this is called optimistic update. So we are optimistic that this tweet is successfully liked, or the user has inserted a row into our like table successfully, and we are sure of that. So when this is successfully done, you can directly update your UI. Or another way is revalidate the whole page, which is not recommended, but we are going to do here. Revalidate the whole page, just like it. When user like or dislike the tweet, revalidate the whole page. So now here, if we refresh the page, everything is good. But if we click on this, you can see this is gone. Here, if we like this tweet is liked. If we remove this is removed. So now it is working like charm. So now only one tweet is liked, and which is liked by us. We can remove this by clicking on this. It is removed, and you can see this row is removed. If we like this tweet, again a row will be inserted, and this tweet is liked. Let's log into a different account and see if it can be liked by multiple accounts. So let's do that also. So this is my other account, and you can see this is asking me for liking the tweet. So here we can see this is liked but not liked by us. So if I try to, so you can see we need to log in. So for that, if we hit refresh, it will ask us to sign in. So let's sign in. I will put my email ytblogs.app@gmail.com. I will put my email ytblogs.app. It is my recent product which generates blogs, Twitter search from any YouTube video. So I'm using this demo. So let's log in. So I think it has sent me the login link. Let's see. Yeah, so I have received my request and I will confirm my email. And now I think I'm signed in. Yeah, so if I try to like, I can like this tweet. And now if I like this has 2 likes and this is good. And here I am. And if I hit refresh, you can see we have 2 likes now. If I like this, we have 2 likes and this is working nicely. So we can like from multiple accounts and it is good. So let's tweet something also. This is a new tweet from another account. Hit enter and you can see this is a tweet from another account. This is our username and all is good. We can also order all the tweets. You can see we should have a new tweet here. So if we hit refresh, you can see we have a new tweet here. We are not able to see this data in the real time. We can also implement the real-time feature by using real-time updates from Supabase, but that's for another part. We are just building a basic web application and you can see our like feature is working nicely. Similar to this, you can implement a bookmark feature as well. We are not going to do that in this video because this is a same thing similar to like feature. You just need to create a row inside your bookmarks and you have to delete a row from your bookmarks table, and that's all about bookmarking a post as well. So now our like feature is done. What we are focused on now, we have implemented posting, we have implemented liking and disliking. Now we will implement the reply feature. So anyone can reply to this post. We have showed all the likes count. We have showed everything what user is doing on the website. Here you can see all the tweets, but there is a very big problem here. What is the problem? The performance problem. If you can see on our Supabase dashboard, the requests are 14,708, which is a huge request, which is like, this can't be true. So we are doing something wrong here. What we are doing wrong? So let's assume we have 10 tweets and we have 100 users. 100 users are minimal, not a lot. So let's assume we have 10 tweets and we have 100 users who have visited our web page. And now each of the user will send each request for each tweet. So this means each user will send 1,000 requests every time user refreshes the page. Or if the user has liked any tweet, then he also fetch like 100 requests. So this is like huge burden on our server and we don't want that. Why it is happening? Because you can see on our main component, if we are fetching get tweets, this is totally fine because we are fetching it only once and this is totally fine. But what we are doing, we are rendering all our tweets here and we are fetching again and again this thing. So let's assume this component is being rendered 2 times. So we will fetch this request 2 times. So this is very bad. So we can't do this. This is a very bad approach. We have implemented this approach. We have seen that this is getting us some problem. We are facing some performance problems. Now we will resolve this. How we should resolve this is using ChatGPT. So in this video, I will tell you how you can utilize ChatGPT to get all the results. So basically we want to fetch all the tweets single time. We want to fetch tweets with the likes count, and we want to also assure that are we including or do we have liked the tweet. So the user who is authenticated in the current application is liked a single tweet or not. So how should we do that? So we can run a plain SQL query because Supabase client library doesn't provide a query like that. It is a complex query, so we have to build a plain SQL query on our own because we are not using any ORM for now. If you use an ORM like Prisma or Drizzle or TypeORM, something like that, you can do it with ORM. But here we are not using an ORM. That's why we have to define a single performant SQL query. So for that, as I said, I am not good at writing SQL, so I have used ChatGPT to help me here. So you can see these are my SQL tables, and I have pasted all the SQL tables which we created. I want to fetch all the tweets with likes count. Can you give me the best way to achieve this? So it gave me how you can get all the tweets with like count, so we don't have to fetch the likes count again and again for a single tweet. So it will give us the likes count. Another thing which I have said to it, also I need to include in that query if the current user has liked the post or not. So it gave me the SQL query that give me tweets.all. So this means give me all the rows, and it is saying that count all the likes as likes count, and it is finding that if likes.tweet ID is current tweet ID and likes.user ID is current user ID exist or not. If it exists, then user has liked this tweet, otherwise it is not. So this is how it is finding all the tweets, and from tweets, and this is left joining the likes table, and it is grouping the tweets by tweet.id. So this is how it works. And then I told ChatGPT to order it by latest tweet on the first of our web page. So it gave me order by. So we can copy this query, and you can go to your SQL editor and you can create a new query and you can paste it here. And I have checked it, it is totally correct. And if you run this, you will find all the tweets. But for that, you have to get the current user ID. So let's assume our user ID is something random. So this means this user doesn't exist. So if we run this query, then you can see we have an input of UUID. So let's find out the correct UUID here. So for that, I have recently queried the same thing. So what I can do, I can show you. This is my user ID. We will pass this user ID to the function, and then this to query. So this is a big query, you can see. And now if we run this, we can find out all the tweets with the latest tweet on the top. This is a new tweet from another account. And we can also find out the likes. We can also find out if the current user has liked this post or not. So if you go to bottom, you can see we haven't liked this, and we can see if we like this tweet, you can see now we have liked. And if you run this query again, we should be able to see true here. So you can see we are now getting true. So this query is working. So now we have to run this query on user main page. So here, instead of running a lot of queries again and again, we will only run one query and it will improve our performance. So for that, to connect this database to our application, we need something called PG pool. So if you search PG pool, PostgreSQL pool on the internet, you can find out this package, and we will use this package to query our database like this. So let's install this. Let's remove this thing because you can see we are sending a lot of requests to the server and it is very bad. We don't want to send too many requests to our server. So we will install pnpm install pg pool in the source. Here we will inside the db in the utils, not in the utils. Yeah, you can create here pg pool, or you can create a new folder called db. Here in the db, you can say index.ts, and here you can define your pool. So all the details you can read, and let's go to GitHub and find out how we can use this pool. So pg pool, we have to also install the pg here. So let's copy this and install everything we need. Pg pool and pg, both the things we need. And then we will use pg pool to create our database instance, and then we can query our database. So let's copy this also. Instead of variable, we will use const. You can supply custom client constructor if you want to use the native Postgres. Okay, so we don't want this thing. We also don't want this. We also don't want this. So we need to define all the options here. Import pool from pg pool like that. You can see we don't have the types. That's why it is not showing us auto completion. So we will install the types. pnpm install pg pool types. So we are installing the pg pool types as dev dependencies, as you can see. Now if you hover over it, you can see all the types, and if you try, you can see all the stuff here. So the database is Postgres, and the connection is string, which we will get from the database, not env, we need it from import. Okay, so we will define process.env dot our connection string. So what we will do, database connection string. So I will go to my env, which is confidential, and here I will define my database connection string. And you can go to Supabase on the project setting in the database. Here you can find the Node.js database connection string. Copy this thing, paste here, and here I will reset my password. I will regenerate my password so that it is good, confidential, and now I will paste my password here. So now this is my database connection string. I will copy this and I will use this here, just like that. And I can define the other options as well. Allow exit on idle, true. Now we have a pool. So how to query? Okay, so let's see. All the things, SSL is true. Yeah. So now we can query like that. Pool.connect then and then catch like this. Play nice with async await. So we want to use async await. So let's use that also. So what we will do, we will export it. Export const pool. So pool.connect and then we can use this. So instead of directly exporting this, we will define our client and then we will use this const db is equal to await, or instead of doing this, we can use this thing. This is a self-calling function. Const pool is, we already have a pool, and then we will say pool.connect. Okay, this is good. And then we can find the result and all the things here. Your new favorite helper method. So we can directly call this also. What do you think? Because it's so common to just run a query and return the client, the pool afterwards. PG pool has this built in. So we directly query this. That's good. So let's do this one thing. First, export this pool and then we will use this. Export this for now. So we will go to our main component. Inside here where we are getting all the tweets. So instead of this, we need to run the query. So return is equal to await pool, import the tool from DB, and then we will directly query the stuff. We will directly query the stuff. So like this, select $1 means this thing, text as name. So we will copy our whole query, which is this. Copy this thing, we'll use this. You can see tweet story star, and here we are using the current user ID. So we want to pass this as a, so we will pass this thing like this. So if you go to current user ID, here you can see this is our current user ID. And in the example of PG pool, here you can see this is our, so we can ask ChatGPT to return the query with the PG pool. So we can say return the query with using the PG pool and random UUID variable. So you can see this is our connection string and this is $1. So we will say instead of this, this is our $1, which is the parameter, and then we can directly query like that. Don't forget to release the pool. So this is how you can leverage ChatGPT here. So we'll copy the whole thing, paste it here. We will also copy the query. Yeah, so this is our query and we are passing the current user ID, and here we can get the current user ID as well, which is a string. Here our query, and here we are getting everything. So now if we go to main component, here you can see this is complaining. This is complaining that you have to get the user ID as well. So we can do that. That's not a problem. So what we can do, we can pass the user data over here. So user data.user.id like that, and we can cut it from here. We can paste it, and here instead of this, we can say this is a string. And when the, yeah, so we can define two queries here. So query with current user ID and query without current user ID. Like that, we can copy the whole thing. We just need to change a few things. We need likes count, but we don't need the user has liked. Simple. So we can run this simple query. So what we need to do is if the current user ID exists, then query. So we can define the query temporary here, which is a string. Let query is a string, or we can say this is query without current user ID. And if the current user ID exists, then we can say the query is query with current user ID, and then we will run the query. We will pass the parameters and we will process the query result like that. Pool.end, and that's all what we are doing now. Let's remove this for now. We don't need this. We don't need this as well for the moment. Let's comment everything out and we will see if this is working or not. So pnpm run dev, and we should be able to see something for now. So now if you go to localhost, if you try to refresh, we should be able to see something here. Yeah, something went wrong. Cannot use a pool after calling end on the pool. So something went wrong. Error, password authentication failed for user Postgres. Okay, password authentication has failed. So why is that? This is our pool database. Okay, so we don't need this database thing here. We can directly use without connection string like that. Can connection string directly. And from PG, yeah. So now if we try to hit the refresh and we will see what is happening. Yeah, we get something now. Authentication failed. Executing query. Authentication failed for user Postgres. So this means our connection string is not correct. So let me correct my connection string. So to check if this is connecting or not, we will first, let me reset my database password again, reset the whole password, and I will use here again, good pool mode, yeah, 6534. Okay, so connection string is this, connection pooling is this. Let's copy this thing. This is for the connection pooling. I think we need to use this. We can try it. We can see what is happening. Refresh this. Yeah, we are okay. So now we got this. Okay, so after changing, we have get everything we want. You can see we are getting ID, text, profile ID, created it, updated likes count, and user has liked or not. And that's totally awesome. And we can just return this whole query result from here. So if this doesn't exist, we can return nothing. And if it exists, we can return result.rows like that. So what you need to do is you need to use this pool here, this one, connection string for connection pooling. Not this one, and then it will work. And now we are efficiently querying everything. Okay, but it is still getting some problems, like cannot use a pool after calling and on the pool. Now we can remove this thing and we can modify our tweet type and we will return everything. So here we are returning all the tweets and here we will render everything we need. So res.error is, so if this is error, so we can return the error. Inside error, we can return a message, db querying failed. And here we are returning all the rows, res.data, and we can wrap this whole thing in the data like that. We can use async and await here, but we are not using that for some reason because ChatGPT gave to us this thing. But yeah, that's also possible. Here we can, for this moment, we can say this any, but this is not a good idea. So if you come here, if you refresh this, nothing is visible and we are still fetching all the things here. We don't want these things, likes count, tweet, dot likes count, and the other thing is which we are getting is in the queries you can see tweets dot likes count, and otherwise is user has liked. So tweet dot user has liked, so this thing, but there is a chance that this doesn't exist, so we will wrap this whole thing in the boolean. Here we are saying tweet type, but we will define any for the moment so it doesn't show us any error. Save this whole thing, res.data. Let's log this thing so we can see if we are getting something on the client. We are not getting anything. Let's restart the whole server. Sometime you may need to restart the server to get things working. Okay, so we are not getting anything and it is still sending a lot of requests to the server, which is auth request. We are sending a lot of auth request. Why is that? Do we in the like button? So in the like button, queries, index, console.log, let's log the result as well. So we can see what is happening. Result. Yeah, something is working here. Yeah, we are getting the result basically. Result.rows. Then why it is not being shown? Yeah, we are getting the result as well. So return the data. Okay. So the problem is if you visit the poll documentation, you can query like that. So we will use this async await, not this thing. I don't like this. So let's cut the whole thing. Const result is equal to await poll.query because it is a promise and we can see now the query result. And we can wrap the whole thing into try catch block. So if something went wrong, we can console.log error. Otherwise, we can return the data as res dot. You can see rows. Because full name is not defined. So why is that? Cannot read the property of full name. This. Okay, so we want to also fetch the whole profile of the user. So we can ask the ChatGPT to modify our queries. So we also want to fetch the user author details as well. So it will say that profiles.user. Yeah, so we can now fetch the whole thing here as well. So let's copy this thing, Control D, Control V, remove the extra comma, and it is good. So you can see profiles.username. So we are getting the profiles.username as well. We are getting profiles.fullname as well. So if you save this, now it should not complain. Good. Now it is not complaining. So here, if we refresh this thing, okay, something is wrong here. Missing from close from entry. Okay. So we haven't copied it correctly. So left join joins profile. So we have to join the profile table as well. So we are left joining the tweet table, left join likes, join and group by. Yeah, so we have to correctly fix our query. Group by and then order by. So this is a big query you can see, but yeah, we have to do this. Now we are getting something. We are getting text, username, full name, everything directly without any hassle. So what we can do here, we have to modify this thing. Here we are saying tweet.profile. So instead of profiles, we can directly save this thing. Now it's good. You can see we are directly getting everything. So if we hit refresh, this is being rendered one time. But the likes count is still not visible. Why is that? Tweet.likes count. Okay, so this is likes count. Now it is visible, you can see. And if we try to click here, you can see this is updated. If we try to click, this is updated. And we are also not bombarding our database with a lot of requests. So if you hit refresh, we now have something 16,000 or 17,000 requests in the last 60 minutes. But it will, now we have removed every complexity from our application, like a lot of requests we were doing in the last video. So this is the only time we have to specifically query a single SQL query. Otherwise, we don't need to do this. Okay, so you can go here and you can refresh this a hell lot of time, and this will not, you can see 4,309. If you hit refresh, if you try to refresh this, it is not changed a lot. You can see this is cool. So now we can like this tweet, remove our like, and here as well. Okay, so if we are not logged in, we are not able to see any tweets. That is not the way I want. So if I open this tab in the new tab, this is not, we are not able to see any. Why is that? Syntax error at or near from. So this is a bad thing, like not using an ORM, because it will make our life complicated. As you can see here, query without current user ID. If current user exists, then query is query. So let's see what is the problem we are facing here. Profiles.fullname. What is the problem here we are getting? This is the same likes.tweet ID, profiles, everything seems good to me. Let's remove this current ID thing and let's see if we are still getting a problem. Yeah, so we will fix this problem in the next video. I think we have done a lot of stuff in this video. So I have explained you how you can optimize your web application so that a lot of users can use it many times and you will not bombard your server with a lot of requests from clients. Now, if you refresh, you can see we are not bombarding our server. We were facing some problems with this query without current user ID. So what was the problem? We are using an extra comma here, and that's why we are getting the problem. So we are selecting the columns and we are then joining and grouping and ordering everything doing. So it's good. So here we can define our query. So our query is basically this one. So if the query is basically, if the current user doesn't exist, then our query is pool.query is query without current user ID. That's our query. So it is, yeah. And if the current user exists, then our query will be query with current user ID. And then we will pass this current user ID with our query. Okay, so this is for the parameter, this $1. Then we can await this query here. We can await this query and here we have our result, and then we can save this thing. And now we have all the tweets here, you can see. And if we go to a incognito mode, then if we try to see, here still we can see all the tweets. You can see everything is working nice and good. So this is a little bit of complex query, but yeah, with the help of ChatGPT, we can query our database efficiently. So this is what ChatGPT can do. Now what we need to do is, here we can also define an error. So return error, something wrong with querying the DB, like that. Now save this. Now this is good. So we are rendering everything and everything looks good to me. So now what we need to do, so if we go to the like button, so everything is good. So we can like, we can dislike. We are not bombarding our server with a lot of API requests. You can see this is still the same. Yeah, auth requests are a lot of auth requests we are sending. Why is that? Let's find out. There is a reason. So this is a homework for you. What you need to do, you need to remove this auth here and you can pass down the user ID from the tweet and from the main component. So we have the user data, we have the user ID. You just need to pass down the ID. From here you need to pass down the ID to the like button, and that's all. That's how you can also remove a lot of like and what we can say the auth request to the Supabase server. That's all. Now our application is looking good. Where is this? So this is our application. We can tweet. This is a latest tweet. You can tweet and you can see this is being rendered here instantly. this is super fast. Okay, now what feature we can implement? We need to implement our reply functionality. So in the next video, we will implement the reply functionality. What we need to do is similar to Twitter. So let's close everything. If we go to Twitter, so here is a tweet, and if I tweet something, here you can see, if I click on this button, it will open a new model, and now I can reply to this tweet. So same thing we are going to do. When I click over here, it will open a model, and then I can type my reply. After this, if I click on this tweet, it will open a whole new window, and then I can see the replies below. So here you can see this is our application, and if you go to the here localhost 3000, and we are running our application nicely. But if you go to the queries part, we are doing all these things. So this is looking bad, and there is a great chance that you might do a typo here, like we have did in the last part. Like if you type a comma here, and then it will break your whole thing, and you are not able to get this, why it is happening. So if you now go to your application, you can see something went wrong with the server, right? So we don't know what went wrong, and this is a very small typo, and we can't debug this thing very quickly. That's why it's always good to use an ORM. That's why we are going to use Drizzle ORM, because it is a type safe ORM. You can go to the Drizzle ORM website, you can go to the documentation, and you can find out that it's very good ORM. So we are going to use this. So first of all, let's click on pnpm and install all the packages we need here. Close this thing, pnpm, install all the stuff we need. So we will create a schema.ts file. So this is our source directory. Inside the db, we have this db thing. Okay, so we will create a new file called schema.ts. Here we will define all our schemas which we have created in the Supabase. So you can see we have a few tables, and we need to now create all the tables here. This is a simple part but a repetitive part, and you can use ChatGPT to do this also fastly. So how to do that using this ChatGPT? So let's go to ChatGPT, and here we have our schema. So if you are watching this part, then you also must have watched the previous part in which we have created all the tables. So if you go to the SQL editor, so create table, here we are creating all the tables. So now what we need to do, we need to create our schema using all these tables. Okay, so let's copy this thing, and this is my SQL tables. These, we can say these are my SQL tables. We can copy everything. So this is our profile table, and we can remove this row level thing here. This is already done, so we can remove this. This is unnecessary. We don't need this thing in our schema file. Now we will tell this ChatGPT to generate our schema. So generate the ORM schemas. As you know that ChatGPT don't have the latest data. So what we will do, generate the ORM schema from below docs. So we will paste the relevant information here. So we will go to ChatGPT, or we will go to the Drizzle ORM, because we are using PostgreSQL. Here you can go to the docs, not here, it is directly, yeah, so we'll copy the whole thing. So what I want to do is, this is redirecting us to, so I want to copy the main data, yeah, so see for docs. So this is a PostgreSQL. So you can see these are all the docs here. So just Control A, Control C. So we have copied all the things, and we will paste this, and now we will send this. So you can see there was an error generating the response because this is very big. So we just need the relevant data. What is the relevant data? The column types is relevant data. Okay, this is relevant data, so we can copy the whole thing. So first of all, what we need to do is, we have did a mistake here. So the ChatGPT only accept 4,000 tokens. So we will fix this thing. We will copy everything from here, and we will again from docs below, and we will only paste the relevant docs, nothing much. So let's paste this. Now we have this thing, go up to the top. Here we have the things. Schema declaration. This is our main thing. This is also relevant. Yeah, this is relevant. Indexes, foreign keys, composite primary. That's all we need, and you can now send this, and it will generate all the tables for us. You can see ChatGPT is generating all the schemas, so we don't have to write all these things by ourselves. It's like a productivity hack. You can use this, and it's good. I will tell you if this has any error, we will also fix this. So now we just need to copy the whole thing, paste here, Drizzle ORM PG core. So PG enum popularity. So we don't need this popularity thing here, so we can remove this. The UUID column, we also don't need this. We can just pass the UUID. So this may have some error, so we are fixing this. We are checking if ChatGPT has done anything wrong. So this is good. PG table profiles, ID is UUID, which is a primary key. It's totally okay. And we can also pass auto-generated, default random. So it means it is generated default. So now we can copy every ID using this thing. UUID, primary key, default random. Updated it, timestamp, default now, not null. Okay, username. So this unique constraint is not available in the Drizzle now, so we can remove this. Also, instead of UUID column, we can replace it with only UUID. Now you can see username dot. Now we also don't have this check thing, so we can remove this. It's totally okay, but we can say we want not null. Full name also not null. We will again cross check with our original schema. So you can go here, ID updated, username and full name. These 4 things, ID updated, username and full name. Cool. We can remove this one also. We have tweets, which is default random, text is not null, profile ID, and the reference to the profile ID is profiles.id. So this is saying that a profile can have many tweets, just like that. And now here we can also define some React convention for naming. So instead of profile underscore ID, we can say profile and then capital I and then D. So profile, it's the best practice to do like that. Profile ID, created it, updated it. So the database will be saved, or what I'm saying is the database column will be named after this, but in the application we will use this for our TypeScript generation. So it's cool. We have hashtags, so it's also cool. Default random, the hashtag can't be null, and then we have a PG table called tweet hashtag. A tweet can have multiple hashtags and a hashtag can be part of multiple tweets. So you can see we have a table tweet hashtag. So instead of saying tweet hashtag, we can do this tweet hashtag. This is the table tweet ID, hashtag ID, and then this one. This is cool. Tweet hashtag primary key. So we will say that this is tweet ID and this is hashtag ID. So it is creating a table which has access to the thing that which tweet has which hashtag. Okay, so we can, if we want to get all the tweets of a single hashtag, then we can query the table. We can say give me all the tweets of this particular hashtag ID. We can query this table and then we can join the tweet table with each ID of the tweet is equal to this tweet ID. So it will join the tweet table and it will give us all the tweets. So that's how we can do that. Here we have our replies. Why it is complaining. So let's see, we have UID as a primary key, we have text, that's good, user ID. So not null, reference is profile.id. So it means, yeah, so who is the user who have replied? Okay, let's see. We have tweet ID, here we can, instead of user ID, we can say user capital I, tweet capital ID, reply capital ID. Our productivity after this, after creating this schema, it's going to be very good. This is one-time thing and you will be very much productive after implementing this, because previously we were doing all the raw things, the native things like querying the database from raw queries. That is bad. That is very bad. So you should always use ORM. So I thought, why not use ORM in this tutorial? That's why I'm creating this part also when integrating the ORM part. Okay, so replies, text, user ID, tweet ID, reply ID. You can see this is a self-reference. Note this, you can see self-reference. A user can reply to, okay, so we have ID, tweet. So if we comment this out, yeah, it will work. So this is not working. It is saying that it can't reference the current table. So if we go to the documentation, here you can find out an example that's for sure, which is self-reference. You can see that sister city ID and it is self-referencing foreign key, and that's cool. You can see country ID is countries.id, inline foreign key, that is good. Country ID, this is, and sister city ID, which is referencing to same table, NEPG column, and then it's so reply ID is also referencing to the same table, which is replies, and it is saying that reply ID is this. Do we need the reply ID basically? Yeah, because a reply can also be reply. So this is the confusing part. Let's omit this part. I don't think we need the reply. Why do we need the reply? Yeah, we don't need the reply. Reply user, a tweet can have many replies, and then a reply can have more replies also. That's why we are doing this. Yeah, that's why we are doing this. So if the reply ID exists, that means it is a reply for another reply. If it doesn't exist, this means it is a top level reply. If it exists, then it means it is a down level reply. Good. So let's do this also. Now you can see it is gone. We are referencing the same table. So we will insert this reply ID whenever we are replying to a reply. That's how it will work. Now we are getting the replies and we are constructing the foreign keys, which is columns, foreign columns. Yeah, but we don't need this thing. We are already referencing things here. Reply user foreign key, columns reply dot user ID profiles dot ID. Explicit foreign key with one column, explicit foreign key with multiple columns, inline foreign key. So this is an explicit foreign key and this is inline foreign key. We can choose to use either of the one. We don't need to do both of them. So we are referencing 1, 2, 3. So this table has 3 references. So a user can have many replies, a tweet can have many replies, and a reply can have many replies. So this is what these 3 references mean, and we don't need this extra hustle of creating this explicitly. If you don't want to define this inline, you can do that. So we will remove now this thing and it's good. Now we have likes table, which is likes. That's good. Default random UUID, which is user ID, and it is referencing to the profiles.id, which is this one. That's good. Tweet ID is this. A tweet can have many likes. That's why it is referencing to tweet ID. So we can, instead of saying user, we can say user ID, tweet ID. You can see we have to do a lot of fixes after we have used ChatGPT. ChatGPT will give us the initial boost, so we don't have to write a lot of text here, basically. And we are creating an index over here. Why we are creating index? Because sometimes it is faster to get the data if we have created the indexes, but it is not required. But yeah, we can create that. So let's create an index on user ID and tweet ID so we can query them faster. So here you can find out about the indexes. If you search index, not this index, you can see index and unique index. 2 things we have here. Okay, so I think it is, so we need to import the unique index, right? So now we have our, where is this likes? Yeah, so we have this unique index over here. Unique index, which is like can only be, like is unique. Basically, the user cannot like a tweet more than one. So it means with the same user ID or tweet ID, more than one row can't be existed in this table. That's why we are creating a unique index, like unique, and we can name this thing likes user ID tweet ID index. And here we can say unique like index dot on. And here we can define our columns here. So we can say likes dot, first one is user ID, likes dot, and the second one is tweet ID, like that. So we have defined our index like that. Awesome. Here we have our bookmarks. It is PG table. The same thing here we need to do user ID, tweet ID, created it. It is referencing to the correct table. Good. It is also can't be null. So we can say it can't be null. So this bookmark feature is same as the like feature, nothing much. So you can also, okay, so we are already saying it can't be null. That's good. This reference things can't be null, basically. Yeah, this reply can be null, but it can't be null. Okay, so these both can be null, but yeah, these both can be null, but they can't be null both at same time, because we need to fetch, we need to find that if this tweet has some likes or if this reply has some replies. Good. Now we have some likes over here and we need to do the same thing like we have did for the likes. So we can just say bookmarks, we will say bookmarks unique, because as I said in the last part that bookmark and like are the same thing. Unique bookmark index, and we can say bookmarks user ID tweet ID index, ID user ID tweet ID created it. Okay, so you can see this is how we have created all of our tables. And now the migration part comes. We need to generate the SQL from this and we need to sync our database. So for that we will use again Drizzle docs. Here you can find out how to connect to our database. Like this, we just need to use this. We are already using the pool, which you can see, and then we just need to pass. You can remove this thing, import the Drizzle from the Drizzle Postgres, import the pool from PG, install everything, npm install PG. Okay, I think we need to also install the types over here. We have connection string, and then we can use our ORM, just like that db select from users, and it is simple. Let's reload our window so we can see what is going on. We need to export it also. Yeah, we need to install the type pm install save dev @types/pg. So now we have types. We reload, it is gone and it's good. So now we have our SQL DB, which is a ORM, and we can now efficiently query. So you can see db dot, we have all the auto completion, beautifully auto completion. Now our productivity will be much faster and we will be able to catch error much faster. So we don't need to do this now. We can also remove, comment it out. We will use this for reference when we create the same query using the Drizzle ORM. So we have seen 3 methods. First of all, we have used Supabase client.js library to fetch all the tweets and to mutate or insert like row and doing all the stuff. Then we have used plain SQL. Now we are using an ORM. So these 3 different approaches, and you can choose from last 2 whichever you want. It is not like must for you to use this Drizzle. If you want to go with Prisma, you can. I just want to explore this new thing. That's why I'm creating a tutorial for it. And let's see. We have tweet hashtag table. It is good. You can see many-to-many. This is a many-to-many relationship between tweet and hashtag. Otherwise, we have one-to-many relationship. Like a tweet can have many likes, a tweet can have many bookmarks, a reply can have many replies, a tweet can have many replies. So this is a one-to-many, but a tweet can have many hashtags and a hashtag can have many tweets. So this is a many-to-many relationship. Good. So now we have our DB. Now we will create another script for migrating our database. Migrate.ts. Here we will define a function which is main function. We will call it async, and what we will do? Await migrate. So we need to find a way to migrate our database. So if you go to migrations, here you can find out how to utilize the migrations. So we need to install the Drizzle kit, which we have already did, I think. And now we can use this thing. Await migrate and import the migrate from here. Import these 2 things. Import the DB. Now we have DB. Okay, so it is migration folder of migration folder is our Drizzle. When we will generate the migrations, it will create a new folder Drizzle, and in which we have all our migrations. Node pg database record string. Yeah, so why it is complaining? Let's see. Drizzle SQL. Let's use this max connection and also the Postgres thing here over here. So I think we need this thing Postgres, and then here we can use the Postgres, and we have all the things here. Database. Yeah, connection option. So this is the database string we need, I think. So let's connect our database. Here we can see this is using pool, and here it is using Postgres. So 2 things we have here. But at the end we have the database. Let's use the process.env. Okay, it doesn't need the new thing. And now let's see what the things it have. Connection, host name, password, everything it has. We want to use connection. Let's go with the database. Yeah, and we will pass. Okay, I think it accepts a connection string like that, and it accepts all the, you can say a string, and we can pass down all the stuff here. We can say max connection is 1. So we have our SQL. We can pass down our SQL here inside the Drizzle, which we will import from PostgreSQL. Yeah, and now it is not complaining. It is good. PostgreSQL database, and we will run this main function. We will say main.then process.exit. I will say console.log migrations running, console.log migration finished. Cool. So now we have our Drizzle ORM with the schema proper, with proper SQL DB, and with proper migration system. Now we have to do few more things. If you go to the package.json, in the scripts, you need to define some script over here. So we can say generate. So it will generate over all the migrations file. So for that, to generate all the migrations file, you can use this Drizzle kit generate PC. So here you can use Drizzle kit generate PC. It will generate all the migrations file, and then we will use the migrate to push the migrations to our database. So here we can say we will use bun, something called bun, to run our script, bun.sh. So it will automatically handle all the stuff for us, like getting the environment variables and handling the TypeScript stuff and all the things. So you don't have to worry about anything. You just need to use npx or pnpx, whatever you want, npx bun. You can say run and then you can copy the path of the migrate. So instead of this, we can directly say source, go to source in the library in the db migrate.ts. So it will run our migrations. So first of all, let's try this. Let's try to generate the schema SQL from our schema. So we will type over here, we will say npx, you can type pnpm as well, pnpm run, what is our script generate. Okay, so it is failed. Result config.json doesn't exist. So we have to define the configs of this thing. Let's import this as well. In the root of our directory, create a result config.ts and paste this stuff. So we can find out, we can define our schema in the source, in the library, in the db. We have our schema.ts, and where we want to output the SQL, we can say Drizzle. Now it's good. It will now do the work. So let's run the command again, pnpm run generate. Yeah. So now we have something, and it is showing us that transforming const to the configuring environment is not supported yet. So it is saying that no config path provided. Result.config.ts. Let's see what is happening. Errors are, if you want to have all the params as CLI options. We can also do the introspect command here, and introspect. So instead of directly saying result kit, yeah. So we faced an error. So what is the error? If you go to the tsconfig.json file, you will find that previously we were using ES5 instead of ES5, what you need to do? ES 2017. So if you can see, there are a lot of things. So you want to use ES 2017 and it will work nicely. So if you run pnpm run generate again, it will run. So this is the version thing, TypeScript. Sometimes stuff like that may happen. So you can see our migration file is ready, and you can see this is mostly similar to our stuff. All the stuff we have created. Here we have our indexes and all the things like foreign keys and stuff. Awesome. So now we have all our things, and now we can run the migrations as well. So if you run pnpm run, and then you can say let's do introspect. Okay, so pnpm run introspect. What is this like? You go to the package.json, you can find out introspect. It is what, like this, and here, yeah, introspect, introspect. Let me fix that. Introspect, and here it is also introspect. So pnpm run introspect. So it will only pg is available option for drive command field. Only PG is available option for drive. Okay, so something is happening here. So connection string, we have to define our connection string over here if you want to introspect our stuff. So we can go to our config, which is Drizzle config, and here we can provide our connection string. Yeah, it is saying db credentials. Inside db credentials, we have connection string, and which is process.env. What is our connection? Let's go to command P. If you are on Mac, if you are on Windows, Control P. env.local. This is our database connection string. So make sure this is hidden, and yeah, database connection string as a string. Let's fix this. So now if we run the introspect, it is saying that it is only available for the driver. What is that? Okay, so we can define our driver PG. Either connection string database are required for database connection. So for the temporary purpose, what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste my database connection string over here. It is not necessary. Let's not do that. If you want to introspect your database, you can put your connection string, and you can definitely remove this, because we don't want to commit this to our GitHub. Drizzle config, you can see we have this Drizzle config, and we don't want to GitHub to track our database connection string. To please do it carefully. So we should remove this thing over here, but yeah, you can do that. Okay, so you can also pass the connection string like that. So we can do that. This can be done. So what I'm saying is, if you go to the package.json, control P, command P, package.json, here we are saying generate kit introspect PG. So here we can say npx result kit introspect PG, and here we can pass our connection string as well. So out migration, and then we can pass our connection string. So we don't have to copy and paste. So GitHub won't be able to track. Yeah, so I will now paste my env, my secret connection string over here, and let's try this. PG is available option for driver. Okay, so what it is, sometimes it doesn't work. Yeah, so we can say the driver is PG or something. Yeah, now it worked. Driver is PG. And if you go to the migrations in the schema, you have all the things. Okay, what is this? You can see it is commented whole. Current SQL files were generated after intro inspecting the database. If you want to run this migration, please uncomment this code before executing migration. So what is happening here? First of all, we have find out what is the difference between our current database tables and the previous one. So it find out that we need to create some more few things here, like user ID, tweet ID, because if you see in our database, in our Supabase database, we have tweet_ID. This is not the naming convention we are using. That's why it is generating. And yeah, so what we can do instead of this, let's remove the whole thing. We don't need to inspect for now. Let's generate the migration file once more. So let's delete the migration in the Drizzle. Yeah, we have this one. So we have this one inside the migration. We have this one. That's good. So if we go to our migrate file, which is this migration folder, is we are saying that this is Drizzle and this is our migration folder. And if we try to generate or we try to push the changes to our DB, let's try this, because this is a dev instance and we don't care about it. That's why we are doing all the stuff over here. So we can say npm run migrate and it will push our changes to the DB. Now you can see npx bun. So if you don't have the bun installed, it will say please install the bun and you can hit the enter and it will work. Now we have got some errors. You can see migrations running, bookmarks table already exist, relation already exist, hashtags. So this stuff all of this stuff already exists. That's why it is not doing anything. Multiple primary keys for table, tweet hashtag are not allowed. So it is now done. So instead of this, we can say after this is done, we finally close the connection. So now if we try to do this again, it will close our server after running. Yeah, after generating the script. So you can see already exist. Now if you go to our database, which is here, you can find out all the things here. If you go to tweets, you can see there is nothing changed. We already have all the things as they should be and everything is good to go. But if we try to change something, then it will do something. So if we go to the migrate folder and let's try to run the migrations on the migration folder and you go to here, uncomment the whole thing so we can generate our migration. So now let's try it again. npm run migrate and let's see what is happening. Yeah, so we got something this time also. We are getting some errors. If this is a fresh database, then we won't be facing any problem. Schema Drizzle already exist. Schema hashtags already exist. Bookmarks already exist. Likes, profiles, replies, tweet hashtag. Yeah, that's good. But then what did you do with introspecting? So introspecting is the way to find out what is changed. Let's assume we have a fresh database. Create a fresh database and try to push something there and it will work. So if we go to a fresh database, let's create a new project, test, or let's say dev database, Twitter, ultimate Twitter clone dev. Generate a password. I will copy this, choose your region, and we will create a new database. Let's find out if this is working or not. If we will go to package.json, not in the package, in the env, and I will change my database connection string and all this stuff. Let's change all this stuff. So this is my secret service key. I will change this. This is my NN public key. I will change this as well. This is my URL. I will change this. And now we need our database. In the database, it is our connection string. And we need a new password. So basically, I will generate a new password again. Generate a new password. Copy this thing. Reset this thing. And here I will paste my password. That's good. Now everything is new. And we will generate everything from scratch. Delete the Drizzle. Delete the migration. Now we will try everything from scratch. So if you go to, we can generate npm run and then we can generate SQL from our schemas. So what we can do, we can generate npm run generate. It will generate all our SQL in the Drizzle folder. So you can see we have all our tables and relations here. This is cool. And now if you change this, if you change something, let's assume we want to insert something in the users table. So we will go to schema.ts. Here I will create a created it as well. So I will say this is the timestamp. I want to show you how you will do the work if you want to change something with the database in the future. Created it dot default now dot not null. Like this, created it, updated it like that. And now we will generate our again. So you can see now we have 2 migrations, and it is saying alter table profiles and add a column, which is timestamp default is this can be null, this can't be null, and this is now. You can see, and this is how we are generating all the things over here, and we can push these changes to our database in single click. So we can say pnpm run migrate, and you can see migration running, and we are successfully done our migration. So if we go to migration, okay, we haven't got this, but yeah, it is done. If you go to the tables, okay, so there is nothing. Let's see. .then, so log finished. We will also log if something went wrong with that. .catch. If we have any error, then console.log error. Yeah. Now let's do it again. pnpm run migrate. Something is here. Migration for, okay, so we don't have migration folder. Here we are specifying the wrong folder. So that's why this console.log error is also useful sometimes. So what we will do, result. Now it should work. pnpm run migrate, migrations running, migration finished and finished. And here you can see all the tables, and if you now go to the tweets, you should be able to see some foreign key here. So you can see this is a foreign key which is related to the profiles public key. And if you go to the tweets table, the profiles table basically, you can see all the columns are here. You can go to the replies as well. Here you can find out the reply ID. You can see this is self relation, this is from tweet relation, and this is, so everything is working like we have expected. And now we can easily query over database, and we can do all the stuff. If we pnpm run dev, we will see something happen. So this is our application, and let's refresh the page. We have also created a new database so that we can now integrate Drizzle ORM freshly without worrying about our previous stuff. Okay, so that's why we have created a new database. So you should enable row level policies for all the tables here. So to do that, you just need to follow what I'm doing. Enable row level policies for all the rows. So people will not be able to access all these tables from anywhere. It should be more protected. If assume like your public key, Supabase public key got in wrong hands, then they can utilize those keys to get all the data. So we don't want our data to be stolen. That's why we are enabling our row level security policies, because from a Supabase public key, these rows can be accessed if the row level security policy is not enabled. So enable all row level policies. So you can see enable, and now it's good. Now we have our database with our schema in sync. So in the source directory, in the library, in the DB, in the schema, you can find all our schemas, and it is in sync with our production, or you can see our remote database. But we want to integrate it for fetching, getting, and all this stuff. So here we are saying that querying and mutating. So instead of doing this, what we will do, if the current user exists, so we don't need this all the stuff here. We can directly fetch the rows using the Drizzle ORM. So what we will do, we will import the DB from the DB, and we will say select and what the things we need. Okay, so we need all the tweets. We need profiles. Inside profiles, we need username and we need full name. Now what we can do, we can say from which table we want. So we want from tweets. So we will import. You can see we are getting all the things. So we are importing all the columns. This means tweet. If we don't specify anything, then it means we are importing everything. So now inside here, so in the tweets, if you do this, you will find some auto completion here. And let's find out in the documentation of Drizzle ORM how to run a relational query. So we can see db.query.user.find many. So we can query users and we can find many with post like that. So we need to do that stuff. We can also left or right join. So here, if you find many, find first query. So here they are using query with post with comments, like this is good. So there we can do that as well. So we can say query and we want tweets. Okay, so we want to query. Okay, so it will say dot. Okay, but we are not getting any auto completion here. We want the auto completion. That's why we are using the Drizzle here. So we are not getting any auto completion. Why is that? For any nested with queries, Drizzle will infer type of infer model from core API. Good, that's good. But we want to. Okay, so if you have schema, so we have to specify the schema here basically. So if you go to the DB here, you can specify the schema, and let's import everything. Import or copy the whole line. And you can specify the schema. Now if you do this, you can see we have all of our tables. So we want to query the tweets dot find many, and we will say what do we want with, and it will give us the other thing which we have. So let's find out how we can find many. Here we can specify the other columns as well, or the other tables as well. So here what we want, here we want the users, or you can say, where is this? If you go to the tweets, here we have profile ID. It is related to, so here we can say we want the profile as well. So profiles true. We want the profiles. So this is how we can do. But we are not getting any auto completion here. Why is that? Find many columns. What are the columns you need? Okay, so it is saying that specify the columns. Let's see. Columns extra limit offset where with. Good. So we want the columns. We want all the columns. Okay, so that's not the case. Extras. What is extras? Let's find out. Okay, width. In the width we have comments, and then inside we can pass down the other things as well. So let's pass the profiles. But we are not getting any auto completion here. Why is that? Because we are not using the relations here. So what I'm saying is we have profiles, and profiles, each profile. Okay, so profiles don't have anything inside it, like profiles don't have any one-to-many relation here, but tweet has something. So a profile can have many tweets. So what here we can do, we can specify some things here, like it is given here, user relation. The same thing which we can do here. So instead of saying user relation, you can say profiles relations, import the relations, and here we will pass down the profiles. Here we will say many, and a user can have many tweets, and this is into tweets. Like this. A user can have many likes, a user can have many bookmarks, a user can have many replies as well. So this is what we are doing here. Tweets, let's forget about tweet hashtag now. Replies and likes and bookmarks. The same thing we need to do from the other direction. So what I'm saying is copy this whole thing, and we will define tweets relations. This doesn't affect our schema. This is much more of an application level interface thing. So this is required for the application level. So here we can say tweets relation, and profile info has user ID. Good. Can see these both have the same thing, but if the database doesn't support relations, like PlanetScale doesn't support relations, so you have to use this schema. Otherwise you can use this thing. Okay. So users relations, one user can have one profile. Good. A user can have many comments, and on the other side, one post, a comment. So we have to define from both sides. So you can see a post can have many comments, and a comment can be only posted on one post. So that's why we have to define this thing here like this, a post. So here we will define the profile. We will say one, and it accepts two things. It will accept. Here we will pass down the tweets relation. We will pass down the tweets just like that. In the comments, we are passing down the comments like here, and here we are saying a comment can be posted on one post, and here we are specifying the posts here. Cool. So here we will specify the profiles, and here we will say the fields. Which are the fields basically? So it is the tweets dot, which field is this? So it is profile ID. And what is the reference of this field? So we will say profiles.id, just like it. Post.id, this is the reference, which means this is a reference, and this is the field which we want to reference. So we can say this post ID is reference to this ID. So we have to do this for all the other tables as well. This is our profiles, this is our profiles relations, tweets relations, replies. Now we have replies relations. Here, instead of doing this, we will say replies dot user ID. Okay, so here we are saying user ID, which is good. Profiles, replies. So we have to pass down the replies here basically, where then this will have the replies access. Now we have profiles. Okay, now it is good to go as well. We will do the same for the likes table. Here, instead of replies relation, we will say likes relations. Here we will pass down the likes table. Here we will say likes dot user ID, just like that. And the reference is profiles.id. Good. Here in the bookmarks, we will do the same thing. I know it is repetitive, but yeah, it works. It will help us when we are querying our database, and it will be much more error prone. Here we will pass down the bookmarks. Here we will say bookmarks.userid. I would suggest you to name these profiles users, and then you can specify the user ID as well here. So let's save this. It won't affect the schema, but it will affect here. So if you now see, you can see we have a profile. If we hit enter, we can find out what columns we need. So we need username, and we need true, and we need full name. So this is because of here we have specified the tweets relations. If we want to find out on the tweets, we have this thing. That's why it is working. And if we log this, it will work. But we want to left join this profiles table. So for that, we can do that. We can do that if we go to joins. Here we can find out how to do that. So db.select from users, then we can left join things. So this is what we need to do. So let's comment this out for now. And here we will try something out. Here we will say const result is equal to await db.select. We can say select distinct, select distinct on. We will just select, and we want to select from tweets. We want to select from tweets, and then we want to left join basically. So here you can find out all the things. Inner join, left join, right join, everything we have here. So we want to left join the table. Which table we want to left join? You can see we want to left join the likes table, and then join the profiles as well. So we are joining two tables. So we will join the likes table, then add all the elements of an array into a string separated by specific separate. So we are taking the reference of this SQL query which we have got from ChatGPT. Now we will join the profiles. But before that, I think we need to specify something. We need to left join, and we need to find out for which column you want to left join. So here we will specify something. Here we will say equal, and we can say tweets dot which column you want to join. Okay, so we have ID, profile ID, everything. So we want to join the tweets ID and likes dot tweet ID. Now this is what we want. After this, we want to join the whole table, which is the profiles table basically, and it will accept the same thing. It will accept the tweets dot profile ID, and we need profiles dot ID. Okay, what it is saying. Okay, left join required and full join. Good. Partial select. Then what is the join? Many to one example. Aggregate result. So here we have joined all the tweets basically. Here we are selecting everything. But what if we don't? I don't want to select everything here. Length join. I want to join the profiles, and a separator. Add all the element to an array into a string. Left join. For each row of the table includes value from a matching row of the join table. If there is a matching row, if not, all of the columns of the join table will be set to null. Okay, that's cool. But this join is not a thing of how about right join includes all the rows of join table. If there is no matching row in the main table, all the columns of the main table will not be set to null. So here we are joining the left. We are saying that give me the tweet and give me the likes count of this tweet basically. So we are saying that when the tweet ID is equal to likes.tweet ID, give me all the rows as well. And then we are joining the profile, and let's log the result out, and we will see what we are getting here. Res dot, so we should get something here, dot returning. And now what we can do here, we can order them, order by, and we will say, how do you want to order by? So I can say tweets dot created it dot. Okay, so how this order by works, cast out here, order by documentation. Let's find out what is this. Okay, it is sending us to dot all. So we can find all the rows, and here we can specify the rows as well. We don't need all the rows. We can offset, or we can find some rows, not all of them. And here we are also grouping them by tweet ID, profiles, username, and profiles. Okay, so we don't need that thing. Descending. The Drizzle, the GitHub documentation is better. Let's go to there. Here you can see how we can select the users, or how we can use this thing. Select from user where this is this. Good. Limit, offset, and order by. Okay, so we have to use this ascending or descending from here. So we need to descending. So what we will do, we will grab TESC from Drizzle ORM we will import, and we will say using sorting, and you can hover over it. You can find from users order by descending users dot created at and tweets dot created at. That's what we are doing here. That's totally good. Now it will work. We can limit and offset. Offset means how many users or tweets you want to jump. We can limit them. Let's limit to one tweet only. Dot. Yeah, that's what we need. Dot returning. I think there is something called returning. If you hover over it, you can see what we are getting. We are getting, if we do this 2, we will receive an array. If we do it 1, we will receive an array of objects. So here we have tweets, here we have profiles, and here we have likes. Save this thing, and here we will find out what we are getting. We are getting undefined. Why is that? So if we go to the main component, let's comment everything out for now. Here we are getting the tweets. Let's pass this thing also, console.log, current user ID, and yeah. So basically the current user ID is undefined and we are getting nothing. And if we remove this, what we will get? Nothing. Okay, because we don't have any tweets, that's why we are getting all of these things. So let's log in and try to submit some tweets here. Then it will work. Save this thing. Here in the mutation, if you go to compose tweet, here we are submitting the tweets. Instead of this, now you can use the Drizzle ORM if you want. So let's use the Drizzle ORM. So import the db.insert, and we will specify our tweets table schema, and we will say the values are these. Profile ID is user data.user.id, just like that. Dot. Yeah. So this is how you can insert something using the Drizzle ORM. Result, and let's log the result as well. Console.log. Yes, what we are getting. Yeah, we are getting the user and it's good. Not user, we are getting the tweet basically. So we can now remove this. We don't need Supabase server. We need only response. Actually, we don't need to send anything. If this went wrong, .catch, we can set some error. We can say let error is equal to empty string. And if something went wrong, we can say error something wrong with insert, something wrong with server. Let's say for now, and we can pass down the error as error. That's good. And we can pass down the data as res. Why it is complaining? If we go here, yeah, it is complaining because if we hover over this, now we have some different things. So just for the sake of demo, we will do it any. And now let's see how, if we able to submit a tweet or not. So first we need to sign in. So clubofcoders.com@gmail.com, and username is clubofcoders. Hit enter. Now we should be received, and yeah, so we have received a link. I will sign up. Now I am logged in. You can see we are getting an ID here. I will submit something. This is a tweet. This is my first tweet. If I hit enter, you can see something is happening. Something is happening. So let's log this out. What we are getting. You can say error. Console.log error. If we try to hit submit, yeah, we are getting something. We are getting insert or update on tweets. Violates the foreign key constraint. Tweets profile ID foreign key. Something is wrong. Basically, it is saying something is wrong. So if now go to profiles, okay, so we don't have any profiles here. Why? Because this is our new database and we haven't configured our trigger to insert a row into our profiles table when a new user is created. For that, you can go to SQL editor. You can go to, there is a user management starter, and you can just copy this whole trigger, create function. What it will do, it will create a trigger whenever a new user will sign up on your application. It will insert into the profiles table. So new blank query, create function public handle user, insert into public.profile ID, full name, author URL. We don't need the author URL. We need the username, full name, username. These two things we need. New.id, new. Now let's try to run this. Now successfully done. If we go to our profiles, username, full name, these two things we need. We need the ID as well. So yeah, we are getting the ID as well. Cool. So now we will delete this user which just has signed up. Now if you refresh this, it will ask us to sign up again. clubofcoders.com@gmail.com. Here we will say club of coders. Now I will click on login. It will send me a email. I did got any email. Something went wrong. Let's see. Let's click on login again. Something is not working. So we will find out what is happening here. Auth. So in the provider, we are opening the model. Here is our authentication model. Please sign in to continue. Here we are select. Okay, so the username already exists. Please use, and then we are signing using OTP. If something is wrong, we should show something here. So I think it will give us some data, an error. If we got any error, sign up error, sign up data. So if we got any error, then we should show something and we should return it. Return toast.error, error dot. We can say sign up error.message, and if it is successfully done, we can show it toast.success, magic link sent successfully, like that. Now it's good. Now if we try to do that again, clubofhorrors.com@gmail.com, club of horrors, login, null value in the column full name of relation profiles. Okay, so we are getting something. Let's log the error so we can see what is happening. Full sign up error, club of coders. Okay, I don't want to type again and again. I think I should use type is email already. It should show me auto completion, but it is not showing. Okay, so it is, what is the problem we are facing is inside the authentication in the profiles, username, full name. Let's try this and see the error more carefully. We'll fix the error. Where is the error? Okay, in the terminal it should have. So null value in the column full name of relations profile violate null, not null constraint at not null value in column. Yeah, previously we were able to sign up and this time not. What happened? Let's clear the whole data. Where is the storage? Clear the site data, everything. Now everything is cleared. Localhost, go to localhost. Now let's do it again. clubofhorrors.com@gmail.com. Here we will say the username is club of horrors. Hit enter and it is saying data is username. Preview. Failing row contains this null value in column full name of relation profile. So we are not able to insert a new row. That's why we are not able to sign up. So let's pass down the full name as well. So it needs a full name. So what we can do is the same thing here. And instead of placeholder, we can say name, type text, minimum. Let's remove this. And let's define a new state as well for the name. Full name, it is empty. Here we will say, okay, the value is username. And here the value is email. Why have I forgot that thing? Here the value is not email. Here is the value is full name and set the full name. That's all. Now we need to send the full name as well to our server. Full name is full name. That's good. Now let's write email is clubofhorrors.com@gmail.com. Username is club of horrors. Name is Pranjal Soni. Hit enter. Now it is done. Magic link sent successfully. Now it is done and we should have a new row inserted in our DB. That's totally awesome, and we will confirm our sign up. Now we are sign up and here we will, this is my first tweet. Hit tweet sent successfully. Everything is working as expected. And here now we are able to see the get tweets and everything is now good. So close. You can see this is how we are using Drizzle ORM to insert something from, not from, inside our DB. And here we are getting the DB and joining all the tables here. So you can see we are getting an array which has only one element. It has something. It has tweets, which is the tweet detail. It has likes, which is null because now the likes is null. It has profiles, which who is the user who created this tweet. This is what we are showing here. That's totally good. Now we want all the likes. Okay, so how to do that? We want all the likes. I want to count that. Can we do that? No. So we can send the whole response here and response, and in the main component here we can catch the error if something went wrong. Let error is equal to empty string, and here we can directly say like this, and we can say error is equal to something went wrong while fetching all the tweets. And here we can pass down the data is response and the error is the error. Now we have something, and if we have res.data.length is greater than 0 or not like that, if this is defined, here we can remove this tweet. Why it is showing us the squiggly line? Control Z, res.data.map. Now we have this tweet. Void element undefined is not assignable to type React node. Type void is not assignable. Yeah, tweet is res.data and res.data.length is greater than 0. something is not working here. Something is very wrong. We can say res.data. Yeah, now it's happy. It's basically happy. It is saying, yeah. So here tweet dot. So we can split the profiles tweets. Here we can say tweets.id. Here we have our tweets, and in the here we have all the things here. Tweet.text. Here we don't need to give this thing. Here we can infer tweet type. So if you go to the documentation of Drizzle, let's close this. You can infer the types. So if you go to schema declaration, this is how you can infer the types of the everything. So if you go to schema, here we want to infer the tweets type. So here we can say tweets instead of saying so this is our users table. We want to infer the user. Here we can say we want to infer the tweet and import from Drizzle ORM, and we can pass down type of tweets. Now we have a tweet type, and here we can get the tweet type from schema. Good. So here we can spread both things, dot profiles, like that. Now it has all the things here which are needed. It has all the tweets, it has all the profiles. So we can union both the types. So here this is our tweets, and here is our profiles. So this is our profiles. So we can say this is our profile, infer from profile. And here we can make a union of this. Union, there is something union type script. If you search this, you can find how we can union a type. Yeah, this is how you can union. Simple. We can say if this is profile or this is tweet. Import the profile. Now it is happy. It is also happy. Here you can say tweet. Okay, not tweet. Basically, we don't want to union this. It will eliminate the common things. We want to intersection. Let's try it, and we want both. So tweet dot, yeah, now we have both. So here we want the full name. Here this is of, yeah, tweet dot created it. Now we don't have the likes count. For now we can pass down this, we can pass down the 0. We can also make sure it is false. Everything is looking good for now. We will see what we can do to make sure our like button also works like it was working previously. So now if we go to our application, you can see this is my first tweet. We are getting everything we need. So if you hit refresh, everything is good. Now we want to like this tweet. If we click this button, it will like, but it will not show anything. So here we are getting all the tweets, likes and profiles. If we like this thing, insert or update on likes for tweet ID. Okay, so we are not able to insert into the likes table. Why is that? Let's find out. Here is our UUID for our thing, for our tweet. If we go to tweet inside like button, here we are liking to tweet ID, user ID. It's good. Why it is not working? So instead of doing this, we will use the Drizzle ORM dot insert into the likes row, and we want to insert some values which are tweet ID, which are user ID, and everything else will be auto generated basically. So now you can log the error if we get anything. Error console.log error. Yeah, now let's do it again. Try to like this tweet. It worked, I think. If we go to the likes table, nothing is here. We also want to find out what is happening. So const response is equal to console.log response. Save this thing. Now we will refresh this. We will like this. Yeah, we are getting something. Insert or update on likes. Violates the foreign key constraint like tweet ID tweets foreign key. Something is missing here. Something is not correct. Why is that? Let's find out. Let's log the IDs we are receiving here so we can find out what is happening. So here is our tweet ID, here is our user ID. Let's log both of these out. Our user ID is this, and our tweet ID, our user ID is 4D something, and our tweet ID is 10C something. Let's click on this button and see what is happening. Yeah, okay. So we are getting both same things here. Tweet ID and user ID both are same. Why is that? Why is this problem? Because we are not passing the tweet ID correctly. So if we go here in the like tweet, here we are getting the tweet ID, but from where we are getting the tweet ID? In the like button, and this is the ID of tweet, and this is wrong. Why is that? Let's log the tweet. Okay, this is both same. Why is that? Okay. These both are same. Why is that? Let's find out here. We want to return this thing, but to debug this thing, we want to do console.log tweets. So it is combining both of this ID and it is taking one. So the problem is the ID. So to fix this problem, what we will do, we will pass down the tweet ID here. We will say tweet ID. It is confusing us. Okay. So we are getting confused here what is tweets and what is not. So we will do user profile, and here we will pass down the profiles. So now everything is clear. Tweets. So now we have ID, text, and nicely. So we can differentiate which is tweet ID and which is user ID. So we have this user ID and this is the tweet ID. So that's why we are doing something here. So instead of doing this, we can make our type like this. We can say profile just like this. Tweet user profile is profile. And another thing which we have is tweet, or here we can specify, or we can directly say we have tweets here. Tweets is tweet. It's still not happy, so we need to fix the type here. So I think we need to do something here. User profile and tweet details, and here we can pass the tweets. Now here we can say tweet details is tweet. Now both are satisfied and it's good. Save this thing also, and here we can say user profile dot full name tweet dot user profile dot username, and here we want tweet details created it dot tweet details, and the tweet ID is tweet details dot ID, not the user. And now it's good. Now it's totally differentiated. It's good. And if you click on this like button, it will work. It will definitely work. Now if you go to here in the likes table, you can see we have now our like, which is created using Drizzle ORM. Now we can remove all the console.log first. Remove all the console.log. So why I have recorded this debugging part also, because I want you to know that not all the times everything works out. Sometimes we get some errors and we need to figure out and we need to debug the errors. Okay, so that's cool. We can do this, or we can delete from using the Drizzle ORM as well, but you can do this by yourself. Now here we are getting something here. So what I'm saying is, let's log the likes and we will see what we are getting. So we are getting the likes as well, you can see. And if we like this tweet one more time, then we will also get that one tweet. So I will open a new window, which you see. So here, as you can see, we are saying that where if this exists or not. So if this doesn't exist, then we can say undefined. Argument of type this not assignable. We are getting this problem. Let's assume we do this. Okay, because this can be undefined, that's why it is not working. So if we do this, it will not show us any problem. Let's find out what we are getting here. We hit refresh. Now we get something. This is tweet, this is likes, profiles. That's good. That's not I want. Let's remove this whole thing. Let's find out console.log row dot. Okay, we have three things: likes, profiles, and tweets. So I want to select some custom columns. Okay, so how can we do that? Let's find out. We can select partial, select user.id, user.name, mapped1, map2. That's okay. That's totally okay. db.select as SQL number X from this generate series, conditionally select fields. We can also do this SQL thing here. It's cool. How about we try this? The same thing here. We can say if the user has liked or not. So what I'm saying is user has liked. If the current user ID exists, then has liked, otherwise null. Conditionally, where is this conditionally? Yeah, now it's good. It's conditionally with name.users, otherwise this. That's good. And we can say has liked, and it is SQL, import SQL from here, and we can pass down over SQL string. DB with SQ, we can do a lot of things here, basically. Has liked exist is, we want to do this. Can we do that? Damn, wait, okay, we can do that. Let's find out if we are getting this thing here. Row dot has liked. Okay, so we have has liked now, but we don't have the tweets or anything. Now we can say tweets is tweets, likes is likes, and we can say profiles is profiles. Let's find out what it gave us. Not working. Let's go to the main. Yes, something happened. True. So we have liked all of them, so it is giving us 2. That's totally dope. And what if I remove all the likes? Let's delete all the tables. So we have 2 users, we have 3 tweets, so we have liked all of them. I want to delete all of the tables. Okay, why can't I delete this table? No table, we want to delete Yeah, delete 6 rows, delete all the rows. Now it should be false. If I hit refresh, yeah, it's 0, false. Damn. So our query which we have written in SQL just worked in Drizzle ORM. So this is how you can do that. It's totally awesome. It's cool. What if I go to localhost 3000? Now it's good. We are getting 3 likes. If I hit refresh, if I hit like, now it has 1 like. That's totally dope. So we are getting all the results what we want, and we can pass down the row.hasLiked into liked is equal to row.hasLiked. This is a complex query and we have struggled a lot to achieve this, but yeah, it was totally fun. Now we can also specify this. Okay, so it is saying unknown. We can pass down like a boolean what it is saying. Okay, so we have to specify the hasLiked as boolean here. That's dope. And now in the main component, here we are getting the tweets, and here we will also specify if the user has liked this tweet or not. So here we have has liked, and we will pass this down into our main thing. So if user has liked or not, here it will go. This is a boolean. Save this thing, save this thing, save this thing. Now it will refresh and everything will work like charm. Okay, why it is, if I hit, okay, so it is getting all the true and false for all the, yeah, why is that? Let's find out in the queries. Here we are saying if current user ID exists, then has liked it exists, otherwise not. So something is fishy here, something is not correct. What we are doing, we are selecting from likes, we are saying if likes.user ID is okay. So this is wrong, this is wrong. This is not what we want. We want to find if this current user has liked or not. So we have to define two equal, and we will say tweets.likes.user ID, and also the likes.the tweet ID is equal to the current tweet ID. Basically, that's what we are doing. So we are saying that tweets this ID is equal to this ID or not. So for that, what we can do here, we can, instead of doing this, we can say db.select.from likes.where, and here we can say equal likes.tweet ID is equal to tweets.id, and at the same time we need equal likes.user ID is equal to the current user ID. So this is not accepting two equal in the same where, so we can pass down another where here, and we can say this. Now save this thing. Now if you hit refresh, everything is good. If you hit like, all the 3 tweets are like, no, this is not what we want. Something is still missing. db.select from likes, where likes.tweet ID is tweets.id, likes.user ID is current user ID. And now we can remove the whole thing here. Basically, let's remove this, refresh this. Okay, so we have to use this AND operator here, and that's how it will work. Instead of chaining, we can do AND, import the AND, and here we will use the same thing like that. And here you can see where these both conditions are satisfied, where the user ID is equal to current user ID and the tweet ID is equal to the current tweet ID. Let's find out. Yeah, I think it worked. If I remove this, if I like this, if I like this, I like this. If I refresh this, now it's good. If I remove this, yeah, 2 likes, it has 2 likes. I will remove 1 like, it has 1 like. I will remove this 1 like as well. Now it has 0 like. So it's working. So yeah, we can't chain multiple where operators. We can use AND operator, and we can select multiple equal. Yeah, that's good. So that's how we have successfully fetching the tweets. We are getting the tweets. This is a fresh new tweet. Hit enter. This is a fresh new tweet with 0 likes. If we like this tweet, we are liking this tweet. Here we can see our fresh new tweet as well, and we can like this tweet, and everything is working like charm. And we have successfully converted our raw SQL query into the ORM query, which is long, and honestly this is not looking good, but yeah, this is better than this, where we don't have to define a lot of things and we can conditional chain multiple things. So yeah, thank you so much for continuing with me till now. I know this must be hard for you. At the first, I am very new to Drizzle ORM. This is my first time where I have tried Drizzle ORM. So here, as you can see, this is our application, and we can like this, and we can remove our like as well. And if you refresh this, everything is good and perfect. We can also tweet. This is a new tweet. Now we want to implement a new functionality. When we click this, a new model will open, and then we will be able to submit a new reply to this tweet. So let's build that part. First of all, we need a new model. For that, we will use ui.shadecn.com. That's the thing we need. So let's go to the app page. Here we have main component, left sidebar and right sidebar. That's good. In the component, in the client component, we have did a mistake that this like button is use client. Okay. But this activity is use server. But as you can see, we are getting everything in this component from as a props. So if you even use this component as a use client component, it will still work. If you hit refresh, you can see this is still working the same. Now it's good. And now if someone clicks on this tweet, so on click, we will open a new model. Okay, so we will open the reply model, or we can say the dialog. So let's go to the twitter.com and we will find out how it works. So you can see if we hover over it, you can see a little bit of white color is here. Okay, so if we click this and if we click on this reply, it will open a new window where we can reply to this tweet. So we want to build this thing. So when we click this, we will build this model. So not the whole thing, only when we click on this chat thing. So this is a button, and when we click this, open the reply dialog. So here we can define our dialog. So we can wrap this thing inside a fragment. This is called React fragment, and here we can define our dialog. We can copy and paste the dialog code from ui.shadecn.com. Get started in the dialog, not in the alert dialog, in the dialog. Here you can copy and paste. You can see there are two styles, but yeah, now we will copy this thing. This is our dialog. Also copy this and paste here. It's good. And when this is open, when we click our chat button, so instead of here, we can cut this thing, we can paste it over here, and for the trigger, we can use this button. Cut this, paste here, button, cut this, save, and for the trigger, we can use as child, so that when we click over this button, it will assume that we are triggering our likes. So now let's go to our application. Here you can see we can't able to hover it. So let's give it some effects like we have given to the like button. So here you can copy the classes, same, and we will use these classes for our button. Now if you hover over it, okay, it is still not working. Let's refresh this. Something is missing here. Okay, so our app got hang. Why is that? Localhost 3000. And now you can see we can hover over this like the like button. We can like this, we can remove the like. If we click this, you can see we are opening a nice model, but we don't want a lot of white shadow. You can see this is the opacity is much cleaner. So we can improve our dialog. Let's go to the dialog, and this is our dialog overlay. We can fix this. So BG background 80. So instead of 80, let's do it 20. So it will refresh. If we click this, now it is much clearer. Let's do it 10. We can remove the blur as well. Let's remove the blur, or we can keep it. The blur looks good. So now it's much clearer. Here we can reply to the tweet. So just we need to create a new server component over here. But remember, we cannot use a server component inside client component. Am I right? Yeah. Here you can see server component inside client component. So you can summarize the differences between server component and client components here. So on the top level, if you can see, this is our page and this is a server component. We have another server component. In this, we can have a client component. But in the client component, we cannot have a server component. That is the main point. In the server component, we can have client component. That's the thing to remember, and which is pretty obvious if you think that if your client component has some interactivity and it is already gone to client, which means this is publicly available and our server code is private. That's why we can't code anything server inside our client. And if we have a server component, inside it we can create a client component. This is pretty obvious and easy to remember. This is a technique I use to remember which is client and what is this. So in the client component, we cannot declare a server action or anything. Okay, so to use it, basically we will use in the mutation. If we go to the mutation, just like we are using the like tweet, unlike tweet actions, we will use these actions to do our stuff while submitting the reply. So here we will implement our reply thing. Let's create another model in the component, in the client component. Here we will create a new component which is reply modal or reply dialog.tsx, and it is a client component by default. Use server, not use server, use client. RAFCE, here we can say reply dialog. Here we can cut the whole thing and we can import the reply dialog just like that. Save this thing. Now we need to cut this also. Paste here, import this. Everything is good. Okay, so now it's good. What we need to style it a little bit. So go to this. We need a tweet here. So basically we need the tweet details like this. So we are just rendering this whole component and we are showing it over here, and then we will show a reply box here. So what we can do, we can import the tweet again inside this, but and that would be not a good approach. We can copy the whole thing and we can show this over here. So this is for image. So if we try to reply this, you can see we are only rendering the text and then we are showing then the Twitter is showing the image URL. We can actually remove both of the things. So if we do this, so we need to copy the whole thing. We are not going to copy everything, but you will see what we are doing here. Remove the title as we don't need it. Remove the description as well. Remove the header. We only need the content. We don't need this. We need the username, full name, text. We need the date. We need the text, and then we don't need this whole bottom thing. So the data we need the tweet. So reply dialog props. So here we will define our props. We will say type is reply dialog props, which is tweet, and that's all we need. It will accept tweet. Import the stuff here like that. Import everything, and here we will say it is the type of tweet which we are getting over here. Same. Import this icon. And if we save this, and we will go and we will see how it is looking. Refresh the whole thing. It's slow. It is stuck sometimes, but let's go to localhost 3000. This happens sometimes when we are developing an early stage product. Okay, it is stuck, so we have to open. Okay, so our browser is hang. I don't know why it is happening, but it may happen. Now it is gone. We will open the localhost. Okay, so we are not passing the tweet from here. So we will say the tweet is tweet. Save this thing. Okay, so it is getting us in the problem. So what I will do, I will open my new window and I will use this over here. So if we open this, we can see our model here. Why it is not opening here? We can see. If we open this, we can see this, but we don't want this inside our. So the problem we are facing here, if we open this reply model, this is the thing which we don't need. What is this? So let's BG slate. This is a new tweet, BG slate. This is we don't need. Where is this? So this thing we don't need. And the text is gray. Let's use that. Text white. And we have to make this dialog content look as our tweet. So for that, we need to give some classes to it, like BG plague, and the classes we are giving. Let's go here. It's good. So we can give it BG plague. It's plague. We don't need the border as well. So border is none. It's good. Text is white everywhere. We can remove this. Now it is looking much better. And if we go to the tweet, here you can see this is our avatar, which we have removed by assuming it as a picture. So now it's good. We can give some space to it. So MY4. So let's assume a big tweet. Create a big tweet. Generate paragraph. Hit enter. Or tweet submitted. If you open this, now this is looking just like a Twitter timeline, and this is awesome. You can see now we can open a tweet, and now we want to reply to this tweet. For that, we need to create a reply thing, or we can say the input thing. So we will go to Twitter again. Here we are. If you click over here, you can see replying to Pranjal Soni. So we can also show that replying to this. For that, create another division, replying to @ and here we will show the username tweet.userprofile.username. And if we go to here, you can see replying to here, and we can now use our input box here. Create a division. We will use the input from UI. It's totally good to use anything like won't change or anything. So save this. This is our input. Here we can submit our reply. Let's make this look better, just like our tweet. So if we go to main component, if we go to the compose tweet form, here you can see the all input classes, and we will use the exact classes over here. because it is much similar. You can see now it is good, and we can use the simple input field. We need to show the current user avatar as well. So what we can do, we can name it flex w full items center space x4. Here we can create a avatar as well. So instead of a dummy avatar, you can show the original avatar of user. Now we have something we can type. It's looking good. Let's make it 2. So now if we open any of the window, you can see we can type over here and we can reply, and that's okay. That's cool. I want to give it maximum width of LG. Let's see how it works. After SM, we are giving the maximum width of LG. So instead of that, what I will do, I will give it XL, maximum width of MD. Let's see what we are giving. After SM, maximum width of LG. Okay. If I remove this, after SM, maximum width of, let's go with SM. Yeah, we have to refresh this. Let's go with XL. Now if you open this, you can see this is bigger. We want to make it much bigger, so you can go with 2XL. So if we open this, you can see this is better. This is the only single tweet and it is rendered twice. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. Now we can reply something here. And let's assume we have a bigger reply, which is generate paragraph. So it should get bigger. So instead of text, instead of input, we can use something called text area. If you hit save, you can see this is bigger. If you hit, you can see we can also scroll and it's better. Then open this, you can see we can see all the things over here. This is good. Now we just need to submit this reply. So for that, we can use form hook or something similar, but what we are doing, we will just use the use state hook and the on change. This is simple, and we can just use that. Reply text, which is empty, import. It is string, you can say, but it is already assuming it is a string because we have empty string over here. So we can say it, the value of it is reply text, and when we on change it, it has event, and we can set the reply text to event.target.value, just like that. Save this thing. We have text area, and now if we hit submit, if you go to Twitter, and we can show a reply button just like in the compose form tweet button. So copy this thing also here. I will paste this and we will see how it is looking. So you can see we can tweet, instead of tweet, we will say reply, and this is below the container. So we can cut this container and we can paste it here. So it is below the container. You can see this is our container. We can show a little border here. So instead of this, you can see this is our reply area, and here we have our reply button, which is exactly similar to just like Twitter. Here we can open this. Let's try to submit a reply, and when we click on this button, we will submit something. We will do something. So what we will do when this is clicked, we will submit a server action, just like tweet. So in the like tweet, where is our like tweet component? Close everything, go to the like button here. This is what we are going to do. So we will copy the whole thing. Copy this, paste over here, copy this, paste over here. Instead of using this browser client, now we can use Supabase from our authentication provider, Supabase, just like that. And here we can say Supabase dot. So yeah, like that. Here we can get the user, and here we can do the things we like. Import the use transition hook from React is reply pending start transition, and here we can, instead of is like pending, we can show is reply pending. And here instead of this, we can submit or we can say insert a row into the DB. Which DB? The reply table. Like that. It is simple, and we need to do something. So we will do this, and we can import the toast to show some toast. Please log into reply to a tweet. And if this is failed, authentication failed. That's good. Everything looks good now. And we just need to insert a row into our database. For that, we'll go to our mutation. Here we will say export const reply and reply. Yeah, that's good. Reply async, and it will accept one thing. It will accept tweet ID. It can accept two things basically. It can accept two things. It can accept tweet ID. For now, just accept the tweet ID, and in the future I will tell you what it can accept more. Tweet ID, which is a string, just like that. And here we will await and db dot insert which table you want to insert. So we can say we want to insert in the replies table. So this table we want to insert. It accepts two things: text, user ID, and tweet ID or reply ID. Yeah, we need the user ID as well. This is this is a must. Can say user ID, which is string dot values. Here we can pass down the values. The text is, basically we also need the text, which is reply text. Copy this. It is also a string. So here we can say the text is reply text. The user ID is user ID. The tweet ID is tweet ID. That's all. Now it will work like charm. That's all we need. Here, if you want, you can, let's assume your reply is HTML. You are submitting rich text into your database. So you can sanitize or you can verify your reply text before saving into your DB. So here you can say you can verify, or instead of saying verify, what we can say, you can check the reply text is truthy or not. For now, we will just check if this is a string or not. For that, we can directly do if not reply, which can't be happen because we are checking if it is reply. Here we can say if reply text is not equal to empty string, or we can say then do this, otherwise don't do this. So we can say if reply is equal to empty string, or reply text dot length, which is the reply text length, is less than 1 character or 2 character. Okay, so we can allow 1 character reply. That's totally good. We can return, simply we can return. So now we just need to use this reply over here. So reply, here it will accept few things. Reply text, it will accept tweet ID, it will accept user ID, and we have all of them. We have user dot ID, the tweet ID is, we have tweet dot tweet details dot ID. Save this, and when this is successfully done, what we need to do, we need to close the model. Which model? We need to close the reply model. For that, first we have to control the model, if we can open this or not. So here we can define a state, use a state like that, is reply model, if reply dialog open. Initially it is false. Basically. And here we can say on change, set is reply change, and we can control it by set is reply change. And it is open, which is reply dialog open, like that, and we can make it close like that. So start transition, reply dot, then here we can make it false. We can disable this button, and if we get something error, we can show toast dot error, something went wrong with DB. Save this thing. Here we are, we will click on here. This is a reply. We will click on reply, and it is closed, as you can see. And now if we go to our database, in the replies, we should be able to see one row of our first reply. So you can see this is a reply, and this is a tweet, and it's totally awesome. Tweet ID, we have tweet ID, and we have everything we need here. And that is awesome. That is totally awesome. So now this is tweet, if you click on the select record, you can see it will select a record from the, So this is a reply we have submitted to this tweet, and we now can render this reply. If we click on this whole tweet, we should be able to see the reply. So for that, what we can do, if we click on this reply, we can show the reply count as well. So now for this, we have to create a new UI for that. So if you go to the tweet component, here you can say when the user clicks this division, we should open something, or we should redirect to something. Okay, and also we can hover when this is hovered, PG white 5. So when this is hovered, we are not able to see. Let's do it 20. Refresh this, and it will work. Sometime it got stuck. Now you can see we are getting this white here. So let's do it 10. Refresh. This is slow. I can say this is slow now. 5 would work. And let's give it some transition and also some timing, so it will work. Let's open localhost again in the new window. It's good, just like Twitter, a little bit of whiteness. And when we click this, just like Twitter, we should also make this cursor as a cursor pointer. But the problem is, for that, if we open the localhost, if we click this is not opening. Okay, so it is slow. Let's open again in new window. If we click this, you can see we are opening a new model, which is totally good. The model is good. And if we click this, we are clicking two things. We are clicking this model, and we are clicking this. So if we click this should open a new window. But the problem is, if we click this, it will also get this clicked. Not this. If we click this, okay, so let me tell you what I'm saying. Console.log whole tweet clicked. This is whole tweet clicked. And if we go to the reply dialog, here you can remove this. Here you can see console.log reply dialog clicked. So now if you open the console, if you I'm not sure why it is slow, but it is painfully slow. Let's open it inside Firefox. So you can see this is our Twitter and it is looking dope. I can say this is looking dope. If we go to tools, if we go to browser tools, if we go to browser console, this is our console, you can see. Okay, browser console mode. Yeah. And if I click on this tweet, then nothing is happening, or is the correct console. Let me open web developer tools. This is our console. Yeah. So the problem I'm saying is if I click on this whole tweet clicked. If I click on this button, then first of all, the whole tweet will be clicked and then this button will be clicked. So reply dialog clicked, whole tweet clicked. So we want to prevent clicking the whole tweet when we click on that button. So for that, we can separate these things out. So instead of clicking the whole tweet, we can differentiate what we want to click. So this is the whole division. This is the whole text division. And we can only make this thing clicked. That's what I'm saying. And we can use this all fancy animation over here. So now our problem is gone and we should be able to fix this. So let me open my browser as well. Localhost. This is our console. Now you can see we are getting something. And if I click on this, whole tweet clicks. If I click on this, reply dialog clicked. So there is no conflict in clicking between these things. Now if this is clicked, what we want. Now if this is clicked, this is opening reply. This is okay, this is totally fine. If this is clicked, we want to open a new timeline where the user can see all the replies of a tweet. For that, we can route this to whole different router. So for that, we can use next router, const router is equal to use router, import from next router. Here we can redirect the user to tweet likes. So if you go to Twitter and if you click on a single tweet like this, if you click on this tweet, you can see this is opening my username and then status and then the tweet ID. And then we can see all the tweets reply here. So the same thing we want to do, but we can make it a little bit of easier by doing something. If we click on this, we can redirect the user to a nested route. In the app directory, we will create a new page and then we will redirect to there. So we can say router.push. This is backticks, which means this now we can string interpolate and we can use logic inside our string. So we will say redirect the user to this tweet ID. So we can say tweet / the tweet ID. So tweet.tweetdetails.id. So redirect the user to this route and where we can see all this stuff. So remove this. Now it is hang again. I'm not sure why it is. Okay, we are not able to see any of the tweets. That's the part comes. This part happens when we are building something new with the latest tech stack. Let's open this is in Firefox. Localhost 3000. We are getting empty over here. Can we use the use router thing or can't? I'm not sure. So there is something router.refresh. Yeah, we have to use it from next navigation. That's the problem we are getting here. So now it should work. It has router.back forward push. Good. So now it will work, I think. Yeah, it is working. Open the whole thing. Now if we click this, you can see we are getting redirected to this tweet. If we go back, this is good. If we click on this, we are seeing the new reply tab or the new reply dialog. If we click this, we are getting redirected to the tweet. So now we need to create a nested route and we will fetch all the replies of the tweet building there. Part. Now, if you search dynamic routes Next.js, you will land on this page. Routing, in the routing, you have dynamic routes. You can create a folder name. Inside folder name, you can create page.tsx for your dynamic routes, just like here. So if you now go to our application, so if you go to source in the app router and in the app you have page, which is our main page. Let's create a new thing. Actually, we don't need any API, so we can delete this whole folder. We can delete this whole thing. Here you can create a new folder, which is tweets or tweet. Yeah, tweet is good. And inside the tweet, you can create a new folder called ID. And inside the ID, you can create page.tsx. It will render our tweet. And basically, what you can do, we need the layout also. We need the layout also, so we can use this over here. I think it will work just like charm. So this is our layout, and in the layout, we need here left sidebar and right sidebar, both all the things we need here. So if you go to layout.tsx here in the body, inside the body, we can remove this component and we can import this left sidebar and we can import our right sidebar, both things. And if we go to our main page, here we can remove this and we will render only one component, which is main component. Save this thing, save this thing. Now we have this left sidebar and right sidebar everywhere. Okay. So if you go to here, if you refresh this, let's go to localhost 3000 and see if this is working. And here we can define our RAFCE. Here you can see this is home page. Here we will call it tweet page. This is tweet page. Save this. Now you can see this is working just like previously. If you click here, we can reply. If you click here, it will redirect us to the this is tweet page. You can see it's good. So now if we go to the main component, here we can copy the whole this thing over here, which is this. This is main as well. And here we will render all our tweets. Not all the tweets. Here we need only one tweet, which is we are getting from const router is equal to use router, which is from next navigation. Let's console.log okay, so we need this ID. Basically we need this router query. So can we do this from next router? I'm not sure. Let's log the query out and we will see. Okay, so we can't use router here. We can use the navigation, but we want the query. So how can we get the query? Okay, so we can get the query from use path name and all the things available here. So navigation, here we have some things. Here we have use params, use selector. Okay, so we can use this use params and let's log this out and see what it gives us. Use params only works in client components as a use client. Okay, so it is saying that it only works in client components. So now what we can do? Can we get the use server? Okay. So we need the query basically. So we are directly getting the query here. That's totally awesome. We don't need anything. We are getting like this. So in the here we have ID and that's good. See the generate static params page to learn how to generate params. That's totally good. But this is let's remove this and now we will log the params and we should see the ID over here. You can see we have ID, which is a tweet ID, and now we can render our tweet here. For that const tweet, we will import our DB. We will say select dot from, we need from tweets. Basically we need the tweet. We need to join something as well. We need to do a lot of things, but for now let's get the tweet and show the tweet over here. We need to show the tweet from the client component. It accepts something. It accepts has liked or not. So we need to find out has liked as well. And also we need one thing, which is this user ID over here. Import everything we need and we can make it async as well. Here we can define the things we need. Here we can say, so db await. Don't forget the await. Here we are saying db.select, and just like in the get tweets, here we can select what we need. So basically we need to copy the whole thing. We are saying that the current ID is user data dot user dot id. If this exists, if user data dot user dot id exists, then do this, otherwise not. We have to import all the likes table, all the profiles as well, and we don't need the order by, but we need one thing, and equal current user id is user dot this thing, import the exist as well. So you can see we are importing a lot of things and we are joining profiles who has the submitted this tweet, everything, but we need a few more things here. What we need to find out this tweet, only single tweet. Basically you can see we have params.id inside the params, so we don't need the all tweets. From select this from tweets, but basically instead of saying limit dot, we can say where equal, just like it, where the equal is tweets.id is equal to params.id, like that. So it will give us the current tweet only. So now if you log this tweet, console.log tweet, here we will see what we are getting. Tweet dot, now we have the tweet. So we are only getting the single. Why it is dot limit select from left join. So we can do the where here. That's good. It will only return us one tweet. So let's comment this out for now and see what we are getting. We got this. We got one tweet. We got our one tweet, which is this. Profiles has liked true because we have liked this. So if you go to our home page. This is localhost 3000. If you refresh this, let's close this. You can see this is a new tweet. Let's go to this tweet. We have liked this tweet. Let's remove our like. Click here. We are onto this page. Here we can see we have not liked this tweet. Likes are null because likes are 0. The user who is the author of this tweet and the tweet details. We are getting all the details of this tweet. That's okay. That's good. So here what we need the first element of this tweet, 0th element. Then we can say dot has liked or not. And here we can do this. Instead of this, sometime it may return. So we can say boolean has liked. We need the likes count. So we can say tweet 0 dot likes. If it is null, then 0. Then we can show the tweet detail as well. Tweet 0 dot the tweets. Okay, it is saying the tweet is all the details of So we need to specify what is it needs tweet detail, which is tweet 0 dot tweets. It needs user profile, which is tweet 0 dot profiles. Now it needs one more thing, which is current user ID. So we can pass the current user ID as user data dot user dot ID. It is not required. Yeah, that's good. We can do this. It is still saying that, okay, so we can count the number. We can say likes dot. So it is giving us a lot of things. So we haven't joined all the tweets here. So it's not a big thing to, let's not show. Let's go to Twitter and see how Twitter works. So this is our Twitter. If we click on this, we can see all the things here as well. So okay, that's not a problem. Let's do that thing as well. So if you go to our queries, here we are getting queries and here we are getting all the things here. So we need the same thing. Here we can modify this tweet as well if you want one tweet or not. So what we can do, we can modify this same row as well, or we can use this function to get the rows. Cut this whole thing. We will export this, export const modify response is equal to, it will get the rows and it will return the rows. Let's do it any. And here we have rows. It is saying untyped function calls may not accept type arguments. If we remove this thing, but we need the type result. Okay. So we need to modify a lot of types here. I don't want that. I want to make it easy. So we can get the one tweet from here. Instead of getting 10 tweets, instead of limit. So we can define the limit here as well and the tweet ID as well. So we can say get single tweet, which is basically this is boolean. We can say get single tweet is boolean. So if this is true, what we can do here, instead of awaiting, we can say query. We can modify this query more and we can say this is let query db.select all to this all things, order this, and we can also pass order by boolean. So what we can do, we can say if order by is available, then query is equal to query dot this thing, query dot order by this. Here we can say if single tweet, if we only want to get the single tweet which we want, then we should have the tweet ID here, basically get single tweet and the tweet ID. So if this is true, which means we have a string which is get single tweet ID. So if this is true, then we can say query is equal to query dot where, and we can pass down the equal thing. We can say tweets dot ID is equal to get single tweet. So this is the ID. So instead of get single tweet, we can say get single tweet ID like that. And that's totally awesome. And if this is limit is default, if limit is defined, I can say limit, and this is a number. Limit is number. So we can remove this thing. Here we can say if limit is defined, query is equal to query dot limit, and we can pass down the limit just like it. It is very easy. And after all, we can say rows equal to await query const. Now it will give us all the things we need. That's how it will work. So if you want to get a single tweet, we can get it from this whole thing. We are modifying a single query to use here as well. So instead of get tweets, copy this thing, get tweets, and here we will go and we will remove the whole thing. We will say get tweets, and here we will define the current user ID, the user data dot user dot ID. The second thing we need is get single tweet ID. So we need the get single ID, and what is the ID? Params dot ID, which is single ID. Order by, we don't need anything, and it will give us the tweet we want. So now we can remove this thing, and we should all get the thing here. Tweet tweet 0 has select. Tweet is possibly undefined. So here we can say if tweet exists, then render this. Otherwise, render something like division, no tweet found. Just like that. And we can do the tweet 0 thing for all the tweet here. Length, tweet profile, and it will work. I'm sure it will work. Yeah, you can see likes is an array and everything is like perfectly charmed. You can see we are also able to show this tweet over here. So we are showing one tweet. If we go to localhost, when we click on home, we should be redirected to home. So for that, if we go to our left sidebar, here we are sending the user to home page. So instead of item title lowercase, we can send the user to home page. So here we can say if item title is equal to home, then send the user to home page, otherwise send the user to their respective title page. So let's go to previous page, which is our single tweet. You can see we are getting the new tweet. We can like this tweet as well, and we are getting the updated tweet. If we click on home, okay, it is still not working. Why is that? So left sidebar, if item.title is capital home basically. So to fix it, we can set to local lowercase and it will work like for now. If we click on home, you can see we are getting all the tweets. If we click on this tweet, we will get this tweet, and we click on again, then it will send us to the tweet again, but we don't want that. To fix this, go to the tweet. Here we are sending, so instead of this, we can use this. So if we go to previous, our tweet, if we click here, nothing happened. If we click on home, yes, this is my first tweet. Click on this, you can see we are getting everything nice and easy, and we are showing. Now what we need to do, we need to show all the replies here. Instead of tweet, we need to show all the replies here. Reply is also a kind of tweet. So basically we will fetch the reply same as we fetch a tweet. Okay, so as you can see how to fetch them. So it is pretty simple. With fetching the replies, we can say replies is equal to await db dot query dot what we want to fetch. We want to fetch the replies, and we want to fetch the many replies. Here we can specify the extra columns we need for fetching. We can say we want to fetch the profile as well. So if we console.log now, console.log replies, we will be able to see all the replies. You can see we are getting all the replies with the profile ID. That's totally awesome. Okay, but it is fetching all the replies. We don't want all the replies. We want a where clause here. We can say we want only replies with this tweet page. So we can say so we can specify some things here. db.query. Let's find out in the Drizzle ORM documentation how we can use the query in the documentation. Index has SQL operator. Where is this? We can directly use the select, but I want to use the query thing, which is new. So where is this query? db.query. Yeah, this thing, relational query. So like this, can we select and we can filter it or not? Yeah, so we can filter it just like it. So we can save where the equal operator, import the equal operator, which we have already imported. We want to say that replies dot, here you can see user.id, just like that. We are saying replies dot. Okay, so replies response. Let's do it. We want to say replies.id, not id. We want to say the tweet id is equal to the params.id. So now it will fetch only one reply with the current tweet id, not one reply. It will fetch all the replies with the current tweet id. So let's log this out and we will see what is happening over here. Now you can see we are only getting one reply which I have created for this tweet. If we go to home, and you can configure this home thing. If you go to left sidebar, here we are saying that if the item.title is home, then we are sending the user to \, which means home. Now here let's create a new tweet, new fresh tweet. Hit enter. This is our fresh tweet. We will click on this. If we go here, you can see our array is empty, which means our replies are empty. If we create a new reply, so this is a new reply, and click reply. Now we can see we have, this is a new reply here. And if you go to the mutation, here we are revalidating our path. That's why we have our reply, just like that. Now what we need to do is we need to render this whole thing over here. So we can use the same code just like it. We can use the same code over here, and we can render all the replies.map. We can say replies response, I think. Yeah. And now we can render the whole thing here. Let's create a fragment and do this. Instead of fragment, let's create a division with key of reply.id and paste everything we have copied from that tweet. So this is our circle. This is a whole tweet. Okay, so we can specify the tweet ID here. We can remove this extra division. This is a tweet dot. So here we have our reply. So instead of tweet, what we will do? We will cut everything and we will paste reply dot profile dot full name, reply dot profile dot username. Import this thing. We can say reply dot when this is created. So we don't have this field, so we can remove this thing as well. What I would suggest you, currently we are saving all the replies in a new reply table, but you can save the whole thing in the tweet table as well. You just need to create a new column in the tweet table. So if you can go to schema, you can create a new column which is reply, and you can say this is a boolean. So you just need a boolean field which will say if this tweet is a reply. Then if it is a reply, don't show on the home timeline, it show on the tweet page. Otherwise, if it is a reply, then it's good. So we can do that. That's totally up to you how you want to save this. We have created a new table, but that's not necessary at all. Now this is our tweet text. So here we will render our reply.text. Now we don't need to click this, and we can remove everything from here. We can remove this as well, and that's how we are rendering all of our replies here. So now if you go to here, you can see this is a new reply, and we are getting this reply over here, and we can remove our cursor pointer and hover thing as well. That's totally awesome. If you go to home, if you click on this, you can see this is a reply, another reply which belongs to this tweet. If you go here, if you go to this doesn't have any reply. Submit a reply, hit reply, and here you can see we have our reply, and it is being rendered nice and easy. Go to here. This also hasn't any reply. This has 2 replies. This tweet has no replies. I'm just finding out if it is looking cool or not. Let's submit another reply. This is so cool, it's good. So let's hit reply, and here you can see we are rendering replies here as well. Okay, and it is from Club of Coders. Let's submit a reply from another account. I will go to my new account, which is new page. I will go to localhost. I will go here. I will see 2 tweets. I am replying to from another account like this. If you hit reply, you can see YT blocks. This is our current username, and we are replying. And here you can also see, okay, here, not here. Here you can see we are getting everything nice and easy. So that's all. That's all for this video. We have built a lot of features. We have built a lot of things. We can also like this tweet, and this is top. Everything is looking good to me. Yeah, this has now 1. This has now 2 likes. So we have learned how to fetch the tables using Drizzle ORM. We have learned how to reply to a tweet, how to show the tweets, how to do everything. Now, if you want to learn more, check out my course on clubofcoders.com. Check out some more advanced courses where you can learn how to handle all the more complex stuff as well. But yeah, if you want to learn for free, I also have some tutorials on my channel where you can learn everything for free. But that's all for now. And this is our Twitter clone, and that's all we are creating. Okay, if you want some more features, you can implement. Basically, this is a simple approach where you can do all this stuff. This is a similar approach. So we will end our Twitter series here, and I will see you in some another tutorial or in some another series. Thank you very much.